Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our May 5th, happy Cinco de Mayo, 2027 Ogden City Council meeting. Let the roll call reflect that all council members are present tonight. Please take this time to silence your cell phones. We will have our opening ceremony today. We're pleased to have the Weber County Fire Officers Honor Guard doing the presentation of the colors as part of our celebration of America 250. So we'll turn the time to them now for our part of our opening ceremony.
Oh, ready, please. Present arms.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arms. Forward, march.
The audience may be seated. As part of our America 250, we want to give you a little bit of history. This is concerning the American Revolution as Civil War. The American Revolution was also a civil war, dividing American colonists between loyalists and patriots, often splitting families and communities. While patriots sought independence, many loyalists supported British rule for economic, political, or security reasons. This internal conflict was both physical and ideological, leading to significant tensions and violence. One of the more famous examples, perhaps, is the story of Benjamin Franklin and his son William. The latter, appointed royal governor of New Jersey through his father's influence, remained loyal to the crown. His father, on the other hand, even though an envoy to London, grew embittered against the crown. At war's end, William fled to England, virtually disowned by his patriot father, who he apparently still loved. In the process, a father's dreams for his son were shattered. As in other civil wars across the centuries and around the world, the ranks of the neutrals in revolutionary America were substantial, even though they rarely featured prominently in later histories. Quakers, the best-known group of people in the middle, were only a small part of what was a much wider phenomenon. The best estimates are that neutrals may have compromised between 40 and 60% of the pure pre-war colonial population. However, alongside those who had fought for independence and the many ex-loyalists who remained in the United States, former neutrals participated in the building of the new nation. In the process, all these new citizens had to overcome profound past differences and find fresh common ground. Would you please now join us for a moment of silence? Thank you. Are there any acknowledgements by the council?
Chair, just a real quick acknowledgement. There unfortunately was some vandalism down by the Pioneer Stadium, and some murals had to be painted over. But I also have seen that looks like some new murals may be going up, and particularly at the mouth of the canyon in preparation for the marathon. And just love to see that artwork and great work. And hopefully we can all keep an eye out so we can prevent future vandalism on those precious pieces of art.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I want to congratulate to Ogden Recreation and Lupec for the past event this past Saturday. It was amazing. Cinco de Mayo. Was a lot of people there, enjoy the music. And from a person who has been doing events before, that is a hard work. So congratulations, and very looking forward for next year.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll add, and thank you, Chair, that tomorrow night is the Prelude Student Showcase put on by Onstage Ogden that I have been asked to MC, which is a night honoring students who have auditioned to be a part of this program to receive funds to continue in their education with their chosen instrument. So that's tomorrow night at the Browning Center at Weber State University at 7 p.m.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is Ogden City Youth Council Fiscal Year 2025-2026 Annual Report. We have Mr. Brandon Garside help present that for us.
Thank you, Chair. You have to forgive me as I am multitasking at the moment. Appreciate it. Great. Yes. As you said, I'm Brandon Garside. I'm the Communications Director for the Council. Part of my responsibilities are to also be the advisor for the Ogden City Youth Council, which Steve Burton, who's not there at the moment, who also helps me with. And I really appreciate his help through everything. So tonight, sorry, thank you. I'll quickly just do an overview of what the Youth Council is, what it hopes to accomplish, and we'll kind of go over the year that we've had. So I've broken it down into 3 pillars of purpose for the Youth Council, and that's A, learn about local leadership to become better informed residents, B, develop leadership skills to prepare for adult life and professional careers, and C, provide community service to learn the value in giving back to those in need. And so this year, the composition of those who applied to be on the Youth Council were as follows. We had 10 from Ogden High, 4 from New Ames, and 2 from Ben Lomond. And I'll talk more about our recruiting efforts a little later on in the presentation. I'm gonna invite Jaime Jimenez Lopez to the podium right now. He's the lone representative today of the Ogden City Youth Council. He was our service officer. And I'm just going to turn over to you to talk about the different tours that we went on and that we were part of, and maybe what you learned from them.
Yes. From the tours, what I've learned about them were from the tour we did of the Union Station. What I've learned about them was the city's history. I enjoy that we did learn about the city's history. I do continue to think it's important to learn about what my city started as and what it's ended up as. Seeing it turned from, a train stop community with trade across the Continental Railroad that was something that I could also use in, education wise. I wouldn't have learned that my city was a part of this from traditional schools. And I'm glad I went on that tour to learn. And what I've learned from the water treatment facility tour is employment opportunities in and for the city. Seeing the city's workers maintaining water purity and make sure we have running access to it for all residents of the city. It's inspiring to see them work so hard, and I'm glad they're working so hard for us. And seeing them work and knowing more about what they do inspired me a bit to want to continue down what they do.
Awesome. That was great. I can keep you here for this one as well. A big event that we participate in every year is Local Officials Day down at the state capitol at the beginning of the legislative session. We spend the morning, we have breakfast with other youth councils and tour the capitol, see the different chambers, and see how laws are made in the state of Utah. And we then go down to the Salt Palace, where we are treated to mock debates where these youth councils are given different topics that they can pitch. We didn't get the opportunity to pitch a topic ourselves, but it was very interesting to see the different topics that were discussed. And then we end the day with lunch where Governor Cox addressed all of the youth councils there as well. Anything you want to add about Local Officials Day?
What I really enjoyed about Local Officials Day is, I got to take a day off school, of course. But it was also a moment for me to see how our state's government really works. I usually get my information about my government from, the internet and my parents. But what I've realized from that tour, from that day, was what really goes on there, what people really need to do to get, laws passed through our Senate and into our House and made into official laws that can be followed in the state of Utah. The part I really enjoyed was the dinner with Governor Cox. Seeing him talk was nice to see. He clearly had a passion for the state, governing it, and that really made me feel like I'm in a state that I can trust my own politicians in. And I'm glad that I got to spend that day. I hope next year I could go to it again and, dive a little more deeper than I did.
Nice. Thanks. We also engaged in a couple of service projects. We coordinated with the recreation department. Shout out to Ginger Myers in that office to help out with the community Thanksgiving dinner that was hosted at the Lantern House. At that event, as the folks came in and enjoyed a meal, and as they were going out, we offered them hygiene kits for them to take with them. And for me, it was just really impressive to see the kindness and gratitude for people who are possibly down on their luck and still being able to participate in Thanksgiving when, outside looking in, you could see that they don't have much to be thankful for, but they absolutely do. And for me, as an advisor, it was a special thing to see, and I hope that the youth that participated there were able to see that as well. And then there on the bottom right there, you see us at the Marshall White Center for it was Santa Splash, where we served community members breakfast. It was just a great event for the Ogden community. Anyone could come with their families and enjoy breakfast inside the beautiful new Marshall White Center. The pool was also open, and they could see Santa, but Santa was not swimming, which was, I thought, a little confusing since it was Santa Splash. I thought he would be the one creating some waves, but it was not the case, to my disappointment, but it was a good time. Were you at the
I wasn't present.
That's okay. That's totally fine. Yeah, I didn't think so. But so, yeah, we just look for opportunities to serve. And really have to thank the administrative side of the city for helping us coordinate all these different events and opportunities. So I'm going to, some other things that we've done as well. Big thanks to Jason Gold for coming into one of our meetings and talking about working with the legislature. That's what he's talking about there. We also had the opportunity to go to a legislative dinner with that was hosted by the Governing Youth Council that is under the umbrella of the Weber County Morgan Health Department. We've been working with them a lot more and are looking forward to continue to collaborate on different events like this. Kind of similar to the Local Officials Day, where students get to sit down with elected officials and talk about the issues that are the most important with the health department. They're focused on what is being pushed to kids, and particularly with tobacco products and things similar to that. And I'll tell you, the market's crazy. There's some weird things out there that I wouldn't have even thought of, and that are being marketed towards children. And the health department does, and the GYC do a nice job of spreading awareness about those things. Do you have any thoughts about that dinner? It was kind of a while ago. It was in October. Yeah. Do you remember or no?
Yeah, I remember.
What do you remember?
Well, I remember that I met Mr. Meyer.
Yeah. Councilmember Myers was there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was great talking to him. And what I really liked about dinner was what we discussed. You know, we discussed really important topics on health, especially for the youth. I believe that me and Mr. Meyer discussed about youth mental health and, you know, ideas that we could present to people to, you know, help youth with mental health struggles. I believe I projected the idea of setting up a group therapy session for my school's Hope Squad to, you know, help kids, you know, release some feelings in a group where they could be understood, because I believe most don't have access to that.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. In terms of recruiting, that QR code for those watching here in the chamber and online, you can scan that to, that'll take you to ogdencity.gov/youth council, where you can learn more about the youth council and also apply. We have taken advantage of the connections that we have via email and social media to push out the youth council. We've also completed a school visit at George Washington and will conduct visits this week to Ogden High and Ben Lomond. And we've also sent emails directly to other schools like Da Vinci and New Ames, and applications for next year are starting to trickle in. Jared Bates at the school district has been very supportive and helped disseminate the youth council on the school district social media channels as well. And we're also always looking for ways to improve. I've reached out to the Utah League of Cities and Towns and to get a list of the youth councils that are having more success than we are here in Ogden. And it's not necessarily apples to apples when you're comparing youth from different cities across the state. I recognize that, but we're still trying to look at different ways of improving the program, and whether that means changing the frequency of meeting or how the youth council is structured. We're open to that. Iteration is I think a valuable tool, and so we'll keep looking at things that we can do to improve. And we also send a survey out to current youth council members about their experience, what they liked, what they didn't like, and what can be improved moving forward. So with that, Jaime and myself would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Brandon?
I'd say not a question, but thank you for the presentation. I've enjoyed working with the youth as well, and was down at the Local Officials Day, and great group of students, and it's a great opportunity. So if anybody in the room has youth that would be interested in this, it's a good resume builder for college, for other things in the future. So take full advantage of it.
High school age youth, right?
Yes, 9th through 12th grade next year. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so those of you who have children, grandchildren, I dare I say great-grandchildren, I don't, maybe. Sure. And invite them to participate. My grandchildren have done this and really been well rewarded for the time spent. And thank you, Jaime, for your input.
And Brandon, thank you for your leadership and your willingness to put your
Exactly.
arms around this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Just for your information, we will be taking a 10-minute break approximately every 2 hours. So just understand, looking at the audience we have today, we're going to need to have some little bio breaks in the middle. So the next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes. First is the joint work session of March 10th, 2026. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Councilmember Heyer. I review the minutes of March 10, 2026. I found them accurate. I move on to approval.
Okay, we'll get that motion at the end, but, and then the joint work session of March 24th, 2026, Councilmember Lundell.
I've reviewed those minutes and found them to be accurate.
Thank you. And the regular meeting of March 24th, 2026, Councilmember Myers.
Mr. Chair, I've read those minutes and they appear accurate to the best of my ability.
Thank you. And the joint work session of April 7th, 2026, Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you, Chair. I also reviewed those minutes and found them to be accurate.
All right, and finally, the regular meeting of April 7th, 2026, Councilmember Washington.
Thanks, Chair. I've reviewed those minutes and I find them to be accurate.
Okay, now I'll look for that motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Washington and seconded by Councilmember Myers to approve. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, thank you. That's unanimous and that passes. Next item on our agenda is reports from the administration. This is the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget. We look forward to this all year. You've been preparing it for months. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council, members of our administration, members of the community, and members of our own staff. First, I want to acknowledge I'm so thankful that everybody's here to see this presentation.
Not everybody. We got another 85,000 out there somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you in all seriousness. This is a significant moment. This is something that has been worked on for the better part of the last year, actually, on the administrative side. And the amount of effort that goes into it can often be understated, but it's actually quite an overwhelming process, including the input of countless staff and community partners. So I do want to take the moment seriously and thank everybody on the front end that helped participate in this. Now, before we get started, I do want to take a little bit of a step back to provide a little bit of context. Some context as to where we were. And honestly, in some regards, it feels like it was just yesterday that I was standing here being sworn in with a couple of you guys. But it also feels like about 10 years ago on other times. I'll admit that I, coming into it, obviously having never been a mayor, you think you know what you're in for, but you really don't. And I'll say right now that I underestimated the amount of work that laid ahead for us, particularly around the unfinished work that we were inheriting. And so I want to do a little bit of a then versus now so that you guys have a sense for the context of which our budget proposal lies within. At that moment when we took office, public safety staffing was at critical lows. Today we sit here joined by members of police and fire with full departments and with a strength of force that is the greatest strength of force that we've had in the history of our city. That's a big turnaround in terms of culture and in terms of recruitment and retention. And that was a critical issue at the time, and it's an issue that we have made a priority. And so thank you for being here today with us. We had outdated development ordinances, and today we are poised to present to you guys a general plan, a development code, and a zoning ordinance that will update and recodify all of our development ordinances so that we can finally move into the 21st century. We inherited 3,200 apartment units that had already been approved, which were all a part of dozens of unfinished development projects. many of which we have moved through and completed, many of which we have renegotiated where we were able to help benefit the city of Ogden and the taxpayers. We also inherited rather toxic airport dynamics as well as a legislative audit. The day that I took office was the first day that we started working on airport issues, and today we enjoy a much better relationship with stakeholders, and we are working toward guiding documents, proposals for fees, and things that are going to make that airport sustainable moving forward. And to date, we have addressed almost all of the findings within the legislative audit and continue to work toward fiscal solvency in that operation. Our workforce compensation policies and past had been falling behind market. And today we stand here having benchmarked our positions with equal and analog positions in other cities similar to ours with similar socioeconomics. And we come to you today with the budget and steps in order to prepare to continue to make sure that our workforce is compensated equally and fairly compared to their peers. We also had employee accountability and performance measures that were not tracked or measured. I'll get into more of that here in a little while, but we're excited to report on some important steps for the upcoming fiscal year. We were also forced into frequent tax increases in the past, and I look forward to presenting to you today a budget that does not propose a tax increase. We had emergency infrastructure projects that were needed. You've seen a couple of those that have come online in the last couple of weeks, including the Chambers Drive, as well as the new bridge next to Lauren Farr Pool. As two examples, 20th Street is another example. 26th Street was redone. Those are some of the big infrastructure projects that were needed and completed, and those were done largely through the help of grants. So state, federal, and private grant funding that we leveraged many times over in order to make happen so that we didn't have to raise taxes on Ogden City taxpayers in order to make those things happen. We had been underfunding infrastructure, especially roads. We've been doing that for a number of years, and for as many years as we've been able to measure, we've been declining in our road condition citywide year over year until this year. We are turning the corner and are improving our citywide road condition for the first time since we began measuring, and we'll share more with how we're able to do that. We had a golf enterprise operation that for years operated, quote, in the red. We are squarely in the black and operating with margins that allow us to invest back into the operation. We didn't have a seat at the table for the Olympics. We've since been appointed and anointed a host community for the Olympics. We enjoy a position on that committee for Utah 34, and I'm excited to say that we have a plan moving forward for how we leverage that moment to invest in our priorities as a community. We had an exchange building that was deteriorating thanks to your guys' help just a few weeks ago. We've entered into a new partnership, and we're hopeful to save that building before it is gone forever. We had a canyon water leak that was at risk of failure and was failing in certain areas. That project is fully funded and under construction currently. And for context, the significance of that project is this is the most important and the biggest infrastructure project we've done since the first time it was done. And one of the complicating factors is that water line runs underneath Pineview Reservoir. So we're going to have to find a way to make sure that we replace that water line. And our staff was working really hard to leverage the moment where we are in drought circumstances and the reservoir is going to draw down. And we are coordinating with partners to try and find a way to make sure that we can cross the reservoir with that water line as water levels are down. The Marshall White Center, when we took office, was barely starting construction and had not been programmed. Today, we're fully operational and fully programmed. We had downtown parking that remained unresolved. Of course, that is pending tonight. And I just want to say, while I have the mic for this particular issue, since I won't have the mic much for the rest of the night after this, I want to thank all of those who are here tonight, but also who have been involved in the conversations around parking. I know there have been a lot of disagreements in the community, but I really want to commend and thank everybody who has reached out to me and to my staff, because even in spite of a lot of disagreement, there has been a lot of grace and a lot of goodwill. And I really appreciate the way in which our community has been discussing challenging issues on this one. So thank you very much, everybody, for the respect that you've shown to me and to my staff. We had Parks and Recreation projects that were incomplete. Those have been complete and we're caught up. And of course, Union Station's future was uncertain at the time. And I think we're moving into a new chapter where we enjoy a lot better collaboration and we are coming together toward a cohesive vision for the Union Station. Now, those are not all of the things that we've accomplished, but those are some of the big things that we've done in the last 2 years. And it kind of paves the way for what our priorities are for this budget presentation. First and foremost, the first directive that I gave to our staff is that we are going to make sure that we do not have a tax increase. In this position, you don't always get everything that you want, but it's really important that you make your expectations clear in the front end. And our staff took it very seriously that we were going to make sure that we do as many things as we can and prioritize the things that we committed to do without increasing taxes. We continue to make public safety investments a priority. Infrastructure is something that we are far behind, but are catching up on, and we wanted to make sure that infrastructure remained a top priority. We also wanted to prioritize culture and quality of life projects. You'll see those listed in CIPs or capital improvement projects. And we wanted to make sure that we maintained the progress that we made in employee compensation, but that we transitioned into a compensation based on performance. And that performance was not just based on subjective measures, but on objective measures, including key performance indices and accountability and performance reviews regularly. And we were going to accomplish these things with strategic financial management practices and citywide efficiencies, some of which I'll share here. Now, these are the budget goals going into this year. And I just want to say that I'm going to give you a high-level overview of what I'm proposing. And then I look forward to engaging, and so does our staff, week by week by week in the work sessions to answer a lot of questions and details with each of these proposals. But before we get into those proposals, it was really important that we look at economic projections. I'll read a quote from Robert Spenlove at Zions Bank, who's a local economist that the state of Utah and local governments rely on. He says, while Utah job growth slightly exceeded U.S. job growth over the previous 12 months, the year-over-year growth rate represents weak growth for Utah, which is below historical averages. However, Utah consumer sentiment remains optimistic relative to U.S. consumer sentiment, despite geopolitical tensions. Now, since that quote was established, I don't think geopolitical tensions have lessened any. I don't think that there's been any significant changes in consumer sentiment. And we anticipate that these projections will hold strong or hold steady. But I think we can all agree that that is a pretty modest projection and also a very conservative estimate of what we can anticipate for our economic look for the state of Utah moving forward. Now, if you look at job growth for 2026, we were just a modest 1.2%. We anticipate a similar job growth rate at 1.3%. Average annual pay growth was about 3.5% in 2026. We anticipate the same in 27. Taxable sales growth will stay steady at 3.5%, and unemployment rate we anticipate to stay steady at 3.7%. Now, inflation, looking at CPI, is an important context. For 2026, we had 2.9%, which was significantly lower than what we had seen in years prior, and we anticipate a small dip in 2027 of 2.7%. Now, before we get into local economic indicators, this is something that we've had a lot of conversations with internally. The best numbers that we were able to provide were 2024 inflation-adjusted numbers. Now, those are very laggy. Those are numbers that are not being updated reliably right now by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so we do not have more updated numbers for the sources of which we've become more reliant on year over year over year. The best we were able to calculate until those numbers were updated, and we've been waiting as those updates were supposed to come any day. So we were hopeful even that it would come today. They have not, but we are seeing what we can say, and with comfort, is that our median household income continues to increase higher than the statewide average. So Ogden is outperforming the state in some ways, but we are going to have some measure of reservation around that almost 9% median household income increase for the laggy 2024 inflation-adjusted numbers until we're able to proof those with actual numbers reported by Bureau of Labor Statistics. Another number that's really important that we keep in mind is the fixed income for Social Security, that we did see a 2.8% increase in 2026 for those who are in a fixed income. And I share these numbers with you because I want to make sure that you guys know and so that the public knows that when we recommend compensation adjustments at the city, that we are not looking to do so outside of the bounds of what our own community is experiencing. When our community is struggling, we want to make sure that we're cutting back at the same time. And so we're going to present to you a budget that's mindful of the circumstances of our families within our community. And we're struggling to make ends meet because the cost of living continues to increase. And so people are being asked to make cuts at home. And so we're going to do the same thing here at the city. Luckily, there's good news within our numbers and our projections. We do see revenue increases again, not from tax increase, but because we're seeing a sales tax increase in terms of revenue coming in with projections exceeding what we had last year. We estimate a 5% increase in sales tax that mirrors the state projections as well. We're also seeing $1.7 million in interest income that we're able to use for our operations. And we have good news, almost $1 million extra for Prop 1 B and C funds, and those are funds that are granted to us and allocated through from the state and federal sources. So almost $1 million of extra money can go into infrastructure that we can leverage with other matches as well. We are reducing our fund balance usage by $1.3 million, and we're relying on bond interest to support Marshall White Center debt burden and debt obligations. We also have $490,000 of utility transfers that we'll discuss in the work sessions, and we also have admin and RDA support. And we're excited and talked to the rest of the county mayors yesterday around a new refuse contract that we'll get into the details of when Public Services, presented by Justin Anderson, will present to you guys in the work session. But I do want to note, while we have a number of people here in the community in attendance, that I'm really proud of our staff and proud of our city for negotiating a new refuse contract at a time when we were looking at steep increases in service charges. And I'm happy to say that we are looking at keeping your refuse service fees stable, if not decreased, moving forward. And I don't think that all cities in the county are going to be able to say that when the dust settles. Now, how do we achieve no tax increase? I want to go through a handful of efficiencies and consolidations. Some of these will be discussed in further detail in the work sessions, and others will be presented to you as well. But for fire operations and service, we had a service realignment in our fire operations. You guys have approved a code enforcement transfer from CED to fire so that we can create our community risk reduction team. That was a staffing realignment and that better matches service demands. And we also were able to add firefighter capacity. We were able to do all of this with no increase to the general fund burden, but I am happy to say, especially with many of our firefighters here in attendance today, that we're taking the first step toward making our engines four-handed. So we are proposing that engine 3 become four-handed, and this is our first step in the 12 that are needed in order to be four-handed citywide. Is that right, Chief? So 3 added in this move, 2 from code enforcement, 1 from the medical fund, 9 additional needed in the future. But if you know anything about the fire service, these guys have been asking for four-handed ladders for years. And this is a step in the right direction. And we know we're not going to be able to get there overnight. They understand that too. But I'm really proud to say that we're the first administration to be able to take a step in that direction. Recreation fund consolidations, we were able to consolidate the enterprise fund for rec into the general fund. This is going to simplify our program tracking, but also improve transparency and remove a lot of unnecessary burden and steps on the administrative side to make things run more efficiently and more smoothly internally. That's going to have less friction, less steps, less time, less energy. And every single time we do one of those things, it opens up bandwidth that we're able to do other things for more efficiencies. We're also going to be able to recognize additional recreation-related revenue into the general fund, which we'll get into in the work sessions. We have eliminated positions through efficiency gains. All management services, CED and police all offered up positions. These cuts are not out of nowhere. They are based on a citywide functional review where we look at consolidation of services and efficiencies and then find ways to make cuts in order to pay for the needs. We've reassigned responsibilities to existing teams and reduced personnel costs while maintaining the operations throughout. We're realigning budgets across multiple divisions. We're aligning resources with operational needs. Measurable cost savings have been achieved as a result of these efforts. I just want to thank the staff who have been involved in making a lot of those cuts. This has not been an easy thing. There's actually been a lot of back and forth pushing and pulling within the administration in order to make these things happen, but that's the kind of work that needs to happen and the kind of discomfort that needs to be felt by us to make sure that we are tracking on the same kind of discomfort and the cuts that families are making throughout the city. We've done department-wide review of software usage including both for fire. We invested in new software for the fire department, which has really opened up a lot of opportunities to eliminate non-essential systems as a result of that investment. But it's also opened up cost savings, and this is really important, I can't state this enough, operational efficiencies are achieved and realized when you're measuring. It's really difficult to manage something when you're not measuring it. And we've invested in the systems to be able to manage the work that we're doing and the data that goes in and the data that comes out and the impact and results of the work and the investments that we make. And I cannot understate the value of that. That is a new thing for us, and it really feeds into the division and department KPIs as well as the individual employee KPIs that we'll present to you in the work sessions as well. We've had a lot of cost allocations in public services to adjust administrative costs, better reflect the support provided to the enterprise funds. We've shifted appropriate costs to the enterprise funds and reduced the general fund burden. And we're generating additional savings and efficiencies in public services as well. For our fire department, we are making a really big shift from a complaint-driven approach to a proactive model. That's the whole point and purpose of the community risk reduction team, is to make sure that we are seeing dangers and risks before they become an emergency, address them through proactive work, making sure that we don't have to address them later through reactive complaint-driven models. Again, we're very data-driven, and we're reducing the repeat calls and improving efficiencies as a result. We're reallocating the budget's ongoing costs are incorporated into FY27 planning, and again, establishing the community risk reduction team. And I've already mentioned the addition of one firefighter position from the medical fund. That is in addition to the 3 that were provided through the consolidation of the CRR team. For the police department, we had 5 prior approved police officer positions that we're asking to be made permanent. This is in support of continued service demand and response needs and ongoing investment in police overtime. We have seen an enormous uptick in calls for service related to, or demands for service, not calls for service, but demands for services related to protests. We are manning and staffing these to make sure that our city's First Amendment rights are protected and that people are safe as they exercise those rights. That's a priority for us, but I just want to recognize it does come at a cost. We're using interest earnings to support the overtime and staffing. One-time revenues are used for one-time or transitional costs, and we're reducing the reliance on long-term tax increases as a result, allowing time to evaluate sustainable funding solutions too. Police and fire, and public services and public works and public safety are a citywide priority. And so we were given the task to the entire city to make that a priority so that we can continue to invest in public safety as a core and essential service for our city. And this aligns with our resources with the community safety needs that we continue to see. Again, now infrastructure investments. Infrastructure is not just about pipes and pavement, it's about reliability, quality of life, and long-term sustainability of our city, and that can't be more true. We're going to invest a little over $11 million in our utility infrastructure, including water lines, storm sewer, and river improvements. We're proposing those expenditures to come from our enterprise funds. We also have road and sidewalk improvement projects, some of which are listed here, but not all. And here are a list of the funding sources. And I want to draw attention to the grant funding, over $5 million in grant funding just for these infrastructure investments alone, in addition to the Prop 1 B and C, of which we almost have $1 million extra this year, as well as city funds of $503,000 that are used to leverage those grants. Now that's how we're able to make big investments in big infrastructure improvements, is by making sure that we are leveraging grant funds as many times over as we possibly can. And I want to thank our staff over here for all the work that they're doing to be competitive and for building the partnerships to make sure that those grant funds continue to come into the city like they are right now. This has been a huge boon for us. I mentioned capital improvement projects. These are the cultural and quality of life improvement projects that we mentioned. We're proposing $6.1 million in total investment for the Union Station, $2.5 million of city funding and $3.6 million of federal funding that we're going after. We're proposing $1.2 million of city allocation for Lester Park and additional funding sources that are contributing to the improvements there. Just under $500,000 for the 24th Street interchange that continues to be planned for, with hundreds of millions of dollars that we're going after through legislative appropriations, and we're having a lot of success on that effort as well. For parks and recreation investments, almost $1 million in city funding, including $600,000 of ramp match that we set aside in order to be a match for projects, and a potential for $660,000 more ramp grant come mid-fiscal year in January. You see recreation improvements listed, both from city funds and the Recreation Enterprise Fund, of which both have been consolidated moving forward. And for our funding sources, $16 million from city funds. That includes general fund, BDO lease revenue, BNC and Prop 1, and $3.7 million specifically from the BNC and Prop 1. Just over $11 million for enterprise funds and $11 million from grant funding. Now, for employee compensation, cost of living has been an issue. Obviously, there's inflation, and we want to make sure that we're calculating and tracking on inflation by CPI. We are anticipating a 2.18% increase as a cost of living adjustment for employees, commensurate with the CPI. And then that would be for the general employee. For the public safety employees, we are proposing step increases for public safety employees. And again, I want to say that step increases are commensurate on performance. So we're proposing a range of 0 to 4% for general employees based on performance review that will be graded on a curve and will be based on annual performance reviews and key performance indices, KPIs, to make sure that these are objective and not subjective measures. With grading on a curve, 0 to 4, we anticipate an average of 2, and we think that that comes in line with the economic context we presented prior, with about 2.7% change for inflation, and comes within the mix of the 2.8% fixed income and the potentially as high as almost 9% for median household income that we anticipate. I present to you, Council, a balanced budget with ongoing revenues aligned with ongoing expenditures, a general fund of just under $100 million, a total city budget of $328 million. That will be a year-over-year increase of 4% to the general fund and 5% for the entire budget. So back to our budget goals. We are proposing no tax increase. We've made public safety investments a priority. We're prioritizing the investment of infrastructure, including roads, pipes, sewer, storm, sidewalks, curb, gutter, bridges across the entire city. Culture and quality of life projects is outlined in the CIP. We shared a few tonight. There are more to come. Employee pay for performance based on objective measures and strategic. We are going to achieve these things through strategic financial management and citywide efficiencies. That wraps up my presentation, but before I wrap up, I want to say thank you to the council for hanging in there. I know that's a lot. We've got to cover some of that on the front end. You got a lot more of that coming. It's about to get heavy, but I know you guys are up for the task. But I want to thank our fiscal staff and our team at the city for all the work that they did, and our administrative staff. I've given really steep and difficult directives this year, more difficult than usual. And I want to thank the team for stepping up and making it happen. It has not been easy, you guys. This has been a really challenging cycle for us. And we're making big pivots and big adjustments, and we're doing it quickly, all while owning past projects that we inherited and seeing those through to completion and improving those outcomes for the benefit of our city. So it is my recommendation and my hope that you will accept this budget for your review, and that we will see you in work session for the weeks ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Before you go, I assume you'll be posting this on the city's website in the morning. Is that right?
Yeah, we anticipate that this will be posted online by about 10 a.m. That's when we don't want to presuppose that you'll accept it for review. We hope you will. But after you do, we'll get to work posting the budget book online by 10 a.m.
All right,
tomorrow.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
All right, this is an item that we just accept the mayor's proposed budget for review. We do that over the next several weeks before the end of June. So
Chair, I'd make a motion we accept for review the mayor's proposed budget.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Ritchie, seconded by Vice Chair Graff to accept this budget for review. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, well, now the work starts. We actually started a little bit ready. So we got ahead of the mayor just a little bit. All right. Next item is a public hearing. This is concerning the managed parking system ordinance and fees. We guess we'll have Lisa Stout make our presentation. Welcome, Lisa. Oh, and thanks to all of our good first responders. Appreciate you being here. It's always good to have you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you today about the ordinance before you. There are actually two ordinances we're asking you to consider tonight. One is an ordinance that allows for a managed parking system in the downtown area, and the other is a fee ordinance that allows for the rates to be set. Thank you so much. So just to review the order of discussion, this is kind of a big presentation. There will be multiple people helping to present. So first of all, we're going to take some time to just go over the timeline, how we got here. And then we are going to talk about the current parking challenges and the data that we have. We're going to talk about why managed parking. We're going to talk about the proposed program overview, what we're asking you to consider tonight, and then rates, access, and user experience. And then we're going to review the financial projections and talk about next steps. It's been a long road to get to tonight. So I wanted to just take a minute and remind everyone how we got to where we're at. In 2020, we undertook a study that is called Make Ogden. And in 2021, we undertook a study that is for paid parking using Kimley Horn as our consultants. During that time, we had some outreach efforts, and I have to apologize because my eyes are not reading that, and I don't have a copy. So I'll just leave that up there for a minute so that you can review that. We did have public outreach in 2020 related to the Make Ogden program. In 2021, we had additional outreach and studies. And as a reminder, the proposal tonight is very different than the Kimley Horn study. So I just wanted to show this map as a reminder of what was proposed during that time period. And what the Kimley Horn study recommended was a map with implementation from Wall to Adams and from 20th Street to 26th Street primarily. And then in fiscal year 22 and 23, we had several discussions with council, additional public outreach, and in fiscal year 23 is when the council voted on the bonds. My mouth is really dry. I apologize. Can I grab some water? Thank you. That usually means I've been talking too much. And in 2023, the bonds were authorized by council. I just talking about the bonds, these were lease revenue bonds. There is a lease agreement between the MBA and the city. Not lease revenue bonds. These were MBA bonds backed by the facilities and the lease revenue. So there's an agreement between the city and the MBA that the city will run and operate the parking facilities and make a lease payment to the MBA in an amount that will cover the bond payments. So that is how it is structured. when the bond parameters were adopted by council, the financing plan was to implement a paid parking system. We had revenue projections at the time and represented to council that that would happen. Moving forward to 2024, we were moving to implement the paid parking system. And I think it was around September of 2024, the mayor asked us to put a pause on it. He was getting a lot of pushback from the community and a lot of concerns from the community, and he asked us to just pause and engage in conversations and find out if we could find some middle ground. And organized a kind of a stakeholder committee that was supposed to help give input on what they would appreciate to change to make this manageable for them. We had a lot of disagreement. We had a lot of feedback, and I will say we're at a place where not everyone is happy, but it is a different version of the initial plan that includes that stakeholder feedback that we received. And then moving forward to where we're almost to in 2025 and 2020, starting early in 2026, and really focused in, starting in March, we have really picked up those stakeholder feedback, stakeholder engagement again. Once we had the feedback, it took us a minute to synthesize it, to put it into a plan, and then there are a lot of moving parts to what we're doing. So it's taken us several months to get here. I know there was a lot of frustration about not hearing from the city for a while, but during that time, work was happening to try and address all of the concerns that we heard in our feedback. So there's been a significant effort in the last few weeks to go out and re-engage with the community, inform them about the new plan, and hopefully continue to receive feedback. This is a very dynamic thing to do, managed parking system, and it's a living system. It's not a static system, so this will be important to continue going forward. I'm sorry. So that brings us to where we're at today. With this proposal before you, that's taken us a lot of years to get to you. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Ogden City Water, that's better. So I have invited Kimley Horn, that did the parking study in 2021, to be here and to really talk about the why of why we're proposing to move this direction. So I'll turn the time over to Robert Farron with Kimley Horn.
Thanks, Lisa, and thank you, members of council, for having me this evening. My name is Robert Farron with Kimley Horn, and I'm going to kind of give an overview of why we manage parking and some of the key indicators that we saw as part of our study a few years back. First, when we think about why we manage parking, it's really about creating predictable access for folks who are coming downtown, whether they're customers or residents, employees, visitors. We really want to have parking be supportive of creating a vibrant downtown in downtown Ogden and supporting your current activities and then continued growth as you implement your Make Ogden downtown vision. When we think about introducing things like paid parking, permit parking, or time limits, we really want to promote access to the most convenient parking spots. And we want to give folks options. And we want to base those options off of convenience and making sure that folks have an expectation they can find a parking spot even in a high demand area. We know when we create that predictable expectation, we can help to manage congestion and improve safety. Folks are not circling around looking for that one parking spot. There's an expectation that parking spaces are available. because we're using the parking management tools in the toolbox. We know long-term that can improve the customer experience. We don't want folks to have a parking experience. We really want them to find their parking as efficiently as possible, and again, provide them those different options so that we can have parking be, a value add, to folks coming downtown. And then when we think about charging for parking in particular, we know that we can reinvest those revenues back into the overall parking infrastructure, especially as the program, certainly stabilizes and grows. Can we go to the next slide? So we were brought on by the city to look at studying the existing conditions of parking supply and demand in downtown Ogden. And again, to look ahead toward future growth and development and understand, is the parking system currently working? And as we look at future development, increased parking demand, will it continue to work under current conditions? Go to the next slide. And so our study result, and this was back in 2021, and again, Lisa just went over that timeline as to all the steps that have taken place since then. We found overall in the downtown, and this is not unique to Ogden, that overall we saw ample parking availability. In fact, we only saw peak parking occupancy around 50% across the entire downtown. But when we started to look at specific areas, namely along the 25th Street corridor and adjacent to City Hall, we saw parking utilization exceed what we would say are healthy parking utilization thresholds, in particular above 80 and 85% utilization. When it's certainly on on-street parking, when we see parking utilization at peak above 80 to 85%, that's when customers get frustrated, folks complain about a lack of parking, you start to see circling around for parking. And so we saw that in certain areas. And that was the existing condition several years ago. As we certainly talked to the city and anticipated future development in the downtown, we saw that that parking utilization, those acute hotspots, would only get worse. And so we want to keep ahead of that and be proactive in providing parking availability now and into the future. If you go to the next slide. So when we think about the guiding principles of this study and the recommendation and the decision to implement a managed parking system, it's really about addressing those current and future parking challenges. And again, it's about supporting the health of the downtown and allowing for some equity in the system and really allowing folks to have predictable access to parking spaces. By introducing managed parking, we can increase parking turnover. So not only lower utilization to acceptable levels, but within that parking utilization, have cars moving at a quicker pace so that folks have space available for short-term parking. We want folks to spend as much time downtown as they want, and we want to provide those options, but we really want to preserve proximate on-street parking for short-term use, and then utilize existing parking lots and the new investments the city have made in the Wonder Block garage for longer-term parking, whether it's for customers, residents, or employees. And again, we can see benefits in reduced traffic congestion and the overall attractiveness to visitors, certainly coming downtown. So in terms of these best practices, we certainly see this. We certainly see paid parking, managed parking, permit parking, and time limits implemented in a variety of downtowns, large and small. And certainly as paid parking is introduced in cities, we certainly know there are concerns. There are concerns about how customers are going to react, how you're going to utilize the system, and there's definitely a stabilization period. We'll certainly talk about having the city monitor and evaluate this program and make changes every 6 to 12 months, understanding that parking demands and characteristics will change over time. So it's going to take some time for folks to get used to the system. You're going to hear more in a minute about how folks will utilize the system and the different payment options they have available to them. And we know that over time, that customer experience becomes a non-experience. Folks understand where to park, how much money it's going to cost in certain areas. If they want to park longer, they have options. And we do see moving to managed parking as a healthy outcome of a vibrant downtown. The reason why we talk about managed parking is because there are parking challenges, and those are good things to have. Absent parking challenges in your downtown, you tend to have other challenges. But this is an indicator of a vibrant business district where you're bringing people for special events and kind of daily, business, certainly activities. You have more residents now. They're going to be living downtown. And we want to introduce managed parking to eliminate those friction points and create, certainly a positive parking experience for everyone. I think with that, I'm going to turn it back over to city staff.
I'm Zimel Vargason, and I am the Parking Operation Coordinator for Ogden City. And I am going to talk to you a little bit about how the system's going to work. But first, I'd like to kind of just emphasize kind of what Lisa and Robert spoke about as far as engagement with the downtown. We met with stakeholders over a period of a year to raise concerns, identify needs, help refine the proposal that we have here with you today. This input has really helped shape key elements of this proposal that we have for you. Some of this feedback we received was a short visit window to support quick stops and pickups, affordable employee parking options. Parking rate should be comparable with nearby cities, not more. Beautification efforts, attention to safety and proximity concerns for employee parking that remain practical and secure. And the parking app should be simple to use, alert customers for time expiring, and provide extension options if they'd like to stay longer downtown. So park, pay, be on your way with Passport. And how the system's going to work is that the system utilizes a Passport parking app, payment kiosk, and text-to-pay features with enforcement supported by pay by license plate and zone-based methodology. Passport is currently used at the Ogden Airport, and that's been in place since December. And we're really striving for just a one system for all downtown to make enforcement and the back end easier to facilitate. And also note that Passport is currently being used in Salt Lake City. So the hope is that the guests that are traveling here from Salt Lake and vice versa, the app will be a little bit more knowledgeable. It won't be much of a learning curve. There'll be a learning curve, but hopefully there'll be some familiarities with with the app. And then we talked a little bit about implementation plans. This is including an introductory free period to allow for everyone to become familiar with the system. So it won't be just turned on and we start charging. There will be a trial period of 30 days to get everybody used to the app, and there'll be a learning curve. So that's what that trial period is there for. So how this is going to work is that visitors will be able to download the app, find your zone. There are going to be zone numbers throughout the on-street and off-street parking. And those zones are all they have to do is just put the zone number in, put your license plate information in, and then pay. And then if you exceed time, you will get a notification on your cell phone explaining that you have 10 minutes left. And if you elect to pay for additional time, great, you can stay longer. If not, we've got to get back to the car and leave. This will work for text-to-pay options as well as the kiosk that we have downtown. So the proposal that we have for the area for the managed parking, I know this is a little small, but this will be on our website. 25th Street will be our proposed on-street parking location, along with Kiesel from 22nd Street to 24th Street. The Electric Alley 100 and 200 block, Wonder Block Garage. These are going to be incorporated with our Phase 1 managed parking system. Again, the little blurbs you see on the streets and in the lots, those are where our pay kiosks are going to be at. We do have 4 kiosks that will accept card and coin for those individuals that want to pay with coin still. And where those are going to be located at, one will be on the 100 block of 25th Street, One will be associated with the 200 block of 25th Street, and then one will be on Kiesel below 23rd Street, and then one above Kiesel on 24th Street. And I forgot to mention that the managed parking would also incorporate the 300 block of 23rd Street from Grant to Washington. So there are questions on where employers are going to park. So nothing will change as far as what we've done historically in the past. Currently, employees on 25th Street park in the 100 and 200 block of Electric Alley. That will remain the same. Currently also that we do have a permitted program that we have currently. Those permits are hang tag permits. Those have challenges. I'm not saying this system is perfect by any means. There's always going to be challenges with anything we do, but we try to improve on the system that we have right now. And I do feel like the system that we're proposing with the license, the pay by license plate, is a step forward. Everything's based upon your license plate, and so it's easy to account for the employees on 25th Street. We will have an administrator of that business to be able to facilitate those permits as they see fit for the employees, instead of having them to come down to City Hall to change and get additional permits, placards, things like that. So that does not change. Also with an Electric Alley on the 100, 200 block, that is going to be a mixed use as well. Visitors that are coming down will also have access to that lot as well. So we didn't just make that area just for employees. There are going to be several free locations in downtown. I think that's very important to be able to highlight that not of all of downtown is going to be managed parking. And as you can see from the first slide that Lisa showed earlier, this is a very scaled down effort in this approach that we're doing right now. These free locations are going to be the Union Station for visitors and employees that elect to park there. No time restrictions. This lot here, Monday through Friday after 5 p.m., and then all day Saturday and Sunday, and the surrounding areas. And also I want to point out the Junction Garage. The Junction Garage is currently free right now, and that will remain free with no time restrictions. The areas on the road that you see in red, those are our proposed 2-hour free parking. Currently, there are some streets in downtown that have the 2-hour parking limit, namely, let's say 25th Street. But there are also areas in downtown that are 90-minute parking, an hour parking, which makes enforcement a little bit more difficult. And it's more difficult for citizens to navigate of, are they in a 30-minute zone, 90-minute zone, or 2-hour zone? So we're asking that we incorporate a 2-hour parking limit around that vicinity. That's going to be close access to and walking vicinity to the places of business. If people choose to elect so. We do have options. I think that's another thing it's very important to highlight is that we're not asking that everybody has to pay to park downtown. If you elect to park downtown on 20th Street or on Kiesel, there's an option for that. If you want to pay in one of the garages that's a little bit further out for a little bit cheaper, there's an option for that, as well as if I don't want to pay at all, I'd rather just walk in a small distance. We have an option for that as well. And like I just mentioned, some of our free locations, previously Union Station, the Junction Parking Garage, here at the meeting lot, and then on-street locations that I mentioned earlier. So accessibility and easy use. We really try to design this to be friendly for all users. In this proposal, we have ADA parking spaces. I know that is a large concern for a lot of people. And so we are proposing that in this system that all ADA stalls are going to be 2 hours for free. There is no app or kiosk required. If the individual has a placard in their vehicle or a license plate, placard on their license plate, they are going to automatically get that 2 hours for free. Inclusion language options, the kiosk and the Passport mobile app are available in English and Spanish, and they're simple, user-friendly interfaces, both platforms. The kiosk placements are along accessible routes located near ADA stalls and high-use pathways. So this is just something when we gather the map, when we kind of see how traffic patterns are going to flow, we've kind of we spoke with our traffic engineer, and he kind of nerds out about this kind of stuff. And we're predicting on kind of the flow of people are going to be traveling as far as when they walk. The kiosks are going to be solar powered, and so they're not going to be hardwired downtown. As far as with the Wonder Block and the kiosks at the airport, those will be hardwired. But if we find that we might have, a kiosk will be better served in a different location, we can easily just move those and then move that to another location. So there's no hardwiring for those kiosks. And multiple payment options. We can pay via the kiosk, the Passport app, or text to pay. Also, some of those kiosks, those 4 kiosks I mentioned earlier, will be able to take coin. So we have multiple payment options. I believe these reduce barriers and improve ease of use for everybody that's going to use this system. Mobility options. Managed parking is just one part of the mobility strategy we have in Ogden City. Currently, we have the OGX, the downtown trolley, and the bike shares. These are throughout the downtown footprint. So together, these options reduce parking demand and improve access to downtown, which is very important. So as more people come in for the city, we have a limited resource. And I think that's what we've all learned doing this project for the past couple of years, is that parking is a very limited resource. And as more residents and all the buildings come up, where are people going to park? And it's not as simple as just building another structure. Those are expensive, takes up costly resources. And so we really want to depend on some of these mobility options for people to come in and use, and really use these free options that we have currently with UTA, OGX, the trolley, and the bike shares. So we have contracted with Interstate Parking. Interstate Parking we're really excited to have them on board with us. And what they're going to provide for us is they're going to provide knowledge in parking management. They have years and years of experience in this. Currently, they offer services in Park City, all the ski resorts in Park City. They do the Utah State Fair. So they have a really good grasp on what parking needs are the parking and how to manage those parking needs. And so what they provide for us, and what really stood out when we did the RFP process, are their parking ambassadors. They bring a friendly approach for downtown visitors. They're going to assist with app, kiosks, and payments, provide directions and parking guidance, help create a welcoming experience, and focus on education over enforcement. I'm not going to mistake that these parking ambassadors can write citations. That's what their function is. But really, it's going to be an education approach first. We want to welcome people downtown and just not penalize them for not understanding where to park or whatnot. So I'm really excited about this. I'm really hoping with communication efforts we have, these parking ambassadors are going to really help us out with boots in the ground. And when people have questions, they can be greeted by these individuals on the street. So the proposed public rates, these are competitive to surrounding areas while maintaining flexibility and creating turnover. On-street parking, we're proposing that rates are at $1.50 to $2 per hour with no time limits. So individuals can stay downtown and park as long as they feel. Enforcement hours are Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Off-street parking is slightly a little bit less at $1 to $1.50 with no time limit. The same enforcement hours. EV charging parking, those are adjusted a little bit rate. They go off of the hourly rate plus we had our sustainability coordinator kind of figure those rates out for us. So that's how we propose the $2.75 to $3 per hour with no time limit, the same enforcement hours. The maximum daily rate that somebody can be charged on parking on street or off street is $15 to $18 per day. Monthly unreserved permits, those will be permits for, let's say, Wonder Block garage that has full access 24/7. Those are $80 per month. And then the business employee permit processing fee, we're starting at $10 per month. There is a cost for the software to enable the digital platform and to pass those out and to manage, and that is the cost to the city per permit that we're proposing. That it's a cost to us that we're asking for. And the special events is to be determined. That is going to be flexible to what the event is and how much demand is. And so we don't have a price on that, but that will be competitive to what the event is and how much demand will be. And that's up to administrative to decide on that. And those will all, of course, be posted, time limits. They'll be through the app, and we'll have postings on that. So nothing will be just come out of the dark with that. So with the stakeholder group that we met with, some of the key takeaways that we got from this from them, and to help put into this parking program, is that every stall in the managed parking program will be 15 minutes free. But that does require the use of an app or a kiosk. That helps us manage who is parking there at that time, and helps us just better manage that part. Validation options are for businesses if they elect to do so. So, that's a good option. Like I mentioned earlier, the free ADA parking stalls up to 2 hours. There is no app or kiosk required for that. We do understand that not everybody is tech savvy, and so we feel that, like I mentioned, if the vehicle has handicap placards on the vehicle, they're going to get those stalls for free. Free parking on Sundays and state holidays. We have competitive hourly rates, affordable business permits at $10 per month, and we have a flexible, adaptable to parking needs. So as we mentioned a little bit earlier with Robert, that when the data comes back, we find that certain areas may be at full capacity, we can adjust those rates. Not over the proposed rate that we have in the structure of $1.50 to $2, but adjust those rates to try to maintain open stalls on street. And so those are things that we will do in 6 months, and once we get data back on these parking locations, which we can adapt to on the fly. And that's all I have.
Chair, can I ask a question,
Yeah,
Emil? Real quick on, I know that there are a number of private downtown lots where they have their own public or their own parking systems. Just wanted to ask what type of outreach or what efforts are being made to try and come up with a standardized app and potential rate schedule with those private locations.
Yeah, that is something we've been working toward to do a unified parking system. When these lots have decided to do a paid route, we approached them and wanted to tell them we do have this program that's coming. But without having it in place, it was hard to sell anybody of what the details are going to be, because we didn't know at the time what the details were. So what we'll do is we'll go back out and engage with those businesses or lots that have that managed parking, and see if we can put them back and have them welcome to our managed parking system. So our system is flexible to have a different zone number up XYZ lot and just have it enforced with their rates or whatnot. We're currently engaging with the Marriott Hotel, the Courtyard. We do understand that the parking on the 200 block of Electric Alley has been frankly atrocious for the past year and a half, just because of the way the lot lines are designed. So we've been engaged with the Courtyard since day one. And the one of the issues that with the Courtyard is that they've gone through several managers, so we've had to keep going back and presenting these options to those managers. But we do have a good relationship currently, and we are in the negotiation stage with the redesigning of how the 200 block of Electric Alley will function, which I think will be, if we can get that approved by everybody, that will be a win for visitors, the businesses. Everybody has access to that lot to make it more user friendly.
Chair, I have one more question. Yeah,
I think she beat you.
No.
Okay. So let's say someone has an ADA placard and wants to stay longer than 2 hours. How would that function if they're not there to see their zones, to their license plate?
Yeah. So currently the state law says that we have to offer them a reasonable amount of time. in a paid parking stall. And currently, right now, with our 2-hour free, what we have, how we enforce that is that we just give them another 2 hours. So I believe how we're going to deal with that is just be very flexible with the ADAs, and look and see if they're parked there all day. Maybe give them a warning, see what happens. They are able to pay for parking if they like within that zone, because the ADA stalls are within that in those zone areas. That could be an option we could propose, but we find right now currently that those ADA stalls usually tend to turn over more frequently as the other stalls on 25th Street or in Electric Alley. But that's something we will monitor to see how we best do that. But there won't be, I don't foresee 2 hours and 1 minute that they are going to get a citation, because the handicaps, the parking in an ADA stall is one of our most expensive citations we have for parking. So there'll be a little bit of flexibility with that because of the way everything is reading with the state law.
One more question. With the free 15-minute window, you do have to log in and register that with the app. I heard Robert earlier, as we talked about, he didn't recommend lowering the fees below the dollar amount because there's a fee or cost associated with the transaction. Is there a cost associated with the 15 minutes?
Yes, there is, but with that cost, it's a processing fee through Passport, and so that transaction fee, even though there's no money exchange, there's a cost to use that transaction through the app, and we'll cover that cost for that 15 minutes. Because 15 minutes is designed for really quick pickups for those individuals that are maybe door dashing or somebody that just needs to go and pick up their lunch real quick. I don't think that, I think that most individuals will stay longer. I think that, I think with some of what research has shown is that people typically stay 2 hours or longer downtown. So to answer your question, there is a fee to associate with that, but we would not pass that on to the consumer. That would be us with that 15 minutes to the transactions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Washington.
Thank you. No surprise, right? Here I go with my questions. Speaking of processing fees, is that going to be that the driver covers those processing fees? So when I know I'm going to be somewhere for 2 hours and I start at the $2, then I have a credit card processing fee of $25?
Yeah. Currently, we don't charge any of our processing fees onto the consumer. So that's something we'll continue to do. So if you pay for $2 of parking, you're paying $2 of parking. It won't be $2.35. It'll be the $2.
Thank you. And then I'm just curious, and you may have covered this previously, when it's the 30-day window before a fee is attached to the parking stall, how is that data collection? What does that look like? Do people need to go in and log in, and that's by choice, or how is that going to be enforced?
So your question is how are we enforcing the free trial period? Correct. Yeah, that would be something that how do we collect that information? And part of the trial period is to get familiar with the app and the kiosks. So how the kiosk and the app is going to work for frequent downtown users is that really you have to just enter your license plate in one time, and it saves your vehicle for you. And so it makes everything really easy. So we would ask that to get to that trial period, while warnings are being issued, that you take advantage of that trial period to get familiar with the app and the kiosk and how the system works.
So it's not for us to start collecting data because we don't know if people are going to log on and use it during that free trial period.
Correct. I mean, when people do use that app, we have that data starting to be coming in, so we know where those hotspots are, because I know we have addressed this before in the past with Kimmy Horn and their parking study. These are based upon assumptions of when they came down and did their parking study. But this would be real life data of where people are parking for and for how long, and so that's really help us guide policies and parking procedures as we move forward. So yes, we would be gathering some data with that use of the app, but no citations will be written if they don't download the app. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but we really highly encourage them to do that, because we would be issuing warnings and things. I mean, that's what the trial period's for, is to get familiar with the app
Thank
before
you.
it goes live.
And then when it goes into, just looking at the ordinance, when it goes into the parking citation amount, it's listed at 115.
That is a violation. So we have the fee structures that we have currently, and this has been, the fee structure has been that way for the past 6 years. Nothing has changed with the fee structure. So the majority of downtown is going to be a $115 fee rather than just the overtime parking, which is your 25th Street and Kiesel. So the way we work our parking citations is that with that $115, for example, we offer an $80 discount if you pay within the first 2 weeks. So that $115 goes down to $35. And then after the 14 days, between 14 days and the 30th day, there's a $40 discount. So it's $75. After the 31st day, then there would be no discount available. And that rule applies to the $105 citation as well, which is overtime parking. So we encourage to try to pay those citations faster at a bigger discount.
And I'm just trying to find that in the ordinance. So that it's in there. But my question, just so I can reflect back, that's been a fee, a fine that's been set for the last 6 years.
It's been I've done parking for the past 5 years, and I believe that was implemented the year before I started doing parking. But I could be off a year. But it has been that fee structure has been in place for several years.
Thank you. And then there's also some. On the section for a residential permit, for 1 year, it's $20. For annual renewal permit, it's $10. Is that where will those zones be with the map that's been presented?
Yeah, so the map that we're presenting is a new ordinance. The residential ordinance that you are referring to has been in place as well, and none of the boundaries have changed with the residential zoning, and the fees have not changed either. The only thing we've changed with the residential area is how we manage those permits. So those permits have been digitalized as well, and so that has been we've done that since January 1st. And so the parking map that we have on here doesn't reflect the residential areas because there was no changes to those areas at all that we're proposing tonight. Those fees and those areas are still up by Weber State and the high school.
So none of those residential areas are for apartments that are on 25th Street or coming online. So what does the parking situation look like for those residents?
So that ordinance allows residents to come to the city and ask them to enforce parking. It's really by the Weber State where residents start to have issues with students and other people parking in front of their homes. So those areas are driven by resident requests.
Which is in the ordinance, which they have to go around and collect 51% signatures for consideration that is handled by administration, that then a public hearing is set and data is collected, and then it's up to administration to determine if that can be a residential permitted area.
Correct. That's geared toward the residents. If they feel a need for permitted parking, they do the petition process. That petition process goes in front of the mayor, and then that will get approved or not approved according to what is in that position and what the feedback is from the residents. So it really is a resident-driven program. But it doesn't. Those resident permits do not work within the residents of let's say 25th Street Union Walk apartments, for example. There's not going to be cross matching. So I think later Union Walk apartments, when will they be occupied? Here in a few months, the Union Walk apartments on 25th Street on the 100 block will be leased out. So those permits that will be available for those residents will only be good in the 100 block of Electric Alley. So if you have a resident permit for that block, the permit's going to say what zone it's good in. Okay. So they can't use this resident permit and go up to the university and park in front of somebody's house. It's zoned differently.
Will those same residential permits be offered to, please someone help me with the name, the Sean Henrik Apartments on 25th and is that grant?
Yeah, they currently have access to permits
Or
right now,
Lincoln,
currently,
excuse me. Okay.
and that won't change as well. So they'll be able to have access to the first come, first serve in the 200 block of Electric Alley where they're currently parking right now.
And are those going to be at the $10 price point or at the $80 price point
Those will be at the $10 per price point.
for for any
For
residential?
the residents that you're referring to right now, if they currently had a parking permit from us previously, that will not change. We're not changing any of the details of who's parking able to get those permits.
Okay. And then my final question for now is when it comes to, I recognize I have many questions, the Passport app, and there was mentioned earlier, and it says in the parking survey, and I'm not quoting directly, but in general, it says, because of Ogden City's use of license plate readers, that will be integrated into any type of managed parking system. And so how does that work with the Passport app? And would that go directly into the Flock system? Would it go to the real-time crime center?
No.
Then what are the license plate readers that are being used?
It's a completely separate system.
Okay.
So it will check our database to see if you're registered there. That's the only purpose of it.
Check the database that's through OPD?
No, through the parking app.
Okay.
So you enter your license plate number, and to facilitate better enforcement, there will be a license plate reader, but that's what it checks, is the database that you've entered your information into.
So then the conversation of the license plate readers that the city already has, what's that system that they would be tying into?
There's no other system it will tie into.
Okay. It was mentioned in both Robert's comments during work session and in suggested in the report.
The system that you're referring to is the Passport management system. The way that the data is used is that the parker is going to use the app or the kiosk to put their license plate in. The enforcement will either use a handheld or LPR vehicle to drive through those areas. The license plate will pick up the license plates and let you know that the officer know if this person has a parking right in that area. And so that is a system that they're referring to, is within the confine of Passport and how to manage and to enforce on-street, off-street, and permitted parking to who has a parking right and who does not.
Okay.
It doesn't go to OPD.
Okay. It does not go to
No.
OPD. Thank you for that.
Yes.
It's a little misleading that in the parking survey in 2021 that they talk about the license plate readers that the city has already been using or purchasing. And I can try to find that exact verbiage, but
Yeah.
that makes it a little clearer.
We actually went with a different provider. It didn't make sense for us to use the same system. So,
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
have a couple questions for Lisa. First of all, Lisa, the original proposal financially, the model that was proposed to pay for the bond for the parking structures was to come out of the expanded parking pay system.
correct.
And this is a major shift that you're proposing to us now, because now the parking will not be paid by the users downtown. They'll be paid, it's proposed by administration to come from BDO funding.
Yep, the taxpayers.
And I think we know why, but can you please explain why that shift has taken place? And I have a follow-up question after that.
So I would like to give a shout out to our engineering department. They did a great job on constructing these parking towers, came in under budget. And because of that, we have some bond proceeds that we're going to invest into the infrastructure around the Wonder Block, including 25th Street. So I just wanted to let you know that congratulations, engineering. This is a hard project to manage, and they've done an amazing job. So talking about revenue, the Kimley-Horn study was done in 2021, which was fairly dated. So we, working with Daniel Gillies, our traffic engineer, he went out and did some additional surveys, did some counts of parking spots, and got some information through Visit Ogden on update visitor counts. So based on that, we made some assumptions. And anytime you do a pro forma, you make assumptions. You just don't have the experience to know at this point what reality looks like. So we made an assumption that the weekend visits were approximately 2.25 times the weekday visits. We assumed that visits are about 2.2 to 1 between 25th Street and the Junction area. We assumed that the typical duration of someone visiting those locations will be approximately 2 hours. And from Daniel's observations, he observed that we are probably about 30% utilized in the entire system. That doesn't mean that 25th Street is 30% utilized. 25th Street is probably closer to the 85 to 90%. And anytime you get over 60%, it is perceived that there's no parking. So people will generally start to circle or move on. So going back to my roots as an accountant and being conservative with projections, using Daniel's parking calculator that he created for me, we did a very conservative projection of what parking revenues could look like versus expenses. So we ran some other models on what parking revenue versus expenses could look like, and I've summarized a few of them here for you. I again, anytime you're talking about a pro forma, you are talking about a future, and I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did. In 2023, when the initial program was presented and Kimley Horn had the phased implementation, we were estimating that the city would need to support the paid parking program to the tune of about $9,600,000. Based on the narrowed implementation and the changes that we've implemented, if we assume utilization does not grow, we're looking at a significant contribution for the city, because the reality is we have debt to pay and it's going to cost us money to operate those parking structures. As you said, Councilmember Graff, parking is not free. Then we did a model showing utilization increasing, and with some implementation moving forward. The last two, the implementation for 12 months and 18 months, I was able to kind of approximate Kimley Horn's numbers in 2023, what the city contribution would need to be. But again, that was the full downtown area. So next steps before you tonight is an ordinance to allow for paid parking. You have two options in that ordinance. One that is very specific to the parking area, and one that gives a little more latitude for administration to make adjustments. We intend to start installing kiosks in May and continuing to do community outreach. Our parking ambassadors should be here in May with boots on the ground to help people become familiar with the parking system itself and with the technology. And then we do anticipate full implementation after that 30-day period. We've given you general timelines because it's under your authority. So, but our intent was maybe wait 30 days between the vote and actually implementing. And then I'll just turn it back to Robert for a minute to revisit the why.
Thanks, Lisa. Members of council, I won't go through all these. I apologize. Did someone say something?
No.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, sorry. I won't go through all these points. Certainly know we certainly covered this before. What I want to emphasize is the plan before you, which is a change to our recommendation from the 2021 study based on stakeholder feedback, is still built around options, and it's built around utilizing parking management tools like time limits and permit parking and paid parking to create expected availability and predictable availability in the system. And by using paid parking in the highest demand areas, we're still letting customers make the decision, as opposed to saying in the high demand areas, we're going to put a time limit in place and kind of force folks to move after so many hours or issue a ticket, which is fairly punitive. The city is taking the step of introducing paid parking, and that puts all the decision making in the customer's hands, and also lets the customer decide, do they want to pay for that convenience, or do they want to park a block off and have a time limit, or park further away and have free parking, or park in a lot or in a garage. And so, we certainly believe that by providing all these options to customers, we're going to improve the customer experience, help to leverage the existing infrastructure and new infrastructure the city has invested in, as well as certainly private parking assets to support current demand and, of course, future growth in the downtown. Certainly additionally, we had some additional recommendations around monitoring this program. You've heard about the 6-month stabilization period and monitoring things like parking utilization, parking turnover, compliance, as well as how folks are using pay stations, as well as the mobile, mobile payment platforms, and making decisions to pivot after 6 months to a year. And that's a healthy outcome of a new parking system, and a healthy outcome of any parking system, to continually evaluate, understand parking and customer habits, and then make changes therein, and to help to inform future phases of either expanding or modifying the overall managed parking system. So with that, I'm sure there's additional questions I'm happy to answer. Certainly staff's happy to answer as well. Thank you.
Any questions for Robert?
I would like to point out, Chair, that I did have a follow-up question from my previous.
Oh, yes, you did.
That I was just coming back to say, did I answer your question?
Well enough. I understand why. You don't need to state why. I mean, we made this commitment to build this parking garage, and it was very few people that were here made that motion, and some people who were here opposed the motion to build the parking garage. So, but what's done is done, and I understand that and I support that. But the thing that concerns me is my second point, and that is that the administration is now asking us to authorize approximately a $40 million a year payment that comes from Business Depot Ogden revenue from leases at that business park. And what concerns me is, and this gives me heartburn, because that's a lot of money. And so what concerns me is that money all comes from capital improvement projects that money could have paid for: recreation, parks, infrastructure, and many other capital improvement projects. And so,
ladies and gentlemen, please don't react. That's inappropriate this time of the meeting.
And so what is done, and I understand the big shift that's taking place. But I just want to state that it gives me, I had a sleepless night when I first found out about that project, because that's a lot of money that our community is going to sacrifice to be able to pay for these projects. I'm not throwing darts at anyone. If anything, Lisa, I want to commend you for the incredible work that engineering, that our accounting staff has done to put this all together. It's not an easy answer. I don't think anybody's going to be happy, as you stated earlier, with the outcome on this. It's a bullet that we have to bite, just to do that. But it's a tough pill for me to swallow, because I just see the sacrifice that our community is going to make for this project downtown, and then to receive no payback from the expanding parking. And I support what's done. I think it's the best of all bad choices, that we really have. But I would like to have your comment on that, just on that sacrifice that our community is making, because that really causes me, as I mentioned twice already, heartburn.
Yeah, it is significant, and it goes back to priorities. We had an administration and a council who prioritized the Make Ogden plan and moved this direction. We have a new administration and a new council. Again, my background isn't an accountant, and I would love to see those bonds paid for by the users. But I understand it's all about priorities.
Chair, can I add to the response?
Mayor, go ahead.
Because I want to clarify what we're asking, because I share the heartburn significantly. I think you know me well enough to know what my priorities are, especially around outdoor recreation, parks, and sports, and for kids. It's an enormous passion of mine and always has been. So to ask to do this didn't happen lightly. But I don't look at it as though I'm asking for $40 million over the life of the bond. What we're asking for is a stepped up, ramped up approach. I would love to see parking utilization pay for the entire debt burden, 100%. That's the goal. But it has to be used. There has to be uptake over time. And it has to happen in a way that doesn't harm the businesses we have the best as possible. So yeah, we're 100% painted in the corner. You know where I voted on this before I was the mayor, but I inherited what I inherited, and we got to find a way. We don't have very many options. I get it. That's not ideal. But it is not my goal or my intention to continually subsidize this. Absolutely not. We've been working as an administration on ways that we can hyper accelerate events, that we can create new systems to attract bigger and more events more frequently, because those are the kinds of pulses and the things that are going to fill this structure and pay for the debt burden over time. But we're going to need a ramp up period. So I don't anticipate a forever supplementation. I badly want to be all in on parks and recreation and culture and historic assets and all the things that we want to get back to doing. That's my plan and my proposal for now, but it's not forever.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lisa. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I have one more question, if that's okay?
Jasper Lindell.
And this might be a question for Robert. Robert, I know you cautioned previously about going below the $1 amount. Do you have experience with other communities implementing a 15-minute free window and the user fee on that, and how much that impacts? I know this is kind of continuing on in the conversation of us trying to, this building revenue and this actually being a cost to have someone, the cost in the system to have someone use 15-minute parking, and particularly with the more people using Uber Eats, things like that. I suspect a lot of drivers will be using that particular thing, and that could come at a cost. I don't know if you have any idea of what that cost would be, or if you have also had any projections on that.
Yeah, I think the per transaction fee for that is 35 cents. So we're estimating that it will be several $1,000s for the city to cover those. And again, with the pro forma, all we can do is estimate at this point until we have the data.
Okay, any more questions before we get in? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
It is really close to 8 o'clock. Just by a show of hands, how many want to speak to this item, paid parking? Okay, we will be back in 10 minutes. So we've been here for 4 hours already, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. So we're going to recess for a few. Minutes. We need to get our council members back. Councilmember Washington and Councilmember Myers. We can get you guys to come back.
Yeah, thank you.
Order in the house.
You know what he said. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us the time to stretch our legs a little bit. Like I said before, we've already been here for 4 hours. On this item of managed parking system ordinance and fees, we are at the point where we are allowing public input. This will be a time for you to address the council on this item only. For the managed parking system and its fees. Everyone will have 3 minutes, but we would ask that you look around and see the number of people that are here. And if your comment is redundant or has already been given, just kind of say what he said or she said, and don't feel obligated to use that full 3 minutes so that we can kind of expedite our time tonight. So if you'd come to the podium, give us your name, city, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Joseph Bauman, long life citizen of Ogden, Utah. Beautiful Ogden. What I wanted to talk about, several things. I'm all in favor of the paid parking. When I was young, my brother and myself, we used to argue who was going to get the coins to put in the parking meter because our mother used to pick us up and hold us and give us coins out of her purse. Would put them in the meter and then turn it, and then watch the dial on there, and then would go. And our forefathers had enough sense to do that. And it was through the Ogden Chamber and the business people downtown that came up with that idea to charge for parking. I have a lot of reservation with this, though. I've read through the whole entire process. I went to the workshop and heard everything. And several of the items on page 24, I don't like the idea of only the mayor having the prerogative to adjust the fees. I think it ought to go to the mayor first, then come back to the city council and have the city council vote on it. And that's how the government was set up after it was changed a number of years ago. The other thing is this license plate reader. It's like another function of Big Brother watching me come over to my buddy's place and eat hamburgers. How many times I'm going to go over to Union Grill for lunch and dinner? That they have that opportunity to monitor my license plate number doing that. And that, to me, that's not right, or how often you go downtown. There's nothing in here about an audit. Who's going to audit the intake of the money that's generated, and how is that going to be taken care of, and reporting back to the city? Because essentially the taxpayers are the ones that are going to be doing this. There's nothing about if you're out of state and you come here from Idaho, do you still have to pay the meter? There's nothing been addressed about that. The other thing is that I was a business guy and I know about overhead and profit and everything else. And I'm not an accountant, but I know how to do numbers. And your financial projections for 2027, if you go through that number, it's on page 4 from the work session, that it's the revenue is $1,315,702. Operating expenses $1,166,197. So that when you do the math, the net operating income is $149,502. And then the parking structure debt is $3,954,212. Then when you go to 2028 and you go down that line item and do the math, the debt is only retired by $247. Who in the hell in their right mind would come up with an idea to have a parking structure put together like this, and you're going to retire the debt at $247, and then when you do 28 and 29, it's $3,122. Then it reduces to $387, and then it goes in the hole in 2031. That's not right.
Thank you.
I make the suggestion you put this in
Time's up.
abeyance for a couple months and review it and study it before you pass it tonight.
Time's up. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, the clapping and booing is inappropriate during this time.
Hello, Emily Fox, Ogden resident. First, I want to know how to get one of those Ogden City waters because the water fountain doesn't work. But second, I'm stuck on the 15-minute parking thing. That seems so wildly impractical on both the city side and the user side. Because I can tell you, as somebody who, if I'm on a mission, a 15-minute mission, because I got ADHD, so I gotta be on that mission. You're asking me to stop, download an app, and say I'm gonna clock in for 15 minutes and clock out? That's not happening. So I'm gonna risk that ticket. That seems so crazy. But also that if people are not me and willing to do that extra 2-minute work just for 15 minutes of parking, and we have to pay 35 cents each time, adding up to thousands of dollars a year for Ogden City to cover, that again also doesn't make sense. Is there not a plan for just sprinkle throughout the block 15-minute delivery in and out stalls that have just dedicated to that? Because that's normal in most cities. So I do not like that 15-minute parking thing at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Hi, Travis Pate, Ogden resident. I just wanted to question if we own the hardware and just not the software. So if there is a problem with the group that we're contracted with and there's a lease agreement, does all the hardware go out, or does it just the software, or just the software and a new management team? The other aspect is similar to 22nd or 20th Street and 21st Street. Can we angle the parking differently so that you actually back into the stalls? Because we talk about distracted driving, and if I come out and I have a ticket, chances are I'm distracted. I'm not worried about where I'm backing into traffic. So if you do the like Salt Lake has, where you actually back into the traffic stalls, and then you change the dynamic so that it's a little bit more public safety oriented. And then, and so I just think that, and then possibly for the Marriott and everybody else, just change the color of the striping possibly in their parking lot and other places so that you know what's allowed, what's not allowed and that we can be proper guests to the people that have provided hospitality for so many of our guests. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis.
Thomas Hardy, lifetime almost resident of Ogden, Utah, and I've been on 25th Street as a business owner for 40 plus years. And I've witnessed that street better than anyone, I think. And first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to stand before you. And I'm grateful for Mayor Nadolski for tabling this the last time, gave us some time to think about it. Over Easter, my wife and I went down to St. George, had a wonderful little vacation. We went to the arts festival. We went eating out. We went and parked to go hike. And I noticed that the population of St. George is about 108,000 people. We're about 80 to 90,000. I didn't pay one dime for parking while I was in St. George. I'm not going to live, I don't want to live there, but I'm just saying, for a city that's got it going, visitors are welcomed without paid parking. And I can't, another thing that I'm most concerned about with the parking with our workers, I've got 15 people that work in my business. I can see the $10 as being okay as a fee to park. But I had a client come in the other day that works in Salt Lake, and they started his out at $10 a few years ago. He's now paying $80 a month for parking. He said he can't do it. And I can see the writing on the wall. The $10 is not going to last, and I can't agree with that. The other thing I'm concerned about is the changing of the parking lot in Electric Alley. The proposed is to change the parking to north and south, and I haven't heard a word about that today. They talked about, and it's supposed to add 15 more parking stalls to the back of Electric Alley. Where's that money coming from, and when is that going to be done? I mean, is it Is it just something to hang a carrot in front of our face to follow that? It sounds like a great idea, but I don't know if it can be done. I feel thankful that I could be here, and I hope that we can work this out a better way. Too much at stake for me and my family and the people that work for me and for the city of Ogden. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Dagalski. I'm pleased to speak and appreciate the opportunity and all the hard work that's going into this. My name is Tim Watkins. I'm a community planner with the Wasatch Front Regional Council. We are the region metropolitan planning organization, and we value Ogden as an important member community across the Wasatch Front. We coordinate between Brigham City and Bluffdale, the transportation choices and investments. And the long-range transportation plan is under the umbrella of the Wasatch Choice Vision. This is our shared vision for a land use and transportation strategy. And I would note that land use is a very important transportation planning tool. I was interested to hear the comment about St. George and noting that it's a quick little search notes that it's about 77 square miles and Ogden's about 27 square miles. And what is being created in the Wasatch Choice Vision are cities are embracing the notion of centers, mixed-use centers, where access to opportunities are closer together, paired with transportation choices and options, that there is opportunity to walk, to bike, to maybe own less vehicles, and residents moving in and mixing with employment, entertainment, and retail. And that is transportation planning, and it is also supports walking, biking, other transportation choices, which is part of the Wasatch Choice Vision. And just appreciate Ogden's efforts to build all the components that make for a successful mixed-use center. I would note that Ogden, Salt Lake, and Provo were noted in the vision as kind of three pillars of metropolitan centers, meaning that they're significant to the local community and the surrounding communities and the region. And of course, we have front runner and other transportation choices to get between these communities and access the entertainment, the shopping, the education. All access to these many different opportunities is significant. And I would note that the in working with our partners, Wasatch Front Regional Council has published what is called the Utah Parking Modernization Guidebook. And in it, it says that commuting, shopping patterns, and personal transportation habits are changing in Utah. In addition, communities are establishing walkable city and town centers that have different parking needs. And there's a lot of investments that are required and sometimes growing pains for centers, but a high return on investment. The property tax revenues, the residential and employment spending in a community, and all the tax revenues brought add significantly, and shared parking and managed parking is a big part of that. So
thanks, Tim.
Commend you for your efforts.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sheila Stone, and I would like to appreciate all of you for your service to our community. So I respectfully stand before you with a voice for small business owners like myself. I have been a massage therapist. I have had a practice on 25th Street for 25 years. And it's been incredibly wonderful experience. We haven't had any problem with any parking in all of these years. And like a huge percentage, 50% of my clientele is over the age of 70. They are not tech savvy. They're not ready to download apps or run down the street to put money into a kiosk. So as you might understand, my business is in jeopardy right now. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, because there are also restaurants that have people, and there are other places that people can choose to go where they don't have to pay. So this could be very detrimental to small businesses such as mine. I understand. I'm aware that you all have probably already made up your mind and that this is going to happen anyway, and that small businesses like mine are collateral damage in this progression moving forward with what the plans are. But nonetheless, it's either going to shut me down or force me out. And I don't know how many other small businesses like myself are in the same position, but it's really hard, and it's hard for my clients too, because they love me. I am part of their healing. I am part of their life force, and they will have to make some pretty serious choices moving forward here. And what I would like to know is, are we going to be able to continue the free OGX if people still want to come down to 25th Street? Is there going to be any dispensation for, like, say, if people come to see me and get an hour session, they're going to have to pay for 2. All right. And then there's going to be like probably 40 minutes on the clock that they're going to have to pay for, but they're not actually going to be there for. Is there some kind of way that they're going to be able to only pay for the time that they're there? I mean, there's so many things to think about, in my opinion. And I'm just speaking up not only for myself. I certainly do not mind paying $10 a month for employee parking on 25th Street. Is there an option for our citizens of Ogden, the residents of Ogden, to be able to pay a yearly fee to be able to park down there so that they don't have to mess around with kiosks and apps? I don't know. You all have parents. You know how they are. Some of you, they don't know how to do this stuff, and they don't want to learn. And it just means it's going to cut out a whole bunch of people. So please consider these. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila.
Roberta Glidden. I'm a longtime owner of Gallery 25, just up the street from Sheila. And I'd thank her for her comments because they follow along my sentiments about this. The parking lot itself, as Mr. Hardy said, is really a mess. And it hasn't been striped. It's got rubble on it. It's a real mess. And is there going to be any sort of budget for fixing this? The other thing is, what really took us back was losing, seems like half of it, to the hotel parking. And when we asked about that, they said, well, it was because there was a new owner of the hotel, the Courtyard. But we'll come in, and our customers will come in, and we're all crowded and maybe finding parking down on Lincoln, where all the lots, about half of them, it seems to me, are empty because of the rearrangement with the hotel. And we're wondering, well, is that on the books? How did that happen? Another thing is, heading back down toward Lincoln, is that there's yet another large apartment building after the first one failed, that's even bigger. We seems to be out of code with the height and everything else. But is there any idea at all where those people are going to park? So just looking at planning or lack of planning, but please take pity on those of us who love the street, who are devoted to the street, and have been in business for a long time because of that.
Thanks, Roberta.
Annie Dunaway, downtown business owner. I want to iterate my support for the gentleman who spoke about the dismally unproductive budget surrounding this. What you're doing to the residents in order to have such a dismally unproductive budget is enormous. We're taking a massive crunch for something that doesn't actually pay out. That's something to be serious about. Now, as far as all of the people who are going to be affected, there is one specific crowd this city often likes to leave out of the discussion. And we're going to talk about our vulnerable and low-income individuals who have to come down here daily to survive. What's the plan for them? How do we create access and equality for those people? There's zero talk of that in this plan. Zero. So here we go again, trotting forward towards gentrification with zero regard. Zero regard. Now the next part of this is, what about the business owners who barely make it right now? There's many of us. There's many of us who could not afford to pay $10 a month for their employees to park, let alone the massive amounts that it is in other cities and has climbed to. Now, lastly, let's talk about the burden to all of the other populations who use this downtown area that are not being addressed. This is a big deal. I know it's just parking, but there are people who need those spots. There are people who survive because of those spots, and that's not being discussed. It's just wayward into the wind. And we can't be that kind of a community that disregards our vulnerable populations. The highest concentration of vulnerable population in Ogden is right downtown. What are we doing without discussing them? That's a big deal. And then we have businesses that operate all along Kiesel that have long duration times. Not 2 hours for the free 2-hour parking, but they have long classes like the local Artisan Collective, another business that barely makes it. Where are their customers going to park for free? There's nowhere nearby. Their customers have to walk a block either direction and still pay if they're going to be there over 2 hours. Come on. I don't speak for them, but they're a good example. This does not work for the downtown business owners. Our business owners, our downtown area is comprised of small businesses. It's not like the other cities that you guys used in the study. You didn't use Portland, whose small businesses were obliterated. You didn't use Seattle, whose small businesses were obliterated by paid parking. You chose cities who don't have a small business population to be concerned about. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Malik, Ogden resident. I agree totally with Annie, who just spoke. Everything was presented today in reference to this scam parking meter thing that you guys are about to vote on, except for the vulnerable population, low-income people in Ogden that it's going to impact, for sure. So I'm here to oppose paid parking, and I'll use my 3 minutes to connect three things. Our $25 million reserve, the economic reality we're living in, and who actually profits. First, the money. The city has over $25 million in reserves. That's not a rumor, that's public record. You have more than enough to maintain downtown parking without charging a dime. So if this is about revenue, the honest question is, why aren't you using the money that you already have? Second, the timing. We are in the middle of a record inflation, high gas prices, and skyrocketing living costs. People in Ogden are skipping meals to pay rent. Downtown workers, restaurant servers, retail clerks, janitors are barely keeping their heads above water. Adding paid parking right now doesn't manage demand. It punishes survival. It tells the working class your job now costs you extra. Third, the winners. Kimley Horn got paid for their study. If you vote yes, they may get another contract. A private parking company will likely take a cut of every transaction and every ticket. The city gets net revenue that's often smaller than promised. And who loses? The same people who always lose. The employee who now has to go to work, family who shops downtown less often, the small businesses bleeding customers to free lots. Call it what it is. You have 25 million, we have inflation. And you're considering charging people who have nothing left to give. That's not smart policy. It's not fiscal responsibility. It's greed dressed up in planning. Vote no, use the reserves, protect working people. Don't make us pay for the privilege of living here. And Councilman Graff, thank you for answering my emails. You're one of the only ones who do. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Malik.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nick Van Arsdale. I'm an Ogden resident. I'm also one of the co-owners of Lucky Slice Pizza here on 25th Street. We opened in 2012 on 25th Street when a lot of people said that was a bad idea. They said, don't go down to 25th Street. It's a sketchy area. There's not a lot of traffic. We've kind of made it our mission, not only as business people, but also as community members, to change that about 25th Street. I've worked with just about every event you can imagine that happens on 25th Street, from Ogden Farmers Market, Ogden Twilight, the car show, Ogden Arts Fest, Harvest Moon, and more. Boots on the ground, volunteered time, in an effort to bring more people downtown. We needed a way to differentiate ourselves from Riverdale Road as business owners. It's important for all business owners on 25th Street that we maintain that identity. Part of that is not putting up barriers to access our businesses on 25th Street. In a way, this whole project feels a little bit like being punished for our success. I don't think the Wonder Block project would even have been considered without the success that we showed that we could put forward on 25th Street, mostly as community members and business owners. And so, yeah, I'm extremely disappointed. This is really going to impact my business. We depend on volume, but it's really going to affect the community as a whole. I am from Flagstaff, Arizona. I moved here in 2006. Paid parking got instituted in Flagstaff in like 2008, 2009, and it has wreaked havoc on local businesses. The community members in that community do not visit the downtown with the frequency they did when I lived there. Flagstaff, however, has the benefit of being the gateway to the Grand Canyon. There's 5 million visitors every year that come visit that town. That's why their parking program is a success, not because the community needed it. And I would also argue that I don't think anybody knows what the parking situation is like downtown right now. We've been impacted by construction for over 2 years. 45% of parking stalls, surface parking, has been impacted over the last 2 years. That includes, yes, the Marriott Hotel. But we don't know what a full Friday night looks like with a brand new parking garage open. We don't know what it looks like without being impacted by construction. And it just seems like it would be wise to wait. Thanks for hearing me out. I didn't get to talk in 2021, so I'm grateful to do it now.
Thanks.
Good evening. Arlo Kunzler, longtime resident, born up where the old D hospital was in 1960, so I've been around. And I remember when we had the parking meters of the past, this nice little steel coin operated, and I remember how it benefited Ogden to get rid of those. And they did serious studies that showed small towns improve business activity with more congestion and free parking. Now, I just want to say a couple of things. Please, we elected you guys to solve problems. Please, don't fix something that's not broken. Think about that. We do not need to spend bazillions of dollars creating a Star Wars level, complicated bureaucratic's dream of parking management over the free enterprise of downtown Ogden, when a few inexpensive signs that say 30-minute parking or 2-hour parking does it almost for free and has worked very well and will continue to work without spending anything extra. You guys can figure out the details with the bonding and the promises made by previous administrations who we want to blame. for everything that we're doing now to the citizens that the citizens don't want. I know a lot of people in Ogden. I don't know a single one who wants paid parking downtown. And I think I know enough people that should carry some weight with each of you. So let's not go down that Star Wars solution. Let's just work, with what works and has been working for at least 20, 30 years here in Ogden. And I appreciate your service. You do a great job. And Ogden is just on a major upswing. So let's not hurt these little businesses, and let's not make it complicated. Come downtown and shop. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kunzler.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Vance. I am with J. Fisher Companies, the developer who's doing the Wonder Block project and partnering with Ogden on some other projects as well. I'm excited to be talking about this. I've been in this industry and I've studied parking more than I'd like because it's really important in every project in every city. Parking really matters. And the first thing that they have you do in planning school is they talk about parking, the high cost of free parking, and how those costs for free parking are hidden throughout in taxes and higher costs and higher housing costs. Somebody's always paying those costs, those taxes. But with paid parking, those costs become more visible and ultimately recoverable in the end. Some things I want to highlight is Wonder Block, we want downtown businesses to succeed just as much as anyone because we hope to be part of that downtown. If downtown succeeds, we can succeed and create kind of a vibrant community that draws people in. Ogden needs to be the Northern Utah economic powerhouse that it always has been and maintain that role. And part of that, as Kimberly Horn stated, is turnover. That's so important to successful businesses in a downtown. Another one is with a growing economy, with a growing city, people love Ogden. You guys have something really awesome here. There's a lot of good things and people want to be here, and the system gets put under pressure. And the best way to deal with that pressure is to do it equitably, right? Where the users of the parking are paying for the parking, not the general tax base. I would also say that, projects like Wonder Block, it's going to be coming online in the next year and a half. We'll be having, 500 residents, 200 employees, 100 people coming to the hotel, not to mention the retail, restaurants, grocer, and the parking structure supplying all that parking for 25th Street and surrounding areas. It's a lot of people. We want it to be active. We want it to be interesting and vibrant. And we share that vision, I think, with Ogden City. But with that density, shared resources like parking, it's so important that infrastructure be managed well. And a paid parking system allows for that turnover and allows for that management that the city needs to continue to have a good infrastructure program. We totally understand the fear. We understand the fear that comes. Ogden is growing. It's sometimes scary. There's growing pains associated with it. But while it's understandable, a lot of the outcome really will be the opposite of what people expect. And I know that's hard to understand and hard to comprehend. But the enemy is not paying $1 or $2 for parking. It's creating a parking experience that's negative and uncomfortable enough that people don't return. So we feel like as we move forward in Ogden, we're invested here. We know you're invested in what you have. Please continue and reap the benefits moving forward. Thank you,
Mr. Vance.
Hi, my name is Angie Van Leer, and I work on 25th Street at Lene Marie's Chocolates. I got the opportunity to speak to quite a few of you, and I really appreciate that opportunity. And I also had the opportunity to speak with a lot of the business owners, employees, and customers of the petition that I started. We had 48 managers or owners representatives sign it. 1,046. There was actually more than that because some of them kept it and wanted to keep going with it. Employees and customers, and then almost 1,800 online people signed the petition opposing paid parking. So that's a lot of people. So I feel safe to say that many employers and business owners and clients, they don't want to pay to pay to park to work their jobs. First of all, as someone mentioned, the cost of living has risen exponentially, and so many of us are struggling. Taxes have risen, and we don't want to have to pay more to scrape by more than we already do. Secondly, paying for parking does not guarantee that an employee or a resident will actually just get a spot. So if there is a big event and everybody's all hands on deck working, and of course customers have to pay the $2 or $1.50, whatever, for the advanced parking rates, but that lot fills up, and now all of us workers who actually are the ones that generate the experience as retail, as restaurant, as everything, where do we go? So now we have to pay as well somewhere else? I don't know. That's the high market days are going to be hard. Lastly, the events should be the main target of recovering the funds to cover the bonds. So the event days, bring in more business, more excitement, more things that will generate the revenue. I do agree, though, that street parking should be for customers and clients only. It should not be for employees and business owners and people to just land there all day long. I'd like to see the ability for people to pay for more time if their event lasts longer, like a long massage or movie or something. And let's see. However, the employees on the south side of the street especially need somewhere safe to park when they're leaving work late at night and the streets are more dangerous. And as far as I understand, they don't have a safe place near their business to work. With that said, I've heard both ends of this spectrum regarding paid parking for customers. On one hand, I heard one say today, I would walk a country mile before paying to park. And on the other hand, I heard someone say, you know, I'm happy, take my money as long as I get somewhere to go. That's close to my event. So unfortunately, there's a no size one fits all option. And in conclusion, okay, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lene Balster, and I'm the founder of Lene Marie Chocolates on 25th Street. I've been open for a year and 8 months. And when I was looking for a spot, my husband was the one who encouraged me to go to the location that we are. And when he first was telling me, hey, there's a spot open here, why don't you come look at it? I said, no, I don't want to be on 25th Street between a bar and a pawn shop. And he talked me into it, and I walked in the door and I fell in love with the place. It was gorgeous. I could just see the potential. And so I have just made my home there, and I've just snuggled in. And right now I feel threatened. My best friend, Katie, told me yesterday that her cousin, who owned Aaliyah's restaurant in Boise, Idaho, who had been open for 18 years, had to close when paid parking came to Boise because their revenue went down 55%. So just so you know, I can't afford that. I can't afford to lose revenue at this point. I'm just getting going. So there's 3 facts that I know for personal. Number 1, if I'm in Salt Lake and I want to go out to eat and the restaurant has paid parking, I don't go there. I go somewhere where there's free parking. Number 2, I've lost my train of thought now. That's what happens when you're old. Oh, and by the way, the girl that spoke before me, Angie, that's my oldest daughter, and I'm very proud of her. That petition that she got all those signatures, she did from a Friday to a Monday. So that was just, she saw my passion when the city came and dropped off my parking packet, and poor Kelly had to listen to me for 20 minutes talk with my hands. So Angie just saw me talking, and I was just so passionate. I didn't know I had this much passion in me to have a voice. And Angie saw that, and she just picked, I did not ask her to go do that. She just did it on her own to go and talk to all the businesses on 25th Street. And everybody just got on the bandwagon, and I was just so proud of her. But guys, I like I said, I've only been in business for a year and 8 months. Don't make this as something that I regret. I'm doing this in my old age because I want to have no regrets. And I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm retired, but I always wanted to do this one thing that I never did. Well, I'm doing it, and I just need your support and not do something that's, and I have 2 free spots behind my store because I'm right by the gift house and that little thing. But I'll let my employees park there for free, and I'll walk from the Union Station. So I'm so opposed to this that I will not validate customers parking. I will not pay for my employee parking.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Reed Thompson, Ogden City resident and Executive Director of the Ogden Downtown Alliance. I just want to acknowledge the complexity of this issue that you are all facing, and we as a community in our downtown area are facing and balancing the needs of multiple different stakeholder groups while addressing the growth that is coming to Ogden and the future growth that is coming on the horizon with the Wonder Block development. I appreciate the commitment from Ogden City has made to incorporate community feedback into this process and decision making, as well as utilizing data to evaluate the effectiveness of any plan that is implemented to make sure that we know what the ongoing impact is on our small business community, as well as the business owners who give our community its identity. My ask tonight is any decision that is made here to hope that we see really clear communication across all of our community to help manage that impact on our small businesses and the vibrant events that bring people to our downtown. So thank you for your consideration and hearing public comment.
Thanks, Reed.
Hello, Thor Dorosh, Ogden resident. This vote is occurring because of a lack of physical responsibility from the previous administration. So I think that is flatly what needs to be said. And this is not the fault of the current mayor. In fact, you voted against this. So that is a pretty important thing to acknowledge, that we are dealing with an administration that actively did not want to have to pay these bonds, and that this is a pit that, like, the reason why we're doing parking is because the city needs to make money to be able to pay for the parking structure maintenance. And that is a bad situation to be in to try to implement parking management, because it incentivizes all of the wrong things. And broadly, this is just an overarching theme that we're using the BDO as a slush fund rather than having physical responsibility with Ogden's money and making sure that we can actually redirect this money towards programs that will benefit Ogden's residents. When it comes to paid parking, it's not the worst, because the poorest residents of Ogden don't own a car. They don't drive. They use the bus, they walk, they bike. And that's where the money should be going from this parking fees. The parking fees should be going into buses, going into bike lanes, going into the community projects that would be able to make up the gaps that the paid parking is that is causing problems for. But instead, it's going towards paying for the previous administration's mistakes. And what we should be doing is we should making a 25th Street that's a destination that, like many great tourist cities, is plainly just a walking street with parking that people can go to then go to the destination of 25th Street, filled with beautiful businesses and all sorts of wonderful places to shop. But instead, we are incentivized to turn 25th Street into a slush fund of itself because we need to make money, and this is just the wrong place to start. Thank you.
Thanks, Thor.
Dustin Chapman, grew up in Harrisville, married an Ogden girl, and have lived here for the last 20 plus years. I grew up thinking Ogden, actually, no, let me say this. I came here all tonight to tell you all how to vote on a data center, but apparently I got the date. So, wrong county, whatever. Anyway, thought that's what I was here for. But why I'm here, I was just listening and figured I'd speak up. I grew up thinking Ogden was the greatest town in the world. Why? My grandpa was very involved in this town. He was a man named Len Allen. He was on the radio in Ogden on Kello for 50 years. I had a front row seat to the rodeo, to the parade, to the Christmas parade, to the fair, to pretty much anything I wanted. And it was a blast. Went away to college, to St. George, and I realized that people did not have a positive view of my city. Went away for a couple years, came back, got married. And the last time I was at this podium was 20 years ago. I was a leaner, younger, optimistic 20-something-year-old man advocating the city council to fight for the Ogden City Mall reconstruction, to get the junction there, right? I didn't want Ogden to be a bad place. I didn't like the idea that the town that I grew up loving was, I thought was the greatest place in the world was not viewed that way. If you'd have told that young man 20 plus years ago that we would have the success enough to even consider this as a thing, that there's enough people that actually want to be downtown to have this be a thing, I would have jumped up and down for joy. The amount of improvement that has been had in this city, 20, 30 years is amazing. It's astounding. And it's really by a lot of the business owners that have taken the chance. I have a lot of empathy for what you guys do and the concerns you have, but I really do think this is going to work out to the positive for everybody. And I'll use the example, if I want to win, in fact, if I want to win when I get home tonight, I will make sure we get Lucky Slice Pizza, on the way home. I will bring that home. But whenever we go down there, I end up circling 2 or 3 times just to be able to pick up my pizza. It's the pickup spots are always taken. They're whatever. It's a very perfect use case for why this helps, right? There's good to this. The turnover is in this, and I think it'll really help. And why do we go to Lucky Slice? Because I'm not going to Riverdale. I don't want to eat at Applebee's. What makes 25th Street unique is all of the great things that are down there that are nowhere else. People will come to those. They will enjoy it. It will be a better result. By the way, I also use the Park SLC app regularly when I go down there. It's easy. It's not hard. It's the same, sounds like the same basis. It's pretty easy to use. So thank you.
Thanks, Dustin.
Hello, my name is Thane Fisher, and I'm an Ogden resident. We also I've done a few buildings in the downtown core, specifically on 25th Street and Washington Boulevard. Wow, hate to be you guys tonight. I will tell you that I'm just going to speak on the experience of the Monarch. We have kept free parking for as long as we could for the first almost 8 years because we just felt it was the right thing to do. However, when the IRS got called back, all of a sudden we didn't have any parking. And so we had to implement a paid parking program at the Monarch and, quite frankly, 3 other of our parking lots, something we tried to fight for a long, long time. We were scared, very scared about it. But I will say that to our users in the Monarch, it was necessary, and they've actually, it's worked out better for them. And so I know there's a lot of fear in it. We had a lot of fear in it, but it actually has worked out. We use a license plate technology. You scan a barcode, you can go in. Some of it, if you go in and shop, you get your parking for free. If you go down and just use our parking lot and go somewhere else, or if you're an IRS employee, you have to pay. So as scared as we were, it actually has not been the end of us. So I just wanted to bring that as our experience. Having a parking problem is actually a good thing in our mind. We think that it shows that there is business downtown, and it's something that we have to plan for. We have, I can't tell you, but roughly 1,000 plus multifamily units coming up over the next few months, and probably another 3,500 over the next 5 years. That has to have a plan in place. And so is this the right plan? We hope so. We do support it. I will tell you that the parking structure that at the Wonder Block I personally use is when I need to, and it's a fantastic structure. I will say that we need more improved lighting downtown from a safety standpoint to get from these parking structures to where we work and where we shop and where we play. That's an important. I do get concerned. I have 18 and 17-year-old daughters, and I'll be honest with you, when they walk around downtown, I have a concern about that because there's a lot of dark spots, and I don't like it. And I really think that I heard you want to be part of the community. Well, you're already part of it. You're all in. The train has left the station. So, we really need the Wonder Block to be successful. We need every business on 25th Street to be successful, and that'll bring a lot of success to Ogden City. So good luck with your vote tonight.
Thanks, Thane.
Hello, my name is Julianne Fowers. I was born in Ogden and have been an Ogden City homeowner and resident for over 30 years. In that time, I've seen Ogden go through a lot of changes, but nothing like what's been happening these past 5+ years. I'm not alone in my opinion that the Make Ogden master plan of mass density development is having a net negative impact, not only on affordability, but the overall quality of life here in Ogden for the residents. Which brings me to address the Wonder Block project, which subsequently the bond is now the responsibility, apparently, of the 25th Street businesses and their patrons. Even though, I just read this today, even though David Sawyer, Deputy Executive Director of Ogden's Community and Economic Development Department, was recently quoted saying they were under budget by 4 to 5% on the parking structure. Now on a more personal note, Higher Ground Hot Yoga on 25th Street has been fundamental to my ongoing recovery from a traumatic accident in September of 2025, which resulted in a severe spinal cord injury. When our medical system failed to offer the adequate resources I needed for my best chances at recovery, I began attending several classes weekly as part of an intensive holistic physical therapy regime. Miraculously, I have been able to make a great deal of progress through this Eastern approach. I also have weekly massages at Touchstone Healing Arts on 25th Street, which also plays an important role in my healing. The inability to work since my accident has caused me significant financial hardship. Yet it is imperative I continue to focus on my rehabilitation and well-being in order to make as much recovery as possible. Implementing paid parking would definitely impact my ability to continue to do these activities, and subsequently will sadly result in loss of clientele for these important local businesses as well as many others that serve the community. I'd also like to add, and I have that I have never had an issue with finding parking on 25th Street. To imply this is needed to improve turnover is simply a problem that frankly does not exist. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can you guys see me over the podium? I'm kind of short. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Debbie Muir. I'm with Higher Ground Hot Yoga. Thank you for your time tonight. I'd like to discuss the proposed managed parking system from an economic and budgetary perspective. I understand that the city is facing significant pressure due to the Wonder Block development and association with the bond. The city believes a managed parking system is essential to support turnover, encourage the use of new people coming in, and of course pay for the new garage. However, I want to urge you to carefully consider what this proposal might do to weaken the very economic ecosystem that it aims to support. The concern isn't just about the cost of parking, it's about consumer behavior. Downtown Ogden successfully has been built on low friction access. People come here for unique mom and pop stores, walkable access, which creates destination experiences. This accessibility and the unique businesses are an integral part of the city's economic engine. We conducted an online petition survey and in 4 days collected 1,800 responses, revealing the overwhelming resistance to paid parking with a staggering 88.7% of respondents opposed to this proposal. The intensity opposed should be taken seriously as a market warning sign. Nearly 45% of respondents were Ogden residents, with another 44 that were frequent visitors and customers. These are the exact groups that our businesses rely on. The city's own parking studies acknowledge that the overall downtown occupancy is often around 50%, with only a select block experiencing high demands at peak periods. Based on public availability and conservative efforts, the initial managed parking system could include approximately 1,200 more parking spaces between Wonder Block Garage and the surrounding streets. As project rates and utilization levels, the gross annual revenue could range between $1.4 to $1.5 million. But that's gross revenue, not profit. A lot of these words are already written down, and I don't want to speak from words anymore. I want to speak from just my own personal experience and my love for Ogden and downtown and the other business owners who have been on the block for 20 plus years fighting for our lives to keep alive and keep the street living. We've survived the crash of 08. We survived COVID, and now we're being challenged with losing a huge population of people who will no longer support downtown if paid parking is implemented. I ask that the council take some time to look at this and maybe put this vote on hold for now.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claudia Cash. I purchased the Queen Bee Giftery 1 year ago with my business partner, Lauren Brennan. So we are new to all of this. I admire these people who have owned businesses for 20 plus years. I am 12 months in. Still feel like a baby here. I'm also new to the Ogden area. I grew up in Magna, Utah. So when people hear that I moved to Ogden, we share a similar wild history, I guess you could say. While I'm not completely opposed to paid parking, because I understand that it will help with the turnover and the parking that is happening in Electric Alley, I do have some concerns as to the employee parking permits that we would have to pay. This would increase our expenses by over $700 a year, which is significant for a small business just getting off the ground like ours is. This is a fee that we do not see fit to pass on to our employees who are only working 10 to 20 hours a week. And they make approximately $11 an hour. That is not something that they can afford. There have been many times, especially on a farmer's market Saturdays or late night events, where our employees have had to search for 15 minutes for parking, which is extremely frustrating. Part of my concerns is the time that the parking is enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm not sure what's going to happen to the bars and the clubs after hours, but if you've ever been to an event down there, you know that it's fully loaded in that parking lot. Will those employers have to pay for permits for those employees as well for operating at later hours? I've had to carry a 40 pack of water from Slack Water to Queen Bee, which is quite the feat. And I am not, a CrossFit guru. So, that was fun. But we do it because we love having late night events. I would say the late night events are when our attendees struggled the most to find parking. And it has been a significant issue. So while I echo most of the sentiments here, I am concerned with the time of the parking hours. I'm also concerned of how validation works. Is that a fee that I have to take over, or is that passed on? I do want to offer some solution for businesses. Is there tiered pricing for businesses? If we have 1 to 5 employees, could we do X amount of money, or is it, or could we pay a flat fee? So I'm open to discussing. I think that we have to work together to keep Ogden thriving. So thank you.
Thanks, Claudia.
Hi, I'm sure you're tired. I am too. But I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak for just a minute today. My name is Janet, and I'm the owner of Four Sisters Furniture, Custom Framing, and Gift. We're currently located at 274 25th Street. We are in our 35th year of business, but have been located on 25th Street just the past 8 years. In 35 years, we've endured many economic downturns, recessions, and COVID. And now, in addition to a slow economy, high gas prices, and the threat of war, we're adding a paid parking element that is sure to deter a number of shoppers, particularly my senior customers who don't feel comfortable with the technology of an app. Our business heavily relies on shoppers who have simply come to 25th Street to browse and enjoy the views. They're the ones who make small, unplanned purchases of $20 or less. They're also the same ones that I believe will be deterred by paid parking. As I've reviewed my sales over the last year, those under $20 purchases represent $40,000 worth of income, which is equal to the amount of rent that I pay. If we lose that income, we're not sustainable. I do believe that a time will come when shoppers are willing to pay for parking, but I don't believe that is the time, that this is the time. Ogden downtown is not currently a vibrant shopping district. We are seriously lacking in retail establishments that attract local, out-of-city, and tourist shoppers. Take a minute to consider where you made your last retail purchase. Was it on 25th Street? Was it on Washington in the Junction? Or was it more likely in Riverdale or Farmington Station? Ogden has heavily promoted 25th Street as a tourist destination, promising great shopping. And I hear frequently from these tourists who feel deceived. As they wander the street, they find many lovely dining options, a place to get a drink, a tattoo, and a haircut, but very few places to spend their money. There are also far too many vacant storefronts on 25th Street and on Washington and other downtown locations. And I think these need to be addressed before we can justify this move. Ogden certainly has the potential to be a desirable shopping district, but much needs to be done before this happens. And I believe that's the first step that we need to take before we implement paid parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey Swallow, a small business owner here in downtown Ogden. I couldn't have said it any better than the person in front of me, so I'll be short. This will severely impact my place of business, which is what pays a lot of your city taxes here in this. And you heard from many other city businesses that are downtown that will be severely impacted. This city will have a major impact on tax basis if you run our businesses out of this community because you want to pick up a few dollars for parking. That's what I have to say here. Thanks.
Thanks, Corey.
Linda Sanchez, you all know I've been here since this whole thing started, so you all know how I never wanted Wonder Block or the parking garage or any of that, so we won't go into further detail about that. What I know that we're in debt and we got to find a way to pay it. And remember, I think one of the times I said, this is where we don't spend what we don't have and maybe we should make some bake sales so we can make some money. I mean, we all did that as a kid. But what I want to address is on that, when they were talking the hours, that means that if someone wanted to come to the work session here, we would have to pay for an hour of parking. Now, I feel like as a person, it says that paid parking stops at 5, but it starts at 4. So that would be 1 hour that we would have to pay. Do I not pay enough taxes to be able to come listen and to represent myself? The second thing that is kind of concerns me for the employers is we all know that some of the kids work in these areas. Sometimes we have to borrow cars and they do it by a license plate. Does that mean that is putting that much more undue stress on the employers that they have to go in, do some kind of rearranging for a license plate? And is there a time that like you hire on an employee and there's like an onboarding, but maybe somebody's in a car accident and they have to borrow mom's car or dad's car or something. That just seems kind of, that would need to be worked out. And also in 2028, when the second parking garage starts to come due, we need to start thinking about that as well. This isn't over just by tonight or what we're doing with that. Also, we all saw the scams about how the tickets don't get done by a third-party company, but in this instance, it would be a third-party company. It would not be Ogden City that does the ticketing. So we need to get ahead of how do we get ahead of scammers that will try to be scamming our citizens over the parking. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Laura Lewis, Ogden City resident. I too was here 3 years ago, along with maybe 10 or 12 other people, trying to stop this project, and I sure wished all those people had been here then. Maybe we could have prevented the situation. I look at what's going on here tonight, and I see a lack of communication on these projects. I said at the time, I'll bet there's only 4% of the population that understands what you people are doing with Wonderblock and how it's going to impact their future. And they're here tonight, and it happened just like we said it would. It seems like a lot of the issues were brought up back then are exactly what's happening now. And my question is, how in the future do we approve projects, involve the public, so that we don't come to these kind of conflicts every time something happens? The mayor's done a lot to, and I have to give him a plug. He did not approve this project. So there you go. He's done a lot to further the communication. I wished we had had that back then, but we have it now. And my suggestion would be, I also asked the question at the time, this amount of money, should it be a referendum item where the public is involved with a vote? And do they want this or do they not? I think you need to step back and take a look at this process and see where it went wrong. And then come up with a better checks and balances system so we don't come back here again. And let's see, there's one more thing I wanted to say. But yeah, I think a lot of this could have been prevented if there had been, I still have a question on the finances. How did we get so far off on the financial projections that now we need a 10-year ramp up to begin even to support this project till it becomes profitable? So thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Let's see, we got a few on. Oh, got one here still. Okay, come on up, sir.
Larry B. Rentmeister, been a resident of Ogden 87 years. Different concern. Been a plumber for 71 years. Started my apprenticeship. I have 2 water bills here.
Is this concerning the paid parking?
No, do I have to deal with that? I thought it said any.
We have public comment that comes later, so we're just taking input on the on the paid parking right now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Give me some exercise.
Okay, unless there's anybody else left in the chambers, we've got a few hands online. Heath Sato.
Hi, Heath Sato, Ogden resident. Great, I'm getting the feedback. I just wanted to say that in general, I'm not against paid parking. I am against how it's been done. And a lot of this really is due to the last administration, but it's also due to the people that voted for it at the time. Our mayor voted against it. There are 2 members still on the council left that did vote for it. And I'm just going to say it, Council Member Heyer and Council Member Ritchie, you guys voted for this. Everybody else has gone or voted against it. But back in February 2022, I'm looking at the minutes from the meetings, and it says February 2022, Heath Sato referenced a recent media article about the city's efforts to secure financing for the $24 million parking deck in the Wonder Block project. This led him to believe that the city has made extensive plans and invested millions into the project long before having an idea of how to pay for it. January 10th, 2023, I said the paid parking program should table voting on it. I said I'm not opposed to redevelopment of the Wonder Block or against other changes, but I'm in favor of doing what is right, and I do not believe the public is convinced that this has been done the right way, and they have those feelings for real reasons. Also in January 2023, I said that I felt more time was needed to review the agreements and financing plans for the project, and I focused on the parking arrangements. I said it's important for the council to have a clear understanding of what the city will be paying for and the benefit that will be realized by those investments. If the project's going to make things harder on the businesses that have already made a significant investment in downtown Ogden, and should that be taken into consideration? That was over 3 years ago. So, Thor, I love you, buddy, but it's not just the previous administration. Some of those people are still making votes, and I want them to consider these things more carefully in the future. We made an agreement with no bid on the parking decks, the cost plus contract. We're paying for it now. Thanks.
Thanks, Heath. We have another hand online, David Lawrence.
Hi. So there have been several things that have been brought up during this comment session that I think are very relevant. I understand that this paid parking would in part be used to offset some of the debt that Ogden has seen. I also understand that it would also potentially help alleviate congestion in the downtown and alleviate parking concerns. I get both of those, and I agree those are good goals. However, there are some major red flags. The first one that I see is that as a number of people, what happens to the small businesses downtown? Do they have support for this? What's it going to do to their customer base? What's it going to do to their sales? And I think that is a big, big problem just right out from the outset. Second, as Linda mentioned earlier, there's a further concern that by instituting paid parking downtown, now access to city services, access to the city council meetings, and to address our local governments is now being restricted for the people who can't afford it or who are unable to walk from far enough away that they don't have to pay. That is now a barrier for them to address their government, which seems to me would be in violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution, which that's a pretty major red flag right there. However, for me personally, the biggest red flag has only been touched on by one, maybe two commenters that I heard. And that is the fact that this system would rely on automated plate readers. I already have grave concerns about Ogden City's partnership with Flock. We have seen that the Flock system has been abused by people who have stalked romantic partners. It has been used in questionable ways, such as one person that I saw online reported a Flock camera that was set up facing a playground. Why would a Flock camera be facing a playground? That's some pretty serious red flags right there. And that's before we even start to talk about the concerns over the fact that this is Big Brother. This is getting into 1984 territory. And bad enough that it's Flock, even worse that this is yet another private company with access to our data. And that is a huge concern for me.
Thanks, David. Amelia Jones.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name's Amelia Jones. I own property and I'm a business owner on 25th Street. I think a lot of people have made a lot of great comments, and I will just tell you a little bit about my experience or thoughts. One is I really agree with the woman at the front who said she thought maybe we should just have some 15-minute stalls rather than have 15-minute parking that creates transactions the city has to pay for, if I understood that correctly. I am actually for paid parking on 25th Street. My customers tell me that the parking is a headache. They don't like to come down because they have a very difficult time finding parking. They're circling, they're driving, in some cases around and around, in some cases parking far away and walking several blocks, and they don't like that. And so actually I'm fine with the parking on 25th Street. I am concerned about the employee parking because my parking package suggested that for the $10 fee, the employer could pay. The employees would have access to parking, quote, when available, unquote. And I don't like the idea of having my employees have a parking permit that is only when there's parking available. They also need to have knowledge that there is a parking space for them if they're indeed paying their fee. Those are my comments and my experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Amelia. Okay, I think we got one more hand online. Teresa's iPhone.
Hi, good evening. This is Teresa Bramwell. Thank you for taking my call. I have a few comments about this. I was in the meeting when this was decided in 2022. And what I recall from that meeting was we were told that the business owners on 25th Street supported this and they wanted this paid parking because there wasn't enough parking available and people were parking all day long in the same spots in front of their business and none of their customers could park there. So one of the reasons this was passed 3 years ago was because we were told by whoever did the study that the business owners on 25th Street specifically supported this paid parking. My comment was that I don't shop where I have to pay to park, and I believe that is still true. It's still true for me, and I think it will be true for many Ogdenites. But I think they're resourceful, and I think they'll find other ways to get to 25th Street. We do have an OGX bus that's free, that stops in many different places around the city, and then it stops on 25th and Washington. We have the free parking at the Union Station and the free parking at the Junction. The part of this that gives me heartburn, and I like the word heartburn that was used by whichever council member brought it up, is that the paid parking isn't even going to pay for itself. And so money is going to have to come out of Business Depot Ogden, to the tune of $40 million, I think is what I heard, to pay for this paid parking. So, it's not even going to pay for itself is the problem that I have. We need to make it pay for itself somehow. The Wonder Block people who are building all this new development and the new housing and the new hotel, they need to be paying a lot more for this parking, or their customers or their tenants or their people who are living there need to be paying a lot more for this parking. So it's just not random taxpayers of the city of Ogden that are having to make up the difference, because that's who I am. I am the taxpayer that continues to have to pay for all of these projects that have nothing to do with me. The junction doesn't have anything to do with me. I do have a membership to EOS, so I go there occasionally, but this is coming out of funds that could be used in my neighborhood up in East Central now, because the paid parking isn't going to even pay for itself. I feel like the paid parking needs to pay for itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Okay. That looks like the end of public comment.
Chair, I would then make a motion to close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Ritchie, seconded by Councilmember Myers to close public hearing. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. What's your pleasure? We do have two items to vote on, the ordinance and then the parking fees. The ordinance has two options.
So, though, there was a comment made twice about access to city government. And if I'm not mistaken, this lot out here will be free. It will not be a paid lot. So nobody will have their ability to come and see this government or attend a city council meeting impeded by paid parking. This lot that's outside here will be no charge. I'm open to be corrected.
I think that it does apply from 5 o'clock after. I think the worry is the 1 hour during the work session from 4 to 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looks like we're going to have a couple come up and answer some questions for us.
Sorry, I wanted to point out that we currently have visitor parking. That will not change. Nothing about the operation of the lot will change. We currently patrol it and ask people who are not permitted to not park there. It's with a hang tag. So this lot will operate as it always has. Thank you.
Okay. There were several questions. I don't know if we want to have staff try to give some answers to those prior to continuing on. Unless council members would like to make that attempt.
There was one question, Chair, if I might, Sheila Stone asked if you had to pay for a full hour. My experience with the app is that you can pay in 5-minute, 10-minute increments or something like that. So you don't have to pay for a full hour if you're there. Is that correct?
Up to the 15 minutes is be free, and then after that, it's an hour increments.
What is hour?
Yes.
Thank you for the correction.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I have a question. So, I hear that it's before 5 p.m., right? So what happened with the business, the clubs and the business that are open in the night? So they are going to be free, the spaces, or?
After 5 p.m.?
Yeah.
8 p.m.? So yes, those spots would be free after 8 p.m.
So basically all the business who are open in the nights, they are not going to struggle the same time as the business that are open in the morning.
So the businesses that have the business that are open at 8 o'clock, depending on what their workforce is, then they don't have to pay those. If those employees only come in from 8 o'clock on, then they don't have to buy permits for those employees. But the enforcement hours are really just for the peak times that we can, for the data that we can gather. And the peak times we find are around 6 to 8 p.m. in downtown. So it's kind of redundant, we felt, to with the data we have to enforce longer. And some of the comments we've had from the business owners is not to enforce past that time period. We had we had some varying rates of enforcement between don't go past 6, don't do enforce on Saturdays. So 8 p.m. is kind of what we see as far as data as when the kind of drop off is for the peak times, and that's why it's 8 p.m.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, that data is from 2021 that was collected over 2 days. 2021, yes, when the survey was done. Some updated in 2022, and then as old as 2017.
No, that data is actually a little more recent, I believe from 2024, 2025 from Pacer. We contacted Visit Ogden for some of the data from how much people are visiting, and they will provide us information as far as peak times, traffic, where people are going. And so I believe that data is from a lot sooner from the study. It's when we are doing the outreach for the stakeholders and determining the enforcement times. So it's much sooner data than the parking study.
And I haven't seen it in any of our packets or any information, so we don't.
We can get you that for you.
Okay. I have more questions.
Go ahead.
Unless someone else wants to jump in.
Well, I took a bunch of questions down.
Yeah.
So maybe we can just, okay. So the question was about if the mayor is the only one that adjusts the fees. And I think the administration does work with the fees within the range that the city council has set, but the city council sets the range.
Correct.
That's correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there was lots of concerns about the license plate readers being Big Brother, collecting data, spying on people. What is the data that is actually being used and why?
The data that's being used is just strictly license plates, and there are pictures taken by the LPR cameras. And it's just not LPR cameras that we're using as well. We also have handhelds that we can enter in those license plate numbers in, so it's not always camera based. But the LPR camera, the technology is just the license plates are stored within the passport system. It's not flock. The LPR cameras that we would be using are from Genetech, and so they are a different manufacturer than what OPD would be using with flock. And those are housed internally, I believe, for 90 days or 120. I can't remember exactly those time periods. Then that information is gone. So it's not information that's stored all the time. It is like the pictures are not stored. The data from when parking is established as far as where people are parking, that is where we're going to be able to determine where these hot spots are, or dynamic pricing, which we kind of talked about before. That's why there's a range. And so if we find in an area on 25th Street, Kiesel, or wherever that there's high utilization rate of 70% or more, within the rate range that we've proposed to you, we can adjust those rates a quarter or 50 cents up or down to help mitigate those pressure points. But we just cannot go over that $2 rate without coming back to City Council and saying that we need to increase rates to $3, $4, $5, or whatever it is.
Okay, and there were some questions about out-of-city violations, people that don't live in the city that just figure, what the heck, I'm not paying. What happens to those folks?
So those, it's like any unpaid ticket, that will go through the process of the fees we kind of spoke about, Councilwoman Alicia Washington, about the $110, $115. And so that goes through a cycle of 45 days. And then after a 45-day period, that will go to our collection team within Ogden City. They'll do skip tracing. They'll try to send out their collection notices to regain that payment with out-of-state, in-state, same process. At a certain point, if that collection, that debt is seemed not to be payable, then we'll send that out to an outside party, like a Bonneville or whatnot, to collect for us. So the process is still the same within if it's a visitor that's visiting Ogden City that gets a parking citation that doesn't pay, or somebody from Ogden, that process stays the same.
Okay, the question was asked, do we own the hardware and or software?
We will own the hardware and software as we see fit. So we did with the Passport, as a 3-year contract with the Passport that we have. We do have the flexibility. Since we did own that was very important to us to be able to maintain ownership of the hardware and the software of that. And so if we deem that we can find a better vendor, if they're not performing the way we wanted to, then we can go ahead and change that, because we will have the hardware available for us to be able to go somewhere else. Same with the Gentech cameras and things like that, the kiosks, those are all purchased.
Okay, a little bit unrelated, but I'm kind of a fan of this question. What about reverse diagonal parking? Maybe that's not your wheelhouse, but
that was a talk that we did do, not very intensively. It sounds good if you can reverse park, but it sometimes will cause issues, and people are a little bit scared to reverse park. We have that. We ask employees here at the mini lot to park in the back, reverse park. And so there is there's people are reluctant to reverse park because it's just easier to park forward. But I get where.
So the answer is no, we're not going to do that.
No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. There was a question about OGX. I don't think this has anything to do with OGX charges or doesn't charge. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I believe.
I think that the question was, will OGX remain free so people can get downtown if they choose to via a free bit of transportation and not have to pay for parking? And we did learn last week or 2 weeks ago that OGX will extend its free period until 2028. So there will be no charge on OGX through 2028.
Right. And then there's still the trolley that's going to be free in perpetuity as far as we know, right? Is that a fair statement, Mayor?
I wouldn't say in perpetuity, but there could be changes upcoming. They're not our decision to make, but we're lobbying UTA to make sure that they remain.
Okay, let's see. I'm just looking through here. There was questions about why don't we just use our reserve money instead of doing this? You have a comment about that?
I can leave that to Lisa. I'm more of the.
Okay. She always parks clear in the back. Yeah. Cheaper parking back there, huh? Is that where the free parking
a little
is?
less heat.
I don't mind walking. Sorry. So the $25 million in reserve, we do have a fund balance reserve. Council in the financial principles has set a benchmark of having a 20% reserve. I think we were a little over that. I think we were at 22%. Dollar-wise, I think so. Fund balance is complicated when you look at it. There's non-spendable, there's spendable, there's restricted. So there are certain categories that we include in that. Non-spendable and restricted are not included. So when you look at fund balance, it can be misleading. The number I had in my head, and maybe this is a year older, was about 22 million. But that is potentially what was the fiscal year 25 number. I don't remember that one.
And what do we do with that money now? It's just kind of a reserve.
That's a rainy day fund.
Rainy day fund.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's gone, rainy day happens.
That's
kind
gone.
of a mess,
we
right?
have a tragedy or something terrible happen. We have no.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, Chair. Some of this, a percentage of that is required by state statute, right? So
Correct.
We have to hold money in reserve. We can't spend it down to zero.
Correct. We have to hold 5% of our revenue has to be held in reserve. So I think, and again, this might be dated. I'm not sure if I'm remembering 24 or 25. It was about 5.3 million.
Thank you.
Yep.
Chair, can we also maybe address the audit question?
Correct. Yes, yes. So currently the city has multiple funds on its books. The water fund, the sewer fund, the refuse fund, the medical services fund. We have internal service funds. We have the general fund, of course, and then we have the CIP fund. And then there's a few other smaller ones that I'm not remembering right now. We are required by state law to have an audit every year. In that audit, they test certain compliance things. They test our financial transactions. This would become one of those funds that is tested through the audit. We also have extensive internal controls. We are considered a low-risk auditee by the state of Utah in the annual fraud risk assessment. So it would be an audited fund.
Okay. Has there been any assessment on this parking plan's effect on low-income people?
I can't say that there has been. So with the fee structure, the lower dollar amount was based on economics. I think there are other cities that start with higher. And then, when you talk about the parking tower, we're talking about an $80 fee per month for the folks that live there. So the intent was that they have more of a burden.
And I could add to that too, and just say that I'll refer to Thor's comments on it for one, but two, for the service providers in the area, the circumstances wouldn't change for those providers and their parking. Weber Human Services.
Correct.
Primarily.
Correct. So yes, we're talking about public street parking and city-owned parking lots. We're implementing this. So any private lots like Weber Human Services, who have people come downtown to receive those services, they actually have their lot patrolled. I think to keep people who aren't visitors there, but it wouldn't affect any private lots.
Okay. There were some suggestions that we need better lighting downtown. I think that probably is unrelated, but
I can add that some of the savings you mentioned earlier, that the engineering team did a phenomenal job keeping costs down during construction, working with our partners at Strategic, and some of those savings, there are some stipulations and limitations on what that can be spent on, right?
Correct.
And so there will be street improvements around the area that do qualify, and there will be parts of that we can upgrade lighting with and are planning to in some areas, but it won't cover the whole downtown. But the issue of lighting in the downtown and in our entire city, frankly, is more than duly noted. It's a hot button for me and a frustration point for me around Rocky Mountain Power. But we are candidly working through that pretty well right now with Rocky Mountain Power, and hopefully going to put some options in front of the city in the future.
Okay. Well, a lot of the questions were kind of dealt with those first bunch of answers. So, council members, if you've got more.
This is just a question from earlier, that there was a comment made, Lisa, that you said parking ambassadors are on their way or will be here next month. So they're already paid for and cart before the horse kind of situation?
The contract is signed.
I have a question. So
Yes,
last question.
Councilmember Lopez.
And maybe, I don't know if this is for the lawyer or for administration. Could we create a grant for support of small business in case they don't receive people like before? Maybe using the CDBG fund. Currently, I know we have business loan program and micro enterprise program. Could we take money from there if it's not used in order to create something for support of small business?
For the savings from the water block?
No, for the currently programs like business loan program and the micro enterprise program.
To support small businesses on 25th Street
Oh, yeah.
struggling.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Do you have anything to add to that?
So currently, I think it's a question of whether the revenues can support that. But I think you've seen other cities do similar things. Maybe I do have concerns about the gift, it being a gift, but we can investigate that, work through that. The more
the more I've heard about are investing back into beautification and the infrastructure in the downtown area.
Because currently we have funding for small business, like a small program, a small business loans and micro enterprise program. If they are not using currently, why we not move a percentage so we can support small business in case they struggle?
I see what you're saying. Through CDBG, not the parking revenues. Maybe there's a grant program. I think that's a deeper
Because what I
discussion.
see in Salt Lake City, when they make some modification for downtown, they support small business with grants and funding, since no one can reach out downtown. I assume this plan is going to be as successful because I spend most of my time in downtown and even the weekends. But I concern in case that doesn't happen, could we support or create something like this for small business?
We do have small business programs. I'd love to talk to you more about this after. I'm not sure I can answer your specific question with our current programs. I would need Jeremy Smith here to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And so to get back to the prior question about the contract, when this was passed in 2020, whatever, 3 years ago, it's presumed that we need a fee, at least for the garage. And so we do need to have services ready to go, and we have to go through RFPs and contracts, et cetera, and those take quite a bit of time.
Yes.
And so it is our anticipation that we would at least need those services for the garage itself. And so if the council makes a different decision around the broader plan, services can be scaled in response to that. But we have to have services prepared and ready to go and contracts teed up and ready to go. But we're prepared to scale back or scale up, however the council decides. So nothing pre-decisional or predetermined in that regard.
So when we proposed the budget for fiscal year 2026, can't remember what year we're in, we did put some fees in that parking fund to help with the setup of the parking. And those first expenses of running the Wonder Block Tower, we do have lighting, security, mats, elevator inspections, fire inspections. So we do have a parking tower we have to maintain.
I have a question regarding the special events, that there's no fee, to my understanding, that's attached to that currently. So how would we move forward with making sure there was council approval to not price out people from coming downtown to the farmers market, to the historic, the car show, like all of the events that we love?
So the intent was not to set a fee by ordinance, but to set a fee by what the special event is. I know often, if you go to an event, you are paying more for parking. And I think we heard a comment about that's where the parking money should come from, is from charging people for special events. But the thought was not every special event was equal, and maybe some flexibility in and being able to charge more, or if it's a business friendly special event, maybe waiving the fee that day. So I don't, Mara, do you have any comments on this?
Sorry, I can say that, yeah, that's exactly right. We wanted to leave the maximum flexibility. So, for example, there would be events that maybe it makes sense to charge more, like a large concert, like the mayor mentioned, with a lot of people coming from around the region. But then if we're trying to promote Small Business Saturday, we may want to, waive parking that day. So I think that was to leave the most administrative flexibility and work with our business community. You did mention earlier that there's a possibility of having a parking committee, ongoing, just taking input, working with the Downtown Alliance and different things around events in particular. So that's why just wanting to leave that maximum flexibility.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a couple comments and first of all, thank everyone who's come tonight and shared their thoughts, and especially the business owners on 25th Street. Who have helped to revitalize our downtown and continue to do so. It was sort of brought up sheepishly, like, Councilmember Ritchie voted for this, and you know what, I did. And even in my notes here, the mayor voted against it, I voted for it. If you look at parking in a silo as just parking, it's a little bit hard to get behind or understand maybe why council members felt like this was an important aspect to our overall downtown plan. And 3 years ago we had a big dusty city-wide block that was just sitting there, and we had an opportunity to take advantage of a public-private partnership to develop something, a placemaking thing that we hope will create an even more vibrant and exciting downtown that'll bring people here. And even then, recognizing that there were challenges with parking and turnover and certain areas where, I frequently would come downtown either at lunch or at dinner and go somewhere else because I'm not going to circle the block 3-4 times, no matter how good the pizza is, right? But that's kind of what we're dealing with. Is I think it's important to look at the whole scope of what's being envisioned, what's being proposed to develop. What we're voting on tonight is different from what we voted on or what we anticipated we would be seeing with the parking management plan. I applaud the administration. I applaud the employees of the city who have worked hard to try and listen to concerns and create a solution that will maybe doesn't make everyone happy, but actually gives us quite a bit of choice. This plan is better, and it's also worse. It's better because I think it gives people downtown choice. If you're going to go to the local artisan collective, guess what? You've got the junction parking that's going to be free, and it's actually closer than parking on 25th Street. Maybe not on Kiesel, but not too far of a different if you're parking in that parking garage. But I think it's better in that there's a lot more downtown choice. If you want that front row spot, hopefully it's available, and I'm more than happy to pay $2 or whatever it is to get right up front if that's what I'm looking to do. If somebody wants to walk a country mile, guess what? They won't have to. They'll just go right around the corner, and they'll have an opportunity. Hopefully there's a parking spot there. Maybe not. Maybe they'll look at that and say maybe there's some value to having to pay to get closer. Is it worse? It is worse in the sense that the pro formas that we looked at 3 years ago, we did anticipate that the parking revenues would be enough to sustain, or at least eventually get to where it would sustain and pay for itself. We anticipated there would be a roll-up period and there would be time, and that BDO lease revenues would have to be leaned on, but we certainly not to the tune of $40 million. And so, like Councilmember Myers, that does give me heartburn as well. And I learned a term in Weber State economics. Probably most of you have heard ceteris paribus, all things held constant. Well, that doesn't ever happen in our world. And so I think what we're looking at being rolled out as an initial step is a great opportunity to kind of dip our toes into this and learn a lot about parking patterns and what people are willing to do if they're going to want to walk or if they're going to want to pay, and if we need to expand that footprint. And so I don't anticipate what's being voted on to be a long-term thing. I think it's going to develop over time based on the inputs and the data that we experience over the next few months. And so, as we've heard from business owners who don't want this to come, we've also heard from business owners that do want this. And so it's not an easy decision. It's not an easy, there's no easy answers to this. But I do believe in our downtown. I believe in Ogden. And I think that we'll have more growth. And I feel like it's important to get in front of this instead of waiting for it to be a bigger issue and then imposing it later on. And so this approach, while again, I don't necessarily fully agree, and I've expressed that in the work session, that the footprint might be too small. I do appreciate the desire to maybe slow walk that into an effect that we can have something to look at, get some data, and make some adjustments and go from there. And so, let's see, is there one other thing I had on there? I think that might be it. So anyway, like I say, I appreciate everyone coming tonight, and I'm more than happy to take the arrows on being one of the council members who said, yes, we need a downtown paid system, we need a parking garage, we need to develop our Wonder Block, and I still am fully behind all of those things.
Thanks, Councilmember Ritchie.
Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
So thank everybody for coming. I really appreciate you hanging in here and waiting. And for those of you that stood at the podium and shared your voice, thank you for that too. I'm empathetic to those of you that are small business owners in our downtown area. I spent 33 years as a small businessman. I was an independent contract sales representative. And every time my manufacturer thought they had a better idea around pricing or marketing or approach to the marketplace, I oftentimes would respond emotionally. You've got your head in the dark. You're going to put us both out of business. And, you know, in some instances, I was right and they were wrong, and they backed it up and discontinued the program. In other instances, I was proved wrong and they were right, and my business flourished as a result. So I learned to keep an open mind about change as I progressed through my 30 years. This is a big thing. This is about the Make Ogden plan, which is a comprehensive plan to reinvigorate Ogden's central core, our downtown business district. And we're in the first of, I think, 4 or 5 phases. This is the catalyst phase where everything gets started. And the Wonder Block is the seed, and the private partnership or the private-public partnership asked the city to build a parking structure. And elected officials chose to do that. And now we're at a point where we've got to figure out how to pay for this, because the bonds are out there, the bills are due, and managed parking was first in line to do this. And there were reasons for this: to churn parking downtown, to turn it over so those that want to be downtown spending money and investing in our small business community could do that without having to circle the block and become frustrated and that sort of thing. I believe that paid parking will benefit our downtown area. The second position for paying this debt, this $40 million debt, is our Business Depot Ogden. So if we take $4 million a year out of BDO lease revenue to pay for our parking structure, we're taking $4 million a year away from our parks, our streets, our sidewalks, our lighting, things that can enhance our lives as Ogden residents. By charging for parking of everybody, and we know that people from our surrounding communities come into Ogden to shop and dine and be entertained. Why should we pay for that parking structure when others are parking here? Let's charge them and let us take advantage of the $4 million the BDO provides us in lease revenue to enhance our quality of life within the city that we pay taxes in. That's how I'm looking at this. As I think about cost of parking downtown, Mr. Baumann hit my memory with this. 5 kids pile out of a car in downtown Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and mom opens her purse, and who gets to put the quarter in and turn the knob? We fought over that. It was a quarter in 1969. So I put a quarter into a calculator online and had it run it through time to 2026 and tell me how much that quarter buys today. That quarter is worth $2.50 today in today's money. So based on inflation, moving that money through time. So a quarter is worth $2.50. We're under that $2.50. So we're beating inflation between the time of 1969 and now. I think we'll find this is affordable. I will support this, and I will stay in touch with the data and the decisions that will be made going forward. This is a smaller footprint than was initially proposed. And I think we'll learn a lot with this smaller footprint and make good decisions going forward.
Okay.
I have a few comments if no one
Sure,
else.
go ahead.
Thank you. In trying to be mindful of time, and thank you for everyone's participation and comments throughout the last couple of weeks, text, calls, emails, in person. I really appreciate it. Yeah. We all do. And also for the expertise from the staff, for the questions that you've answered and researched and on the spot been able to answer. So thank you. Just a little, what drove me was really trying to make sure I was doing my due diligence and my homework in where this all started in 2020 with the Make Ogden plan, where in the plan it lists that part of episode 1 that we're currently in is for structured parking. Because I really wanted to understand where the conversation of paid parking, at least in this context of where we are in our community, started. And so from there was the structured parking. And then it started to grow to where I looked at the Wonder Block LTDA in 2023 when it was amended from the original one, and the Wonder Block started hints of it in 2016, and that's where I found that it was expanded on, in my opinion, that when it called for the parking structures and the equipment associated with that is when the conversation started to like snowball effect, right? That it turned into larger of, well, what does it look like with managed parking? What does it look like with paid parking? And that was one of the first moments that I saw that conversation started to happen was in those amendments that happened with the Wonder Block LTDA in 2023. And so where my decision is coming from is the data collection that is outdated, and we haven't seen the current data or even known that there was another firm that was hired to do another even quasi like semi parking survey. So I don't have that to go off of in front of me. The community outreach was really intense. January 2024 to January 25, and then in just the last couple weeks. And thank you for that outreach, but it seems like it has missed the mark for me to make a fully informed decision or even adequate time for business owners, new small business owners to make these assessments and to even go through the packet that was handed to them and to offer their opinion or offer their advice, some of which has been spoken about tonight, like the tiered parking, or that the parking ends at 8 p.m. and what happens after that when it comes to employees that choose to pay for $10 a parking pass for $10 a month, and half of the time they're at work, they may not need to pay that fee. Additionally, I look at the parking study. I studied the parking study from 2021 that really offered a comprehensive and thoughtful rollout plan through the different phases, through the 3 proposed phases that I feel like the city has decided to pick and choose kind of a la carte what we want to see happen with paid parking. And that doesn't give me full confidence that we're doing the best for our community and people that come to visit our community. I'm concerned about what's listed or what's not listed in the ordinances from the authority of the administration in the smallest ways, like setting the fee or capping the fees for special events. That might price out people that live in the north side of town that want to come down to a Twilight concert series that they have to pay $25 to find parking, hypothetically. And then the second parking structure. I don't have any information or any facts or any financials on that second parking structure. I have expressed concerns in CAO Brown. Again, thank you for getting back to my email just about how that parking is going to work in that second parking structure with the hotel that's going to be right there, with the residential that's going to be right there. What are the fees that are going to be attached to that parking garage? And then I am curious about state funds that might be available for parking structures. Let me pull up my notes. That have we looked at the highway projects fund that I know Salt Lake benefits from. That is a state transportation revenue dedicated to parking structures that our lobbyists could report on or go after to see if we could have some of those grants come towards our parking structures here in Ogden. I know in your State of the City address, you talked about using other people's money. So this might be an opportunity to go after some of that funding so we can use that money to pay for a paid parking structure that isn't reliant on the citizens to pay twice over. And then additionally, I just want to reference to an email that was sent to council right before the work session started. That is from Laura D. Lewis from the LRB Public Finance Advisors. That circles me back to my initial question of where this conversation of paid parking stemmed from in relation to the paid parking, to the Wonder Block, and then how it speaks, or if we're contractually obligated to have that linked to the bond repayment, which we do have to make the bond repayment, but if paid parking has to be a part of that. And in Ms. Lewis's response, second paragraph down, it says, given that the security for the bonds are the physical facilities and the related expectation that the city will make the annual lease payments due on the bonds from its general fund, the city is not legally required to impose parking fees as those revenues were not legally pledged to secure the debt. So now that it's during budget season, I would strongly, strongly encourage my fellow council members that we table this discussion, this vote, until after the budget. And let's get creative to find within the budget how we can pay for the bond for these parking structures, work with our community members, our business owners extensively to see what solutions we can come up with aside from this very haphazard plan that's in front of us and these ordinance amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, may I? Chair, may I?
Yes.
So I want to highlight we have a financial obligation, and that is the reality. This decision was to take years back. And I highly believe this is a highly conflict of interest since you have a business on the wall and it's going to be affected or maybe not by this change. So I don't feel like you are looking the whole picture, like we have, again, a financial obligation, and you have a conflict of interest. So you are not being transparent with the people. Since you own a business, it could be affect or benefit from this issue. So I want to highlight that, and I'm willing to take a vote today because I think we are ready, has been for a while this issue and for a while this topic, and I think we need to accomplish the financial obligation that we have with the bond. Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you. And yes, I do own a small business. It's on 24th and Wall. It's called Good Company Theater, and it has its own parking lot. However, I have had my experience with Good Company Theater that's been around since 2012, so coming up on 15 years, where we did make a specific decision, myself and a co-director, to start our business on 25th Street that was right above Jack and Jill's because we'd have access to parking. So I have seen this on all sides. My business is not located in the zone that has the proposed parking. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some of my personal experience. But based off of what I have said and my research, I do feel like it supports that I have gone through every document and I have made every assessment and reached out to my fellow council members for counsel to inform the vote that's before us.
Okay, thank you all.
Councilmember Ritchie, or Chair Heyer.
I used to be called Richie.
I know.
When I was little.
It's Rich. I promise I'll be brief. Thank you all for being here. You're still with us here at 10:15. For those who are staying for the community clean energy participation ordinance, I'm sorry that you're still here. But I really mean it. Coming up, taking your time tonight is meaningful. We appreciate the input. We need the input. So thank you. I'm not opposed to paid parking in general. I am concerned about the timing of this. As Nick from Lucky Slice put it, I don't think we know what the parking situation is really like currently. Also, even in the study, 50% peak parking across the city is not really the threshold that I have seen in studies that warrant this. And it's usually 65 or higher. Third, and what that kind of leads to is the small footprint that this is being rolled out on. I think if the demand was higher at that level, at those levels, the footprint could be larger and the revenues could also be such. I'm not naive to the fact that we might be back here next year when Wonder Block is online and things are going, and we will be prepared to roll that out if we need to. If we hit those threshold marks, I think it would be reasonable for us to do that at that time. That would be something that I would like to consider, but so that we could get to the revenues that we need, and I feel like the businesses might be, if they're seeing the increase in foot traffic from Wonder Block, if they're seeing the increase in this traffic, they will. I think it would resonate with them more that the parking needs to be managed and turned over. And then thirdly, it's just really unfortunate the position that we are in here, because good paid parking policy invests that parking back into the businesses themselves, not just the businesses, but the way that the community interacts with those businesses in and around the paid parking areas, and we won't have the opportunity to do that. And I'm just lamenting that. We can't change that. I'm very concerned about the timing, and I worry that the footprint is too small, the revenues are too small to justify the risk and the inconvenience of it all. But those are my concerns.
Well, I'll take a second. Go ahead.
Is there a motion?
There's no motion yet.
Okay.
Well, at least I didn't hear one.
That's okay. Well, to me, that Joe pointed out earlier in his comments that the amount of interest that is accumulating over a period of time each month, as we put this off more and more, I personally would like to try to reach a resolution, and I think the merits of what we need to discuss now would be option 1 or option 2. Is that what they're called?
Yep, that's what they are. Yep.
And debate on that, and if that fails to reach a consensus, I would be happy. But I too would like to see us move forward, even though it's a tough situation. I think Councilman Ritchie, you addressed that perfectly. Many of those issues there, and I appreciate that. But that would be my proposal: is to let's decide which option we like, 1 or 2, to move forward. And I'm sorry, I might need some discussion on that, because I would like to know the consequences.
I just wanted to mention, can I borrow your little map? The drawing, the phase 1 drawing of this is not a very big footprint. And I want to point out that if you're averse to paying for parking, it's pretty easy to avoid it. There's not to mention the parking over by the front runner. There's a lot of parking over there at the park and ride, and that's where that little trolley goes. And so that's a pretty slick way to avoid parking if you don't really want to pay for parking. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like you're more than a block away from free parking, no matter where you are. So I would say this is a pretty good approach to start this program. I do think we can't undo the past. There's no way to do that. So we do need to be responsible with what we do going forward. And so I guess Councilmember Myers wanted to talk about the differences between options 1 and 2. Who wants to explain that? I think, do you want to do that, Glenn?
Sure.
He was kind of the one we kind of worked with to get that done.
Yeah, you bet. So based on that conversation that the council had in April, we did hear direction or interest from council members in looking at an option that would expand this initial authorization beyond that phase 1, which is the map that you had just showed there. And so we worked with administration and legal, and they produced an option 2, which is essentially all 3 phases of that managed parking plan. All 3 of those phases, or that whole entire area, would be authorized to implement paid parking in a phased approach based on findings and metrics that are in there. So the option 1 is the original proposal that you heard on April 14th. And that does just include phase 1. So there wouldn't be any additional phases of the parking plan downtown that would be authorized with option 1 beyond what the map that you showed there. Option 2 would have all 3 of the phases. So it is a bigger area with those metrics included that would allow the administration to roll that out in a phased approach without having to come back to the council.
I think that we had to postscript that with as the data builds up and justifies it. So I think that's an important concept, at least for me, that this be data driven. That should be, I think that's important to all of you from what I've heard, is that you don't want to have it be haphazard. And so this is a good way to start collecting data, at which time we can expand as the data proves that it's a wise idea to do. So, anybody want to make a motion?
Chair, I'll motion that regarding proposed ordinance 2026-5, that we adopt option 2.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Graff, seconded by Councilmember Myers to adopt ordinance 2026-6, option 2. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez? Yes. Councilmember Lundell?
No.
Councilmember Myers?
Aye.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Aye.
Councilmember Washington?
No.
Vice Chair Graff?
Aye.
Chair Heyer?
Aye, that passes 5-2. If you would like to explain your no vote, we'd like to hear it, unless we already know.
I think it's already been explained.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
I stand by my comments.
Okay.
Chair, can I provide some appreciation to the?
Well, we got one more.
Oh, sorry.
Make,
okay, sorry. Go ahead.
And we can talk all you want, but. Okay, so next item is the managed parking fees. So do we have a motion for that?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approved the proposed ordinance 2026-6, amending section 4-6-1 by adopting the new subsection H to adopt the parking fees.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Myers, seconded by Vice Chair Graff to approve 2026-6, and this also is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lundell?
No.
Councilmember Myers?
Aye.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Aye.
Councilmember Washington?
No.
Councilmember Lopez? Vice Chair Graff?
Aye.
Chair Heyer?
Aye, that passes also. Thank you all for coming and giving us your input. We've now been here for 6.5 hours. We're going to take another 10-minute break. Let's let the mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead. Don't leave yet.
I'll make it quick. I just wanted to thank everybody that came tonight. All of the issues that were brought up, all the things that you guys wrestled with are the same things that we wrestled with. Every one of them are relevant. I wanted to say that I do take exception that we're accused of proposing a haphazard plan. That is not what this is. And the input that we got from the community, you can say that it was inadequate, but the proposal that we put forward is anything but inadequate and haphazard. It was based on the input that we got from the business community the best we possibly could. We did everything we could to find tailored solutions to the issues that came before us. And that is not haphazard. That is us listening the best we can and trying to put our best proposal forward. I want to borrow terms from Councilmember Ritchie. This is a first step and a dip our toes in, so to speak. I hated the idea of not taking a step and backstopping it with money that should be going to our parks. And so a vote for this, I think, is a vote for taking a step in that direction. A vote against it, I think, is a step toward a direction that was going to have to force us to not be able to do as much work for parks, recreation, open space, historic preservation, et cetera. So I do understand where everybody falls on that, and it was a hard choice, and just want to let you guys know that I respect all of the decisions that were made, and whatever decisions are made moving forward, the administration will do everything we can to try and help make this successful. I think we all share that goal in common. So thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. We will stand in recess for about another 10 minutes. Back into order. I think we've got all of our council members back now, and I think are we good to go over there? We're good? All right, good. The next item on our agenda tonight is our proposed community clean energy participation ordinance. And we have Lorenzo Long.
If I might.
Councilmember Lundell.
Thanks. I just wanted a second to just comment back on the mayor's comments we had there at the end there. I felt that there was a dichotomy that was established there that was a little bit unfair, that said that this vote, a yes vote, was a vote forward for parking, and a no vote was a vote against our parks and our recreation. And, this vote was clearly much more nuanced than that. And, if we have future buy-in and we had future need, I believe we could have got this through with more public support. We could have had if the need was actually there, we could have a larger footprint and a larger revenue source too that could have gone towards parks and rec. And so I just wanted to point that out and understand that this was much more nuanced than that.
Okay, now we're going to move on to proposed community clean energy participation ordinance. We have Lorenzo Long, our sustainability coordinator. Welcome. Excuse me. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here with you all, Chair Heyer, the council. This has been a long time coming, and it's really something we've been working on for quite some years now. And I'll just kind of go through this. I know it's late, so we'll try and breeze through, but also make sure we're covering all this information properly. What is the URC program? So you'll see in this presentation, it referred to as the Community Clean Energy Program. That's the official name given to it by the Utah State Legislature. The Utah Renewable Communities Program is kind of like that public-facing name. So they'll be kind of used interchangeably. Here, I'll mostly say URC program. This was designed and really started way back in 2019 through a state bill that was passed. And this opened up this pathway for communities to partner together and then with Rocky Mountain Power to pursue net 100% renewable electricity by 2030. That was since changed, that 2030 goal. We were getting close to that time with all this program development. So 2030 is no longer one of the hard and fast requirements, but the agency still strives to get as close to 2030 as possible on this while being responsible with the rates. So in the most simple terms, what this program is a new item on everybody's electricity bills who wants to participate that will go towards building out real world utility scale clean renewable electricity that will get pumped onto the grid that we all use. And what that does is it meets Utah's growing energy needs, it meets Ogden's energy needs while still keeping power reliable and accessible and air quality improvements across Utah for generations. So just to kind of flesh this out a little bit more, we've got some figures up here. I kind of already talked through the program goals, but the goal is to build enough renewable energy out in the real world. This is not hypothetical energy. This is real energy being built using the program funds that would match the amount used annually by program participants. So in this graph here, you'll see it's kind of a representation of what we call our load. So the consumption, what we all use in electricity combined, that's the load, right? And so right now, you'll see on that figure there is the blue section, which is kind of how much Rocky Mountain Power currently has in renewable energy that they just already have in their energy mix that we use. The orange on there is representing the traditional sourced electricity, so your natural gas, your coal, things of that nature. What this program seeks to do is to fill that orange gap there with clean energy instead, which is represented by the green there. So over time, this program fills the gap from what's in blue, so what Rocky Mountain Power has in renewables, which is something like 20-something% right now, all the way up to 100% by the time the program meets its goal. So we have a couple of options of doing similar things already. So we just want to talk a little bit about what those are. So Blue Sky, I think, is the most common one that people have heard of through Rocky Mountain Power. What that is it's a voluntary program whereby participants can buy blocks of energy that represent 100 kilowatt hours, and each of those blocks is $1.95. And then, so you can buy as many of those blocks as you want. So if you wanted to, for example, get to a similar, net 100% goal through that program, the average Ogden home uses about, 500 or so, 550 or so kilowatt hours per month. So you'd get, about 5 blocks of that. And that would be your cost to get to net 100%, roughly speaking. So that's, $11 to $13 or so. What that actually does, what your funds do in that program, is it helps to fund little micro grants for businesses in whatever area to do small scale solar on their roof or things like that. And then it also funds the purchase of renewable energy certificates across the nation. So basically, there's a solar farm somewhere and it's producing energy, and your funds through Blue Sky go towards purchasing basically the environmental attributes of that energy that's produced. So it's kind of more of a theoretical impact through Blue Sky. And as I said there, so net 100% through Blue Sky would cost a resident about 3 to 4 times more per month than the Utah Renewable Communities Program. Subscriber Solar is another one that Rocky Mountain Power offers. It's an existing solar farm down in southern Utah. You can buy shares in that. You can buy a certain amount of kilowatt hours. Unfortunately, it's there, it's built out. The energy is kind of sold out already. So that is not really available to a lot of people. And when it is, it gets snatched up pretty quick. So it is there, but it's effectively not an option for most people. And then, of course, anybody who is able to, who has the money to, can make that big investment in some rooftop solar or things of that nature on their home. And that, of course, lowers their bills until they pay off their panels and all that kind of stuff. So this program is interesting and unique because it will actually support real world renewable energy that's being built out using the program dollars. I'll breeze through this. Like I said, it's been since 2019. We've been working on this, and we're now here in 2026. It's about 7 years. And this council, some current members, some past, have helped guide us through this process and gotten us to where we are today. And where we are today is with the chance to potentially adopt this program officially. So how we got here, the Public Service Commission, which is effectively, it's an organization that's tasked with protecting consumers in Utah, making sure that they're protected from our kind of legalized monopolies here, such as Rocky Mountain Power, making sure that their rate increases aren't too egregious, making sure that they make sense. They're the ones who approved this program that was proposed jointly between, I should have said this earlier, Ogden and 18 other communities, which are formed together, which is the Utah Renewable Communities Agency. So they approved our program. And what that did is it started a 90-day clock. And we are on that clock now, which expires June 2nd. So effectively, the council would need to make a decision on this program by June 2nd. And like I said, it seems quick, but we've had these 7 years where we've been learning along the way all the details about this program. Okay, so if the council adopts this program, we'll talk about what would come next. So the program would not start, assuming the council votes tonight, the program would not start tomorrow, for example. There's actually going to be several months of time whereby Rocky Mountain Power would be making system upgrades, preparing billing notices, and things of that nature before the program actually starts. So assuming the council adopts the program, then that would likely start later this year, the actual program where people would receive a couple of notices in the mail. We'll talk about this a little bit later. And then the actual revenue collection wouldn't begin until probably early next year. So there's a lot of time between when this program potentially is adopted and when it actually starts. And in that time, though it is not required, I think it would be very smart of the city to do a lot of outreach, making sure that people are aware of what might be coming on their bill. So we have a lot of time to really hammer that in our social media, in our newspaper, and all those other avenues. So the big question, what's it going to cost? I will stress this again and say this is an opt-out program. So assuming the council adopts it, all customers would initially be opted in, and anybody who doesn't want to be a part of it can opt out. And that is okay, and we are encouraging anyone who does not want to participate to opt out. For residential customers, it would be $4 per month. That's broken down into kind of two categories. $3.88 is kind of your program participation fee, and then 12 cents goes towards funding a low-income surcharge that helps to make it so that people who are economically disadvantaged and qualify for Rocky Mountain Power's HELP program, bill assistance program, to participate in this program for free through another bill credit, which is again funded by that 12 cents per month surcharge. I think that's a really cool feature of this program. So this is an opportunity for those who would definitely not be able to afford pursuing rooftop solar or blue sky or anything like that. They can participate in this program at no cost, which I think is really unique. There is one caveat: all residential customers on Schedule 135, which is the old net metering rooftop solar rate schedule, are not eligible to participate in this program. Schedules 136 and 137 are. So that's also people who have solar on their roofs, but they did it later when Schedule 135 was phased out. So again, these low-income bill credits, who qualifies? So anybody who is a Rocky Mountain Power customer that lives in a community participating in the program and has a household income at or below 150% of the federal poverty level can qualify for this bill credit. How do they do that? You apply for what's called HEAT. That's another bill assistance program outside of Rocky Mountain Power. And if you qualify for HEAT, then you automatically qualify for Rocky Mountain Power's HELP program. And then if you qualify for either of those or both of those, then you automatically, with no additional effort needed, you automatically qualify for this third bill credit for this program, which offsets your cost to participate. So this is another unique opportunity where if someone learned about this program and then realized that they did qualify for some of these bill credits, but hadn't taken the opportunity to, take those steps to get that assistance they qualify for, they could then, take those steps, qualify for HEAT, and then get HELP, and then get the URC bill credit. So kind of a triple whammy in terms of, getting bill assistance, which is pretty interesting. I will also note on this that Weber State has graciously offered to help people who would be interested in qualifying for these bill credits to kind of figure out how to do that process. So they will actually, assuming the council adopts the program, they will be hiring a specific staff member to help with this. So they would not do the application for that person, but they would help guide that person through the process. And they'd also be doing outreach and making sure that people are aware of this program. For non-residential customers, I'm just going to grab a sip of water here real quick. For non-residential customers, it's a volumetric rate, not a flat rate. So that's essentially 0.6 of a penny per kilowatt hour, plus that same flat 12 cents per month for the low-income surcharge. So essentially, for non-residential customers, their cost to participate depends on their usage. And as a brief example, for our Golden Hours facility, this would be roughly a 5% increase in its utility bills by about $50. But for a facility like the municipal building that is doing Blue Sky to offset its electricity usage, if we switched Blue Sky for the URC program, my analysis is that we would save about 2.6% on our utility bills on average each month. So, will the rates change over time? Yes, they will change over time. What will those rates be? We don't know. But that's kind of the same thing that is with every utility rate. Rocky Mountain Power every year evaluates the rates and then proposes rate adjustments to the Public Service Commission, and then it's the Public Service Commission's job to figure out whether that rate adjustment is justified. So these can only happen once per year. That's just per the statute. But the Public Service Commission did take a unique step in saying this, which I've put on the screen here. I won't read it word for word, but what they said is basically that they believe, based on all the analysis that was done, that the rates are likely to meaningfully they're not likely to meaningfully increase from the rates that were initially approved. So that $4 a month essentially is what they're saying. They actually think that they will decrease rather significantly after the first couple of years. And the reason for that is because program costs are higher up front. You have to fund a couple of resource reserves, some initial startup costs. Like I said, that billing software, sending out the notices, things like that. There's just these upfront costs that make the program a little bit higher cost at the start. And then after that, your costs kind of go down, similar to your rooftop solar. You know, once you've kind of put it on your roof and then you kind of hit that maintenance phase where you're getting that lower costs and better payout from your system there. Okay, the opt-out. You can opt out at any time of this program. There is some nuance to this. So the noticing period, which I said would begin roughly at the end of this year, about November time period, that would be when you'd start receiving a notice in the mail from Rocky Mountain Power. This will be separate from your utility bill. So if I'm a Rocky Mountain Power customer, I will get a notice and it will say, you know, here's this new program that you're going to be participating in, assuming you don't opt out. Here's all the details of it. Here's the cost. Here's how it's going to look on your bill. Here's how you can opt out. Check this box. You know, if you want to opt out, you can call this number. It's all the instructions, and the legislature's actually made it even easier. They've kind of required it to be as easy as possible to opt out of this program. So there really is very minimal friction to opt out of this program. So if you opt out in those first 60 days, then there is never going to be any charge related to this program on your bill. You'll never show up on the program. If you are still thinking about it and you let those 60 days pass, then you'll start to see it on your bill, you know, that $4 a month. And then if you choose to opt out within the following 4 months, so we're talking about basically a 6-month period, you can still opt out for free. And then if you wait all the way past the 6 months, and again, that's plus the 5 months from this vote, we're talking almost a year from people knowing about this program. If you waited all that time, then there's a one-time $30 termination fee for residential customers. But again, it's one time and then you're out. And then that's for residential customers. The termination fee does vary for non-residential customers. As I said, they're kind of much larger electricity users, so theirs are more based on their volumetric usage. Okay, and then this is just basically saying that the council has to adopt an ordinance to be a part of this program, and you have until June 2nd to do that. A couple things in the ordinance. It talks about entering a utility agreement, which we've already done, reimbursing Rocky Mountain Power for the cost of providing 2 notices to all customers. That's estimated at $51,774. That's a one-time cost for the city. And then contributing funds to pay for third-party consultants used by the Office of Consumer Services and Division of Public Utilities to evaluate the program. We did that a long time ago. That cost is already paid. And that was to help with program development. And other than that, there's no cost associated with the program for the city itself, other than what we would pay as a participant in the program, assuming we keep any like city-owned facilities in the program. So just a couple of points of analysis here. When you compare this to our business as usual energy mix, there are serious positive impacts of adding megawatts of real clean electricity to our grid. And that much is pretty clear for this program compared to other options like Blue Sky, which are, again, the theoretical environmental attributes of energy from solar plants somewhere in maybe the United States. So this is real energy being pumped into our grid. Really, it's our best option at this point to make clean energy available to the entire community. There is not another thing like this. And assuming that the city passes on this opportunity, which is, it's our right to do that if we do not want to participate, it's unlikely we'll get a similar opportunity anytime soon. This program particularly has taken about 7 years to develop, so maybe we can just guess it would take about that much time to develop a similar program. We could wait. We could just say we don't want to do this program, and we could just wait till Rocky Mountain Power does this, gets to net 100%, renewable electricity on their own. That would be an option, but we do know that Rocky Mountain Power has stated and shown in its most recent long-range plans, their integrated resource plans, that they do not intend to build any new renewable energy within the next several decades. So if we want any renewable energy at a utility scale, this is kind of the chance right now with this program. And it's kind of an opportunity for us within the system that we're in, right? We are served by Rocky Mountain Power. They are our power provider for the time being. And this is an opportunity for us to work in the system that we are in to steer our own energy future, and to the degree that we can. It's kind of our way of being able to steer that. And it really aligns with some of the council statements in the 2019 resolution, where we talked about making sure that we're maintaining access to electric energy resources, right? We still get that reliable grid from Rocky Mountain Power, but also in addressing some of these environmental impacts from our grid. And we're really wanting to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the community as well. So, like I said, the next steps for the council is really to take a vote on this by June 2nd, whether you want to participate or not. And if we do, then we will be a part of the program, and that will start later this year. And if we don't, then we will be out of the program, and that'll be it for our participation in it. And that's it for me. Any questions?
Any questions for Lorenzo? I have one that if someone in a participating community opts out, do they have an opportunity to opt in at a later date?
My understanding is that they would not be able to do that, but I can double check for you on that.
So that goes to the next question. So somebody that moves into our town from somewhere else that doesn't participate, will they be able to opt in?
Yes, they will. So anyone who moves into Ogden or any participating community, right? There's 6 that have already adopted this amongst the total of 19. So 6 of 19 have adopted so far. If I live in, I don't know, Provo, and I move to Ogden, I would receive the 2 opt-out notices that all the original customers received. I would have those and a 60-day free opt-out period as well. And if I chose to stay in, then I would become a participating customer in the program.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I do have one, Lorenzo.
Sure.
That 4-month period where they start charging, will there be opt-out notices in that billing as well, or will it require them to call in and say, hey, what's this $4? I don't think I authorized this. How is that going to look?
Yeah, they'll get the 2 opt-out notices during the 60-day period, and my understanding is that would be it for the separate opt-out notices, and then that would be where we as Ogden City would need to do our part in really communicating this to our residents and making sure they're aware of what that, what to be looking for on their bills.
And then, so how do they opt out then in that 4-month period?
Oh, good question. They'd be able to call into Rocky Mountain Power and just opt out in that same way. So they could call them or go into their account, chat or whatever, same options.
And remind me what it's labeled, how it'll be coded on the bill?
It should be labeled Community Clean Energy Program. And then that should be listed one line item, and then that should be $3.88. And then below that, there should be a separate line item for that low income surcharge, which will be 12 cents.
I could have sworn I read somewhere that said, maybe that's just because there's a lot of talk about tariffs, but it said tariff, not Community Clean Energy. And I was like, that's kind of a weird name.
Yeah.
If it truly says tariff instead of what it is.
No, I think it should be labeled Community Clean Energy Program. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions? Okay. We have elected to take public input on this. As before, notice the time on the clock. If you are saying something that's redundant or don't feel obligated that you have to use your full 3 minutes, but we would love to hear from those who want to address the council, particularly on new information. Give us your name and city, please, and limit your comments to those 3 minutes. Go ahead.
This is the first time I've done this. My name is Jenny Erb, and I live here locally in Ogden, of course. I wanted to share with you guys a personal experience. I paid $40,000 for solar on a home that I thought I'd live in forever. And I did it because I felt like it was the right thing to do. And then life happened, and I had to sell that home. And the value that it gave to me was minuscule. And, that was a long time ago. And, people knock on your door, and it's going to improve the value of your home by everything that you spend into it. It was not the case. And I knew that at that point. But I guess what my point is I did the math. That would have taken 40 years to pay off. And so to me, this program, people can choose not to participate. But once you say no, like those of us who want to participate, we won't be able to. And so to me, I feel it's very, very important. I've been a realtor in Ogden for the last 15 years. And when I hear buyers and frankly, homeowners say their concern is dirty air. And that is a real concern that we have right now. Exactly. So I am really concerned about the air, and frankly, that the people that will look up Ogden and all the hard work that you guys have put in to sell Ogden and improve our reputation is all going to be tainted because the quality of our air. We have the opportunity to be at the forefront of a new way to create energy as a community. And, you know, those who don't want to, they don't have to. But for me, I think it's really important. We really can't do much about some of the things affecting our air right now, but we sure can with our power and the electricity. The cost of electricity is going to go up. The demand for it's going to go up. You know, the population that we have moving in here, we expect 2 million people in, I believe, the next decade, not Ogden, but Utah in general. And so we must do what we can to keep up with that growth. And I just can't express enough how excited I would be to find out instead of paying $40,000, I could pay $4,000. You know, so to me, it's a no-brainer. We got to figure out how we can make this work as a community. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Bauman again, Ogden City resident. A couple of things. The dirty air, wait till they get the data centers. The proof in the pudding is about 54% more dirty air in the state of Utah if they allow those to come through. I want to apologize to the council members and especially the mayor. I'm sorry all of you got backed into a corner. You're like sheep with a wolf at the door with this parking lot situation with the paid parking. And I appreciate you voting no for Ogden City not to get into the development. And that's what happens when cities become in bed with developers. Now you're caught in the middle that you got to come up with this $40 million bonding situation and resolve it. And that's not a good situation. Boyer did that whole BDO project on their own. They had skin in the game. And part of it was because the government gave the property to Ogden City. But anyway, on the budget line items, I hope you put in to hire more firefighters. It sounds like if we get in a...
Joe, I think you're...
Well, I know, but this is the only time I have to talk.
Well, no, we got another time after this. We got another time after this.
No, it doesn't say that, though, on the agenda.
Yeah, it's, public comment is on item number 8.
Yeah, that's where we are, isn't it?
No,
8?
we're on number 7. Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm an old guy. It's past my bedtime.
Ours too.
I'm Chris Chambers. I've been a resident of Ogden for 9 years. I'd like to thank the council members for supporting all the work previously done to research the possibility of adopting this program. I think it's a fantastic fit for Ogden. The sustainable infrastructure will help set a cleaner air standard for Weber County and the Wasatch Front generally. The additional bill of $4 is less than my daily cup of coffee. Low-income residents will not have to pay this fee to take advantage of the program, and anyone can opt out. I encourage you to adopt the program. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And thanks for keeping them brief.
Hello, my name is Sadie Braddock. I'm an Ogden resident. I currently rent an apartment with my fiance,
And with me and my fiance's financial situation right now, and the rising cost of living and the housing market right now, we likely won't be able to purchase a home anytime soon. So if we could, we would totally love to put on solar panels on our home, and as well as purchase any energy efficiency product like electric heat pumps, just basically anything that would reduce our energy use and allow us to rely on clean energy. But as renters, we don't have that option, and of course that would really be up to our landlords. But that's why I'm here today, to express my support for Ogden City to join the Community Clean Energy Program. This program gives people like me who don't have homes yet, or ever will, the opportunity to access clean, renewable energy in an affordable way. And like Lorenzo was saying, for only about $4 a month on our Rocky Mountain Power bill, we could choose clean energy. And that's a small cost for something that has real environmental and long-term economic benefits. So I hope you'll consider joining this ordinance. And regardless, this will help Ogden residents, regardless of whether they rent or own homes, to participate in a clean energy future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Chad Downs. I live and work in Ogden. I'm here to ask you to vote yes to adopt the Community Clean Energy Program. I also want to thank you and everyone else who's worked toward this, making this program possible to all of us, or available. This program expands access to clean energy for residents and business owners who want it, including renters and others who can't install rooftop solar, as mentioned. It helps more people benefit from affordable, emissions-free energy while reducing exposure to the price swings we often see and will continue to see by using the very limited supply of fossil fuels. I know cost is a concern. As an architect and project manager in commercial construction, I've seen that practical energy efficiency measures, either designed in from the start or added as focused upgrades, can be among the most cost-effective investments a building owner or homeowner can make. They reduce energy use and operating costs, and they pair naturally with cleaner energy generation. A few inexpensive investments in efficiency would easily offset the small cost of this program. So ultimately, this vote is about choice, giving Ogden residents a clear option to have their energy come from renewable sources while preserving the ability to opt out for those who prefer not to participate. As you consider this very important vote, I hope you'll focus on what this program offers Ogden: broader access to clean energy, more stable long-term costs, and a practical way to reduce emissions and clean our air without taking away anyone's choice. Thank you for your time and your continued service to our community.
Thanks, Chad.
Yep.
Emily Fox, Ogden resident. Who approved this agenda? It's so packed tonight. I want to thank whoever put water out, because I was starting to feel like SpongeBob on dry land. So this was much appreciated. I want to say I strongly approve of this program. I think diversifying our energy resources is so needed in Utah, especially because we're growing faster than we can provide at this point. And I know socialism is given a bad name sometimes, but this is a great example of how we can all share in the cost of doing something to improve our lives overall. And it doesn't hurt us. And also, I just want to say that I love that this program did include and consider the low-income households, so they can be included in this without feeling the impact financially. So I love it all around. So thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tara Saley. I'm a resident of Mountain Green, but I love to come and volunteer and spend money on local businesses in Ogden. I consider it my true community. I am chair of the Ogden Sustainability Committee, and I am speaking on their behalf today. I'm here to emphasize the committee's full support for Ogden's participation in the Community Clean Energy Program. As a person who cares deeply about our beautiful natural surroundings in Ogden, I want to emphasize there's no greenwashing here. This is legit. It's one of the few opportunities to make a large-scale positive impact on our environment, and these do not come around every day. So please consider the weight of this decision. It is a really great opportunity. To keep it brief, due to its uncomplicated and affordable path to net 100% renewable energy. It's reasonable cost, and it's voluntary nature. The Ogden Sustainability Committee recommends that Ogden City Council adopt the Community Clean Energy Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Welcome.
Hello, council members and mayor. Thank you very much. My name is Rosemary Lesser, and I am an Ogden resident as well. And I'm here to advocate on behalf of the participation for the Community Renewable Energy Project. As we look ahead and think about, and I might want to add that I am actually a subscriber solar person myself. We chose to participate in this project, and as Lorenzo shared with us, we don't have enough renewable energy available for the community right now. So we are already capped out on people being able to participate in this. By Ogden being able to join this, we can expand the inventory to bring to our state the cheapest form of energy available. All of us are seeing what the consequences of changes for fossil fuel, and we will be bringing an incredibly flexible program with lots of opportunities for not participating, but allowing people to share in this commitment for a renewable energy future. The presence, and we'll be hearing from another Weber State faculty in just a second, but they have done a pilot project that has shown that using renewable energy, they have cut the energy budget at Weber State University by over 30%. So our investment here will be making a considerable economic impact for the future generations, and I know many of those members of that future generation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Bedford. I'm an Ogden resident, been living in Ogden since 2002. Thank you very much for your hard work, council members. It's a long day and late night, so I really appreciate the dedication that you're showing. A few quick points. I'm speaking in support of the Utah Renewable Communities program, very strongly in support of it for several reasons. First, price. The cost of generating electricity with solar panels and the cost of battery storage have both dropped by 90% in the last 15 years, according to multiple sources, including energy consultancy Ember. The price of Utah coal has gone up by 23% in the last 2 years. The additional charge for participation in the Community Clean Energy Program is currently assessed at $4 per household per month. Although the program recognizes that the cost could go up, the historical trend suggests it's at least as likely to go down, and the PSC seem to recognize that in the quote that Lorenzo presented. Qualifying low-income households will not have to pay at all, and the additional outreach associated with this program could bring additional sources of support to those households. So it's a win-win in that sense. Price stability. We're all familiar at this point with how international events outside our control can affect the price of fossil fuels, especially true of gasoline prices right now, but global events also have the potential to affect the price of natural gas. US spending on natural gas increased by 80% following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Natural gas generates about 30% of Utah's electricity. Finally, climate change. The evidence is overwhelming that the Earth is warming up, and increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are the main cause. Utah is warming at roughly twice the global average rate. Cutting greenhouse gas emissions by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels is imperative if we want to keep our climate resembling anything like what we're used to. Ogden by itself will not solve this global problem, but we can be part of the solution. I want to be able to look my two teenage children, both Ogden born, in the eye and tell them I'm proud of what we did as a community on this issue. Please vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanne Lawrence. I'm a resident of Ogden, a brain dead resident of Ogden. So briefly, I don't see anything that is negative about this program. Nothing at all. It's going to be for the greater good, for all of us to breathe better, for doing our small part on limiting climate change. It's going to do something selfish for me. Maybe I will breathe better. It's getting difficult. And then thirdly, another selfish aspect. I want to save money too. And I think renewable energy will help me to save money. I'm happy to spend $4 a month in order for that to all happen. If you do not vote to support this proposal, you're taking my choice away. I will not be able to make this choice. So please, please support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Annie Dunaway. I first want to start off by saying that I appreciate Ogden City has gone to the effort of considering sustainability. It's something I have dedicated my entire life and career to. I've had a lot of experience putting real world applications, not isolated or collegiate applications, to sustainability activity. Now, that being said, I'd like to address the fact that Ogden City has no sustainability plan. We do not have goals for sustainability clearly defined. We do not have terms. We don't have any plan. We don't have goals or indicators of whether or not we've reached those goals, any of that established. Now, when we wanted to redevelop Ogden downtown, we spent tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars researching the area, setting goals, establishing what was right for our community, and then taking action on development. We haven't done that with sustainability. So that's point number one about why this is a bad plan. You're going to end up back in that same conversation we just got done with about parking over this, because there's literally nothing actually written. The $4 a month is speculation. It's not fact. The fact is, we know that Rocky Mountain Power won't even take care of the street lights they own around here to our safety. What makes you think they're going to do what's right for us in this? They won't. Thirdly, we don't even know who the actual partners we're getting in bed with are. It's just speculation. There's no clear, defined partner, nor are there obligations for what and how that energy gets used in writing. This is all speculation, even more speculative than that parking garage was. It's crazy that you're going to just say yes to all speculation. Lastly, there's been no other sustainable energy plans reviewed. Everybody's just decided this is the only one, only option. What other plans have even been considered in depth? Have we done the analysis and the review on all of those as well? Because it seems like this is the only plan anybody's ever looked at, and everybody just agreed this is the only one, only possible. We have a room full of very intelligent people back here who are passionate about sustainability, and I know we can find a way to do this financially without the overbearing and unpredictable Rocky Mountain Power and the other mega corporations that are going to rape us into the ground and drive down everything we want, just like they have for hundreds of years. Same as it's always been. This is entirely speculation. It's not written. Thank you.
Thanks, Annie.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Christiansen, and I'm grateful to be with you here tonight, even though it's really past my bedtime. But I am here as an Ogden resident, and I'm just speaking for myself as an individual. I have been paying attention to this bill for the last 7 years, and I really want to thank the council for thinking it through and taking the time that you have taken to really think about the options that are available to you and looking into this one. I think it's a really great idea for Ogden. One of the things that I wanted to let you know is that there is a program that was mentioned through Weber State University, through the Sustainability Practices and Research Center. There's a group that is working to educate and inform people about clean energy choices. And if the council passes this, they would be able to go ahead and work towards educating the community, specifically the low-income community in Ogden. And we'd be happy to collaborate with you on that front. Some of the things that that group is doing is they're also doing energy efficiency energy efficiency workshops, DIY energy efficiency workshops, and offering the people that participate in that program to with energy efficiency upgrade items for free. Some of those things would be like LED light bulbs and weather stripping, those types of things. And with that, even those LED light bulbs, if somebody takes 5 LED light bulbs and replaces 5 incandescent light bulbs that they use the most often, it can reduce utility bills by $55 over a period of a year. So somebody else had mentioned that energy efficiency is one way to kind of look at overall energy costs. This group would also be able to work with low-income residents to help them learn about the HELP program, the HEAT program, and other programs that could reduce their costs. And if they wanted to stay enrolled in this program, they could do so at no cost and get these additional helps that they could do to reduce their utility bills as well. Finally, I think on that front, this whole package gives people a way to really start looking at our energy and our energy usage. I've heard, people say a lot of things about how this is put together, and it really is within the authority and the ability of the council here to look at what we're doing here today because of HB 411. I'm really glad that you guys are taking the opportunity to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jesse Sandoval. I've never been here before. This was an extremely long meeting. I didn't expect to be here this long. And I don't have a whole lot to say, but what I would like to say is I moved to Ogden 15 years ago, and I thought this is a great place to live. But I have to say, air is an issue for everybody in this state, and especially for those living in this valley. So if we have an option to do something about it, please allow that to take place. Please give us the option. If you don't vote for this, then we won't have the option. And I can't really speak to Rocky Mountain Power's accountability. Yeah, maybe they are corrupt. They may not do everything correctly. They may lie to us, but so do a lot of other corporate entities. But I think if we have the option and we can say, I don't want to do it, then I can say that myself. Today, I have no viable options. This would be extremely helpful for us and for this community. So please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Sanchez. I haven't been for this, still am not for this. Not that I don't like clean air, but this just isn't the right thing. We're going to be coming back to this. Pretty much that's what I really feel is that sometimes we need to have things in writing before we agree. And I have to tell you, just from the money that I hear about earlier, my stomach hurts thinking that we're going to pay out any more money. Thanks.
Thanks, Linda.
Laura Lewis, Ogden City resident. I'm opposed to this. First off, I don't like the opt-in. Opt-in. This should be, opt-out. It should be I should not have to take the steps to get out of a program I'm not interested in supporting. If somebody wants that, let them opt into it, and don't make extra work for me. I know how it is to work with the power company. Half the time they don't answer the phone. You can't get a person to talk to. And I just don't think that should be my concern. Also, I hear a lot of people saying how clean solar power is. It has a huge environmental impact that nobody's talking about. There's habitat loss, farm loss, erosion. The list goes on, and nobody's bringing any of that up. You need to look at both sides of this before you make your decision. And then I'm still questioning this relationship with Rocky Mountain Power. They are no longer going to supply this power. They're working with a third-party developer, correct? So what is that relationship? And if that is who we are buying power from rather than Rocky Mountain, shouldn't Ogden City be getting a bid on who can provide that solar power to run your office buildings, etc., with solar power. It's my understanding Rocky Mountain Power is going to be buying this power from that supplier. So it seems this a little questionable on that relationship. And why are we supporting, why is Ogden City supporting a third-party developer to generate a business? There's just too many things. And then again, it feels like we make a lot of rush to judgment on these things without all the details or even a fraction of the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Jen Bodine, 16-year Ogden City resident, and I would be remiss if I didn't come up here and thank everybody for all of the work that you've put into this program. It's really late. We're all tired. I was going to read a whole long thing. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm very sorry. I do want to say, though, I wanted to express my gratitude for putting all the work into this program. Everybody said all of the things that I want to say tonight. I think you all are more than aware that an RFP goes out and bids are put out in order to get the cheapest electricity for this program. And I mean, the one point that I want to bring forward again is the one that was made in the presentation, in that, you know, in addition to letting your residents choose clean energy, I mean, this program matters because it will result in the most meaningful renewable energy resource additions being added to Utah's portfolio for the foreseeable future. Rocky Mountain Power's updated IRP, as we talked about, proposes no new wind, solar, or geothermal resources for Utah's customers and only limited battery storage. Utah has some of the best clean energy potential in the nation, and just a reminder that the analysis from Lazard always confirms over the past several years that on an unsubsidized basis, the dollars per megawatt hour basis, renewable energy does remain the most cost competitive form of generation. And is consequently, Rocky Mountain Power is consequently backing Utahns into a more expensive, more volatile energy mix with their current portfolio. This is our choice. This is our option to not be backed into that corner. I understand folks being concerned about the fact that they would have to take that extra step, but at least it gives us the choice. And I'm just urging you tonight to please give us that choice. And I want to give a final shout out to Weber State University's Sustainability Practices and Research Center for their generous offer to help educate the public, and especially in low-income communities. With their help, people can get that triple benefit of getting help and heat program access and access to renewable energy. And what a bonus. So thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. It's been a long 7 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Hello, and thank you. Alice Mulder, Ogden City resident for 4 years now. I just want to say thank you to everybody for all your work and time. You've been hearing this again and again, but I don't think we can say that enough. And thank you to so many people in the room who have spent time and effort, and 7 years doesn't seem like a rush decision or effort to me. And I was here at the beginning. I just want to say, unfortunately, Annie has left, who was speaking earlier, but I understand and appreciate her comments with regard to corporate entities and concern and trust, I suppose, as well. But to me, this program is one way that we actually get to dictate to Rocky Mountain Power and have some sway over them to say, look, we want renewable energy and you need to provide that, which to me is a real lever in a way that we don't usually have. So I think that's really important. I also just want to kind of echo very quickly, this really is a win-win for everyone if you are able to approve this program, giving people choice. If someone doesn't want to participate, they opt out and there's nothing changed for them. If a resident wants to stay in and have their electricity from clean renewable energy, they stay in. But if you don't approve this program and our participation, the 70% maybe-ish of people who want to participate, based on previous study that was done, the survey, we wouldn't have the option. We wouldn't have the option to have this least cost option for clean energy. We know it's cheaper than blue sky. You heard that from Lorenzo. We've heard not everyone can afford solar or has a house that's even suitable for solar, even if they could afford it. And many people don't even have houses, of course. So, and I just wanted to add, because I don't think this has been mentioned, it was a question about if somebody moves into Ogden, do they get to opt in? Lorenzo answered that. My understanding, and Lorenzo or someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but even if people move from house to house, you become a new payer at this address, you have the option to opt in at that point. So people shift around in town all the time. So one last thing with respect to concern I've heard about worrying about people complaining that they missed the window to opt out or didn't know. Certainly making the best effort possible by the city, by help from partners to help inform about people about this, is the best we can do. And there's always the ability to opt out. There is a fee right after that 60 day window, or sorry, 6 months, isn't it? Window, 6 months window. And I just thought you might be amused by this. I teach, and I have been trying to learn the hard lesson that I cannot care more about my students' grades than they do. So we need to, we do our best, and then people can make those decisions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alice.
My name is Stephanie Vaughn. I am a lifelong Ogden resident, and I'm also a member of Ogden City's Natural Resources and Sustainability Committee. We strongly suggest that the council adopt this program. We've spent the last 6 months going through detailed reviews every meeting, trying to scan through and make sure that this really is the best decision for our community, and we strongly agree that this is the best decision. I know it's been mentioned that this feels like walking into a vague contract, but I can speak to the fact that this is a very detailed contract that we're entering into. There's been much legal negotiation between the cities that are being a part of this program with Rocky Mountain Power. We will be creating the Utah Renewable Communities Agency, which will give each of the cities the ability to have some control with future planning with this project. So we'll still have say. It's not giving all the powder right over to Rocky Mountain Power with this program. And we will be able to audit this. The Utah Renewable Communities Agency will be able to run their own independent audits to make sure that they are actually following through with what they agreed to follow through, that they're building the renewable energy and they're actually committing that much renewable energy to our grid. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a difference for future generations, to support renewable energy, to support clean air, and to really show our community that we care about our children and our grandchildren. So I strongly support that we adopt this program. I think it has very little consequence, especially for residents who don't want to be a part of it. They can opt out. But for me as a resident, I would like the opportunity to opt into this program, or I'd like to be able to be a part of this. So I strongly suggest that we do adopt this program.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good to see you, Jenny.
My name is Jenny Nagy. I am an Ogden resident. Cassandra.
Sorry. I'm Cassandra Beckman. I'm also an Ogden resident.
And we were both part of the research team that conducted the Community Renewable Energy Survey commissioned by the Ogden City Council back in 2022. There was a recent reference to some statistics from that survey. I think it might have been confusing a few things, so I just want to go over. To the question, should Ogden join the Community Renewable Energy Program? The response was 8.9% no, 45% yes, and 46.1% not sure. So there was no clear majority at the time of the survey, according to the sample survey, about joining or not. However, to the questions, should businesses, residents, and or local government be doing more to seek out renewable energy? And to be clear, those were three separate questions. So should businesses be doing more? 79.1% said yes. Should residents be doing more to seek out renewable energy? 71% 1.2% said yes. And should local government be doing more to seek out renewable energy? 75.5% said yes. So just to clarify those statistics from the survey. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we have some hands online. Let's start with David Timmerman. Did we miss somebody? Okay.
Can you hear me this time?
Go ahead, David.
Okay. Hey, sorry about last week. I just want to say briefly that it's been a long 7 years, and I am so happy to be close to the end of the road on this. I can see all of the work that's gone into this, all of the community members, the Weber State University support, the surveys, everything else. This is a real positive step, and it's our only option, I believe. And to me, the positives outweigh any negatives. And so I'm fully supportive of this. I'm so happy you guys are going to wrap this up, I hope, for the final time, and give us this opportunity to do our part for actually not a lot of money or trouble. So I fully support it. I urge you all to please support it. I'd love to see a unanimous vote. I also want to give a shout out to the mayor. He was around during this process too, and I appreciate all those people who have spoke. At this point, after all of this work and the people who put in the time, this is a great program. Thank you very much. Please support this.
Carol.
Hi, I'm Lynn Carroll. Hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Thanks. I urge you to vote for this program, even though my household is not eligible because of being on this solar panel 135 rate program. I'm going to have to investigate how maybe we can opt in. But even if we can't, I want my friends and neighbors to be able to do their part if they want to increase the amount of clean energy available to Ogden residents. And I'm thankful that the city council back years ago did decide to investigate being part of this program and stuck with it all this time. And I hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Amy Wicks is up next.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for taking the time to take public comment. I recognize, for the record, it's 11:38, and I've actually been at meetings that went longer than this. But as a council member in a world long ago in a place not far away, I've been opposed to automatic opt-in programs before. There was a proposal for an automatic opt-in program for a sewer and water line protection insurance product. And I was opposed because there were numerous affordable ways for people to obtain that type of coverage without making it an opt-in program for all Ogden City residents. And I wasn't convinced that lower income residents would not be harmed with that ill thought out proposal. So to the matter at hand, I don't have a choice in electric providers. Nobody does here. I can't have solar on my home because I have too many trees. And just am not a good candidate for it. Ogden City adopting this gives me the opportunity to invest in clean, renewable energy. it gives renters and others the option as well. I'm impressed with the proposed education and outreach for lower income residents. There's been a lot of work and consideration put into this program. And I urge you to support the Utah Renewable Communities Program to give Ogden residents a chance to make a choice, to make an affordable investment in our future. And renewable, clean energy is our future. So I would urge you to adopt this. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Heath Sato.
Hi, Heath Sato, Ogden resident. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. Really packed schedule. I'm surprised you didn't also put chickens on it. But I just wanted to say that I don't want to work with Rocky Mountain Power, but I don't have a choice. We either generate the power at our own house or we get our power from Rocky Mountain. That's it. So I'm going with the least of evils, working with Rocky Mountain Power. And so I'm just going to say I was right about parking decks. I was right about the Swift building. I was right about the Brown Ice Cream building. I was right about our former director of economic and community development who cost us $250,000 to fire because I wasn't listened to. I'm just saying, get on board. Come on, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Heath. David Lawrence.
Hi. So it seems pretty rare that there is a program that comes along like this where there seems to be upside and so little downside. So I'm definitely very much in support of a program like this. I really only learned about it when looking into what was happening at this meeting. And what I've seen is very encouraging. Like someone said earlier, this is definitely only a start. You know, we're not going to be able to solve the sustainability problem with just this program, but at least it is a start where we can all work together as a society and start tackling some of these problems. So I fully support this, and I just hope that this is indeed just the start, and that we'll see more like this in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And Zachary Thomas.
Hey, thank you, Council. I'll keep this brief. My name is Zach Thomas, and I'm an Ogden resident. I'm here to support Ogden City's adoption of this program. Ogden has long been a leader in sustainability along the Wasatch Front, thanks to the Sustainability Committee and thanks to Lorenzo's work. And I believe this initiative is a vital next step. By passing this, we not only continue that momentum, but we can also demonstrate to our younger generations that their leaders are actively invested in their future and the health of our climate. In addition, the collaboration with Weber State University, ensuring that everyone in Ogden is educated about this program, ensures that everyone has the ability to make an informed choice whether they want to be a part of this program or not. I urge you to adopt this program, and thank you for your continued service to the community.
Travis, are you looking to speak? You were kind of lurking. It was hard to tell.
No, I just moved up closer. Yeah. Uniquely enough, I'm in a strange situation.
Tell us your name first.
Sorry, Travis Pate, Ogden resident, for 55 years at least. Who knows? The dynamic that I see is my mom talked about my grandfather who used to go down into the coal mines. My mother actually lived at the coal mine where my grandfather worked for the first 2 years of her life. And so she talked about grandpa going home so clean, going in so clean and white and then coming out so dark. And she said, and this she saw this glimmer of his eyes and the smile. And she says, this lump of coal has a soul. And I think that aspect right now is we have been built on an amazing resource, a natural resource is what we call it, coal. And as we've tapered away and said, hey, now what's the transition? What's the next thing? If we put that coal under enough pressure, it becomes a diamond. But we don't have as many resources, and we've valued diamonds. We've devalued coal. And yet I think the aspects of recognizing where renewable comes from is we've had hydroelectric in Ogden. We still do to a degree from the Weber Canyon, from Ogden, from the dam. And I think that this is an opportunity to just say, yes, hey, we support our citizenry, we support our chance. And as Amy said with the sewer and water thing, that opt-in, that was a horrible decision then, and I'm glad they didn't. We opt in on our own personal matter. But right now, I think this one is an option to be a smart, proactive player, because coal is not the diamond. It is temporary. It's not where it needs to be. But I think part of this also needs to be looked at vocational rehabilitation as we decrease those energy dependencies and that way of life and livelihood. My whole family wouldn't exist except for coal. That we say, here's some retraining programs besides looking for renewables of re-educating individuals, but more so re-educating ourselves, that our building plans, we don't build a mega house that we can't close off. How many British shows do we see? Oh, we closed off this and we wintered here. We don't do that now. We just build mega apartments up on 26th and Quincy with black siding, and every one of those apartments has an air conditioning unit, and how much energy is going to go up. IRS put sprinklers on their roof, and their energy costs went down tremendously. The lighting and the windows and their lawn that died because right at a certain time the blinds came down, the heat energy off the roof. And so I think it's also an education program to say, let's decrease our energy consumption in conjunction with this. I'm still waiting for the 1977 film strips that Ogden City promised about city planning. So let's educate our populace to decrease the current use. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Come on up.
My name's Amelia Jones. I'm an Ogden City resident. I live in a historic house, so I actually can't put solar panels on my roof because it's a historic register home. And so this gives me a chance. I'm totally for this. I'm not going to repeat some of the things other people have said, but I'm for this program, and I hope you are too.
Thanks, Amelia. Okay. Going. All right. Okay. Here we are. Any discussion before we get a motion?
Chair, one question.
Yes, sir.
And that's to Lorenzo. I missed somewhere along the line. Does this commission actually purchase or sell power to Rocky Mountain Power? Is there some kind of a contractual arrangement that Rocky Mountain Power has to purchase power generated through them? And then do we know the amount of what they're purchasing?
Yeah, great question. The agency, the Utah Renewable Communities Agency, works with Rocky Mountain Power, and we're already in the process of doing this, running a request for proposal, and then third-party developers bid into that. And then we execute what's called a power purchase agreement. And those can be, 20, 25 years. In this first RFP, they're 25-year PPAs. And then that power is bought using the dollars from this program and then fed into the grid where it serves us.
Very good. So it's a better deal than my solar. Rocky Mountain pays me for my solar production. It goes back into their system.
The solar buyback rates in Utah are not great.
I hope it's better than mine. Thanks.
Any other questions before any more discussion?
I don't know if there were any questions that Lorenzo would want to answer from. He's largely positive, but I think there were a couple questions about. It's a long night, so.
Yeah, I did not write any questions.
I think that he may have just answered a couple of them that were brought up, that we don't know who we're doing business with, and I think that was there are RFPs going out And so we do know those who are coming back. They haven't chosen one necessarily yet. Is that correct? And who's buying power? The agency, Utah Community Renewable Agency, will be using those dollars to purchase the power through the power purchase agreement. Those were the two questions that I saw, and I think were answered.
Okay, it's 10 to 12. Let's get going.
All right. With that, regarding the proposed community clean energy participation ordinance, number 2026-7, I move for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Graff, seconded by Councilmember Lundell to adopt ordinance 2026-7. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Aye.
Councilmember Washington.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez. Aye. Councilmember Lundell.
Aye.
Vice Chair Graff.
Aye.
Chair Heyer.
No. That passes. All right.
So, because I've been a little involved in this in the last year, I want to thank the other cities, the other 18 cities that have been involved in this, and the URC board that's been involved in this, their persistence in making this come to life after 7 years. There are a lot of places where they could have given up, and they just didn't. I want to recognize the cities and municipalities, the 6 of them that have already adopted this. They've done their due diligence. They have met with their constituencies, and they have passed this. This is 6. And I think we go over, I'm not going to quote that. As other sources of confirmation, we've got a letter from the interim president of Weber State University supporting this program. The gentleman that wrote the bill at the House of Representatives in Salt Lake City, Steve Handy, wrote us a letter supporting this. And of course, Ms. Staley was here earlier, and the Sustainability Committee did a thorough job in reviewing this too. So this isn't a stab in the dark without a lot of understanding and a lot of research having gone into this. And I think the current world situation around energy has been demonstrated in the last handful of years as a real pinch point. We saw it first in Ukraine, as was mentioned. We saw it again with the Straits of Hormuz, and we're paying it at the gas pump now. Coal prices are up, natural gas prices are up, and that's what powers Rocky Mountain Power. Choice is important to all of us. When we moved into our homes and called Rocky Mountain Power, they didn't say you want gas, you want coal, or you want clean energy. They didn't ask you want coal or gas. You just got what they delivered to you. And here we've got an opportunity to say yes to something that's sustainable and something that doesn't get pinched in international conflict and politics. And I think that Ogden really had, I don't know how to put this in words, but this says something about our city. We're forward thinking, we're thoughtful, we're progressive, we're looking into our future. And I think that has something to do with our brand. And I think it's a positive addition in the burnishing of our brand as Ogden City. So I'm really glad that we've adopted this. Thank you.
Chair. Sure. I want to thank the current and former council members who got us to this point. I would also like to thank all of the community input that we got. Boy, did we get a lot of emails. This is definitely the largest sample that we have gotten. And so there are a lot of passionate people out there, and I thank you for that. And for the counter feedback that we got. I had lots of conversations with Annie, and I appreciate those as well. One of my guiding principles is that I believe government can solve collective action problems. And having grown up in Utah, I have memories or not in Utah, but in the Ogden area, I have memories of building snow caves in the backyard and snow drifts that went up to the top of 6-foot fences. And my children will not have those memories because our climate is changing. And climate change is the quintessential collective action problem. There is no one thing one person can do to solve this problem. But here we are as a government doing something to solve that collective action problem, and I'm really proud of it. Yes. So,
here's your sign.
So thank you, everyone. That's my sign.
That was a solar powered energy.
Chair, can I just real briefly? Yes. This has been an issue that we've looked at for a long time, and it's something I thought we'd be voting on much sooner than we did today. I honestly didn't know. I was kind of felt like I was in the middle on this the whole time. I don't love everything about it, but I do want to say thank you to Lorenzo and all the others I've spoken with who have helped me understand some different perspectives. I do believe that a lot of my early concerns with the program were addressed, you know, I'm not a fan of the opt-out aspect of it. That's really the biggest hurdle that I had for it. But I hope we can do a good job of letting people know about it so that they you know, we want to have a choice, but we know that a lot of people don't have a choice. They're going to be opted into this, and in terms of actively choosing to be participants. So the better we can do to educate everyone about that aspect is my hope. So, but also, again, I want to just thank everyone who's been here tonight to address on this, and we've had conversations offline as well. So thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to the last thing. We have public comment. Keep in mind, it's 5 to 12. Joe.
When the lights flashed, I thought I was going to turn into a pumpkin. It's time to go. Joseph Baum, an Ogden resident. I just wanted to thank, when you talk about courage and forethinking, I want to thank Council Lady Washington and Council Member Lundell for the no vote on the parking. I'm concerned as a citizen, I've lived here all my life, that I'm seeing some of the things that's happened in this community in the last maybe 8 years. And I'm not thrilled about some of them, different things that have gone on through the council and through the previous mayor. And I'm glad that you voted no before with the Wonder Block, because I think that's going to come back and bite us all in the butt. And by that, I mean with tax increase and different things. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about is the firefighters. In the workshop, they talked about having more members. I'd like to see a budget line item in the new budget that's proposed for 27 to give the gentlemen some help that they need, because if we have a fire, we don't want to get into the Palisades and say, wish we would have done that, because it's always hindsight when you look forward and it doesn't work. The other thing, Mayor, is I want to thank you for the $5.8 million that's allocated for the water infrastructure. That's highly needed. The pipes in the ground are older than I am, and I'm an old fart. So been around a few years, but they need to do that. So thank you for doing that. The other item, the snow removal costs that we didn't have any this year, is that going to carry over into 2027 as another line item, or is that money going to be taken out and then revitalized and put to some other use on that? And then the other item is Whitaker Construction that's doing the 36-inch pipeline down the canyon. I'm sure they had a lot of winter conditions in there, especially working in that canyon through the winter. Is there any way to get that money back from them? And I don't know how the contract was set up, because I know it was a prior contractor. We used to put per day events in there to handle it. And that project, they probably had in the neighborhood of about $300,000 or $400,000 for winter protection fees to take care of when they're putting that pipe in, because of the time constraints they have to get it completed. So I'd like to see somebody check into that. And the last item, real quick, is the enterprise fund. I was here last year and I had heartburn about that. If we can take some of that revenue and retire that $67 million bond that we have for the 36-inch water line coming down the canyon. And I never heard back from anybody on that the whole year. But I'd like to see something done with that, so we don't get into where you're paying $287 for a $3 million bond, and it'll take forever to retire it.
Thanks, Joe.
Hi, my name's Blake Ham, and I'm an Ogden resident. I just want to thank all of you guys for your service and for being here so late tonight. So I've worked professionally in the data science field for over 9 years. I currently work as an AI and machine learning engineer and consultant. At the April 7th City Council meeting, Mayor Nadolski dismissed community concerns and reporting from the KUER regarding the local ice hold room, stating that his office could not substantiate the claims. He referred to them publicly as allegations. Mayor, with respect, they are not allegations. They are facts, and I have the data right here to prove that. So using the same public federal records from the data or deportation data project, I ran the same analysis that the city failed to do. And I've provided, I know you guys probably received so many emails over the past 24 hours, but I actually emailed all of you as well with this analysis. And I open sourced this as well, so it's available online publicly. But I want to show the results to the public tonight. So first, you claimed you couldn't substantiate that activity increased. This chart shows arrivals nearly doubling from January and October 2025 compared to the prior 17 months. So you can see right here, the activity has doubled from the prior 17 months. Second, the city permit explicitly limits operations from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you can see by the massive blue bars falling outside of these green lines, roughly 25% of all arrivals happened completely outside the permitted windows. Finally, the permit states no one can be housed past 5 p.m. This chart documents 43 separate nights where individuals were held past midnight. We also found 14 instances of multi-day detentions in a facility only permitted for temporary holds, including one individual who was housed for 32 nights over the Thanksgiving holiday and into the week of Christmas. So the administration claims to be data-driven. The data is right here, and the methodology is public. We are no longer dealing in allegations. We are dealing with documented permit violations. If this council is truly committed to evidence-based leadership, I expect you to review this data and immediately direct city code enforcement to act. Thank you.
Thanks, Blake.
I'll say it. Good morning, Council. Mayor Nadolski, Chief Brown.
That is a first.
My name is Alex Johnson. I'm an Ogden City resident. On behalf of the Kingston neighborhood, I'm following up on a concern raised 2 weeks ago in this meeting regarding a proposed construction access through our neighborhood near Tyler Avenue between 36th and 37th Street. Since that time, the access has not been used, and we have not received any official update on the status of the route or traffic control plan. Just as a reminder, a heavy vehicle access gate has been constructed on the street, a street that serves as a sole access for 15 homes. The street has no sidewalks, functions as both a designated bike route and a corridor to the university. As a neighborhood, we met with Jim Bradley, the project superintendent, who confirmed that use of this access point is not critical for completion of the project, and that at need, work could extend into evenings or weekends. In the past 2 weeks, the project has continued without using this residential access and without extended hours. From a residential perspective, this suggests that the route may not be necessary to maintain project timelines. We do not want to stop the project. We support development in Ogden and of Weber State University. We would appreciate updates on whether a traffic control plan is in progress, whether the residential access route is still under review, and whether the alternative access options are being considered. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Hi, my name is David Belknap. I am of West Haven, and I'm speaking today as the co-leader of Indivisible Ogden and Ice Watch Ogden. So I have a couple of issues. First, I've heard that some of the, you believe, you the council, that our frustration that you have seen from the ICE facility is coming from Minnesota. And I want to make this clear. None of the people I'm with are upset at you from Minnesota. We are upset at Minnesota, and we are upset about what has happened. But we don't blame you for that. We do, however, wish that you would take into consideration what we are saying and quit telling us that we're not saying the truth. Okay. So let me fast forward here. Second, regarding evidence, I've heard the council relies on statements from the head agent at the hold room over community concerns. I strongly challenge that. Based on my own experience, I believe that individual has acted in ways that are dishonest and intimidating. I have a recorded incident involving a threat towards my 5-year-old grandson. Additionally, I have reason to believe that this same individual may be operating a vehicle with duplicate license plates. Now, I've called the DMV. They say this is impossible. This is a felony. Why are we allowing this? Third, I want to make sure to share a concern from my neighbor, from a neighboring business at the same property. They want to thank you for the fire department coming down and checking on them and making sure that they were in compliance. They are a little upset that this hasn't been done at the hold room. Why are they being held at a certain level and our own government is not? In closing, I urge you to take these concerns seriously, to investigate them thoroughly, and to engage with your constituents in good faith. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, David. Morning, Emily.
Good morning, guys. Emily Fox, Ogden resident. I appreciate the data presentation about the ICE hold room because the concerns are not just made up, they are valid and real. I just want to add to that the mutual aid side of our group has received an uptick in requests for help and resources because ICE is definitely still present in Ogden and making impact on families that are devastating because breadwinners are being taken away. But I won't go on about that because you guys have been wonderful about listening to our concerns and then taking them into consideration and then having other meetings with us about that. I do want to ask you about the data center. I know you guys have no say in its approval, but the impact of it being built at 40,000 acres is over twice the size of Ogden in footprint. And I just don't believe that it would not have a negative impact on that lake. And if that lake dries up, Ogden would be one of the first cities to feel the impact of those dust storms. So I would like to know how you guys as a city feel and if any action on your part is possible or taken or anything like that. And then the third thing, kind of random, I saw that South Jordan had made a post saying that they have designated 2 parking spots in their police station for secure like exchanges. So for people who are like buying and selling things from like marketplaces or like have volatile custodial agreements can go to a secure place, know that it's monitored, and feel safe selling and exchanging things. And I thought that was an amazing idea. And I want Ogden to do that too. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Linda Sanchez. I just wanted to say, Councilmember Washington, I know you took a lot of time to do research, and it was a lot of research that you had really that was prior And I just want to tell you, I really appreciate you doing that, to actually look into things and to read the packet and to understand. Also, Mayor, I just want to reach out to you and to the Ogden City Police that wanted to inform the public of some scams that were going on. I just wanted to make sure I did that publicly because there are some people that would fall prey to that. And then as far as, I guess I don't know how to say this very good. I'm just going to be frank. I think I would have accepted this last, the solar or the energy a little bit better if Councilmember Graff and Councilmember Lindell, you both took funds from some of those organizations on your campaign. I just wish you would have recused yourself. Thank you.
Every time I get up, I drop something. Laura Lewis, Ogden City resident. I too want to thank Councilman Washington for digging in. I asked her to find some information, and it filled in one of the missing pieces on the Wonder Block. I still think there's more out there that we don't know about that I'd like to find out. But thank you again for doing that.
Mr. Richard, Mr. Dave, Miss Floor, Mr. Kevin, Mr. Sean, Mr. Ken, Miss Alicia, and Mr. Ben, and citizens, the kingdom of heaven has come near to you. Jesus Christ is the name that I honor. I hope you can honor his name. James Joseph Dixon. I've been reborn through water in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I am no longer of the world. I hope you can honor that. Ogden resident. Repent if you need to. Thank you for your work. Follow me, be of service, for I am here to be of service. I see that it seems that all of the presidents of the United States of America have been frauds, liars, and deceivers, way past the usual amount. It seems that these liars have manipulated the public into going into wars that were not needed for their own profit. They have also been for poisoning humanity and attempting to instill fear in order to attempt to control humanity. It seems that they know that the Father in heaven is real, yet rather than telling us, they have hidden it from us and lied in many ways to do so. I do not wish for anyone to be deceived. There is a way to overcome. I am that way because Jesus Christ is that way. Do not let this escape your perception. The enemy does not want us to work together and love each other. Rather, such wants us blinded by hate for each other, divided and separated from oneness. Rebuke that and work towards love, forgiveness, not remaining upset, paying attention and caring. Do not think of me as insane. I am not insane. I am brave. There is a problem. Satan and a third of the angels were cast out of heaven and down to earth. No one willing in the name of Jesus Christ needs to be afraid of Satan or his angels. Such have been the deceivers. The Father and Son have authority over heaven and earth. The Father and Son seemingly have allowed for evil to take place because the world as a whole collectively seemingly has rejected the Father's way. Adhere to the Father's way. Help yourself. Help the one wanting to help you. Help society. Proof of the deceiver and deceivers is way too evident for the willing to see. Forgo listening to, supporting, or idolizing any very famous politicians, athletes, movie or TV actors, musicians, entertainer, talk show hosts, or podcasters. Such have been the deceivers. They have portrayed many different faces and many different names. They have used predictive programming and entertainment to encourage acceptance of their bad deeds. Such subliminal techniques have aimed to garner the public's consent unknowingly. They want you to believe that things are the way that they are and that no one can do anything to change however things have been. It is not true. The exposure reveals the truth of... maybe to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, council and administration. as they said, good morning. And then family is an important part of my life, just like I know it is yours. So I'll just tell my sister happy birthday. She'll have to look it up on tape, but it's now officially her birthday. I wanted to submit to you for consideration a master plan for an Ogden Heritage Park, arts retreat, and cultural gardens. In the fact that May is Preservation Month. We also have online the scavenger hunt, the landmarks, and Weber County Heritage Foundation put together usually. So I encourage you, or at least delegate to another family member to do that. But I think that's one of the things I've seen from the current administration and the council, the importance of historic preservation. So I'd submit basically for your consideration a master plan for an Ogden Heritage Park, arts retreat, and culture gardens. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Okay. Comments from the mayor.
I'll try to make it quick. The line items you seek for fire are in the budget. Well, happy to point them out for the extra. The line items you're seeking for fire are in the budget. Happy to point them out to you. I will have to talk longer about the utility transfer and the bond and debt repayment, but I wanted to get to the comments about the ICE data. To say that I dismissed the data, I think is unfair. I have got more people coming at me with data than I think you recognize, and what I'm asking my staff to do, which I directed last week. Are you one of the guys that met with one of my staff members? No. Okay, so now you're another one.
3 hours I was able to.
But okay, you did.
That was our guy.
There's more than that. There's more than that guy too. But I got your email today. I'll totally look at it and I will digest it, understand it. I just wanted to tell you that we are getting hit by people that we're trying to keep straight, and we're trying to consolidate it. And so I directed my staff to please everybody get together and find out who you're talking to, what data set they're referring to, compare it to what's been reported. And I need one consolidated answer so that I can have a better, more clear understanding, which is probably what your email that you sent me today might be. So you have my commitment to look at it, but I did not dismiss it. I'm just trying to make square and understand it because I'm getting hit by more people than I think you recognize. Thank you.
Councilmember comments.
Hearing none, I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thanks, everybody.